knockout stage. They moved on forward and gave Singapore its highest placing in an international tournament in such a long time. They could declare themselves as one of the top 4 teams in the world at the end of MSC last year. This homeboy squad, let's see if they can enact some vengeance for what happened to their previous counterparts in last year's MSC.
I think for the homeboys at the very least, we're looking at that mid trio to work well. Amal, Izanami, and as well as Ivan. Their side laners are pretty stable overall, but they're not exactly the most lane dominant. I mean, sometimes it is, and when you see that lane dominance, that's when things start to shake up and you can see the teams have way more options in playing the map.
Yeah, so it's really more of team fighting. For the side laners too. They just really, they want to shove in the lanes and go and rotate. And hey, this is what the patch is about. You just go, pick up ready to fight gold laners and fight for Turtle 1. Where you can look for the snowball. And homeboys have been doing a whole lot of that even before the patch.
Yeah, let's see what Team Flash will bring to the table. It's a raw difference is their EXP laner can, but you have the return. We call him the Emperor Akihiro-san. JPL in the roam for Flash, who is now in his sixth MSC appearance?
Yes, he has not missed an MSC just yet. JPL as a veteran, the Shogun, some may call him, our Emperor Akihiro-san is looking to guide this squad to their victories. But veteran, the Shogun, some may call him, our Emperor Akihiro-san is looking to guide this squad to their victories. But that's not the only people that we should worry about. Curtizi in particular. Last time, what shocked the world was with some of his stranger mid picks, right? We saw Martis in the mid facing off against Aloy certain times. 2v1ing teams who weren't expecting these options. And now with Vanix kind of becoming his own man throughout the past year, they need to make sure that at least Hades has some support because he's always this big player, but he needs that little bit of oomph to get him over the edge.
Yeah, but Mirko, they have an Indonesian coach in their squad now, Coach Zace. What can you fill in our viewers about that?
Technically, he's Singaporean, but he did win with Indonesia with Evo. So yeah, Zace, he's always been a controversial figure. I'm gonna be honest with you, especially in the just recent years, recent times. He's always had his own idea in his game, and he's very strict. He's very strict. He's very military style when it comes to coaching a team, and I think that's why Flash were kind of culture shocked by that. They weren't ready for that. All this time, I think Flash with their all-star players have had kind of more of a relaxing time with their coaching staff. They would just be chilling, you know, having conversations. Meanwhile, Zace comes here and says, "I know you better than yourself," or "You pick my hero right."
Now have mandatory national service that Zace would kind of fit in nicely.
Well, they were able to win a championship in Singapore, a 4-peat for Team Flash, but esports players go through a lot. They sacrifice a lot. Well, I think this one is a story worth hearing, so listen in on this.
This is NIP Flash! Diablo! What a set! What a petrify!
I'm confident in my team, so here we are. It's quite a long story. So basically, before the start of MPL, some unfortunate things happened to my mom, so she passed on. Despite that, I did still try to perform for MPL stage, but I feel maybe my performance wasn't as good.
You got Bandes with the triple, another maniac! What? As they wipe out Flash SG!
As well, there's going to be a brawl right now. Still, it is going to be Curtizi backing away to follow up here at JPL in the stun.
As Flash SG goes up to the grand finals in a beautiful head and shoulders wipeout.
With the addition of Ken in the roster, I think that's why they decided to use Ken instead, and they had better results with him. Afterwards, I was like a sub. Then we were having two scrims basically to determine who will be the playoffs. Then I felt that I wasn't able to keep up with the team, so my performance wasn't as good. I think therefore they chose Ken, and I accepted it. I didn't want to pull the team down also. Therefore I didn't play in the playoffs. I probably won't be the starter because the team spent a lot of time training with him. So probably will be Ken. Yeah.
Well, we got a chance to talk to Diablo earlier today. It seems like he's in good spirits to help support the team in what way he can, and no pun intended there, in what way he can. But it seems like he's very happy to be here as well. The team brought him out, and we might not see Diablo play, but know that he'll be backstage really supporting Team Flash. In just a moment, we are now going to be seeing the draft, and it's time to talk about the juicy picks that we can expect. Can we actually expect, with what you mentioned about Coach Jace and his style of coaching, for Team Flash to bring out one of their signature, what the heck is going on, how is this working picks?
I'm expecting more orthodox picks here, especially in the group stages for Zace. Knowing him and his patterns before as well in the regular season, he likes to play it a bit safer up against the bigger teams when there's a lot more risk. But yes, later on, when we get to see a more lopsided matchup, if you think so, we will see more of those crazy cheese picks from Flash.
I don't know. Is it hoping too much for me? I kind of want it right now. I mean, that makes so much sense. Like,
you can literally yell it out to him right now. Zace.
Guys, come on.
Guys, come on, please. No, I totally agree with Mirko here. I think that if there is any time that Zace would be a little softer on the team in terms of what options that they're going to go for, probably it will come if they win this matchup and still are in the upper bracket. That very first game is where they're going to do it. Because right now, being able to keep those two lives for as long as possible is always going to be a high priority the potential teams that could fall down. But let's jump into the draft, right? Team Flash SG on the blue side facing off against the Homeboys on red side. The priorities are looking a little similar from what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, but it's a bit odd knowing Hades and you know how he really likes to get his hands on assassins. You wouldn't really expect these kind of bans. Harith gets taken out, so that means that maybe Flash SG are still trying to plan out for an assassin like a Joy. But I think the big picture should just be a Baksha that we have been seeing a whole lot of prio from the first two matches of day one, but then completely forgot about it in the last two matches of day one.
Look, I don't want to get into that, man. Like that's where it got really, I'm not gonna lie, I got really salty about it because the diversity of damage was like such a problem sometimes that you're forced to put Kimmy into an awkward spot, and then Baksha could have just completely countered it, but nobody wanted it.
Oh, there we see Baksha, but it got taken out, and I think this opens. Oh, wait, weirdly enough, this opens up a Uranus rush for Flash SG. Baksha is one of the main answers to that, and they could go ahead and prioritize it. By the way, yes, JPL, it's his 5 prior MSC appearances. He has scored 337 assists, the highest among all players in the tournament series history. It's not a Uranus first pick, it's a 1-1 rush.
Yeah, and this is a very, very risky pick. Again, yes, 1-1 is very prio, ladies and gentlemen, but it is very easily countered. This was the first pick for CFU against Onyx ID, and it worked out for them mainly because I think Onyx ID just completely disrespected it, did not pick any of the counters, which are open, up for grabs for Homeboys. They could just pick up a Farsa and then build off of that.
Yeah, we'll see how this is going to go, right? Because again, Flash SG wants to kind of skewer and kind of influence the draft with this first pick. They could have gone for Kimmy, they could have gone with Farsa, they could have gone for the Uranus, but now the Homeboys going for the Irithel into the Arlet. I'm down for it, right? Because it still tells Flash SG, we know that you don't scale as well, so you're forced to be looking for the scaling style of heroes, especially in the mid lane.
Yeah, first 2 picks really good. You already have the lane response of the 1-1, and then in the overall team fighting picture, the Arlot should provide enough disruption to what is expected to be a very condensed play around the tanky fighter jungler lineup for Flash SG.
Yeah. What's scary to me right now is the fact that Homeboys are kind of setting up for a Fredrin in the jungle with the Arlet pick, right?
Yeah.
If not Fredrin, maybe we'll see something like an Akai. And both those picks are pretty good for the 1-1 pickup. So Flash SG could try to build more for the mid-prio now. They go for the Juicin and the Kalea. That should guarantee mid-prio. And in a way, it is not really the best combo. You don't usually want to pair up Kalea with Juicin, but I understand it here. Kalea, you lock people down so that the 1-1 gets a free crossbow attack, and now it puts even more pressure from Homeboys, as they will have to decide whether to go for the utility jungle in Fredrin that is very unsafe, or keep it steady and just go for a flex pick again to get into second phase.
I mean, they can also lock in the Kimmy almost straight away as well, knowing what their R4 could potentially be in, but then that opens up a lot of options for Flash SG to look for these big punishes in that second phase. So far, I think that Flash SG has a really good option. Homeboys now leading into their frontline tank. This is perfect, right? This is planned from the get-go with the 1-1 opener.
Homeboys, they're going to need a little bit more burst damage at the center of the map. I think their control's already solved pretty much. A little bit more reach is needed. They respect banned the Tigreal of JPL, who actually played 5 games in the grand finals of MPL Singapore, all as Tigreal.
Tigreal taken out here. Interesting. So they're expecting the Kalea to go XP. I think that's something we actually haven't seen since the change of the range of skill 2 from Kalea. But okay, it's a take from them. They want to ban it out. Maybe, again, understanding that Arlet and Fredrin is super vulnerable to those big CC abilities. But for me right now, I think Homeboys, they're drafting for a very normal, like, previous meta draft too, right? They want to probably go Farsa or Kimmy. That was going to get taken out instantly. That's why I thought maybe the Farsa should have come up first.
That's what I was thinking too. I was hoping that maybe they get their mage a little bit earlier. They could have saved the Irithel. Irithel, if not, play in Moskov later down the line, knowing that Flash SG actually likes to play the Assassins. We finally get to see the Uranus ban out for the side of the Homeboys. And if Flash SG is going to do Flash SG things, I would expect that this is going to be a Kimmy ban.
Yeah.
Okay, with the Kimmy taken out for Homeboys, that leaves Zetian, but then Zetian and Fredrin together in the entirety of MLBB here at the Esports World Cup has been so missed, not even hit or miss, it's usually missed because it's overload on utility and not enough damage from the early to mid to cross you on over to the mid to the late game.
Well, here's the thing. There is actually an idea when you have the Arlet in play, right? That's the main reason why people take the Arlet when you have these types of utility junglers on top of utility mid laner. So again, we don't know whether this Arlet is going to be playing as the mid trio or the EXP lane. There's no way to kind of predetermine that matchup. So let's see what R4 has to offer for us, right? This should technically be the mid pick. If not, we probably will get a predetermination of who's going EXP and who is going support.
I really don't. I'm not a big fan of the Arlet in Rome, so I would say Arlet should be XP here. I'm thinking of Flash right now. I think the Lapu Lapu works really well, and I think Flash have already banned out the proper components that would strengthen Homeboy's lineup. This is just about how you finish the draft. Homeboys, they go for the Mathilda. There you go. So that's the guarantee. Arlet will be going XP, Mathilda, and Fredrin. Flash, do they now try to go for... I would still say go for what I said earlier, right? In XP, Lapu.
Yeah, go for the Lapu. Because at this point, right? Even if people are thinking, okay, if Kalea goes into the EXP and then we get a Cho to get mid prio, it's kind of a double down on the exact same thing. 2 pickoffs, sure, but then everybody from the side of Homeboys, when they saw Kalea, was going to set their battle spells to purify anyway. So unless they want to play around that, which I highly doubt, we'll see how Flash SG looks to round out their composition, because they know for a fact, hey, you've got a lot of movement here. You might as well get the Phoveus on your side. You have plenty of dashes to work with on the enemy side to buy that extra bit of time. Ooh, Akai Esme.
Yeah, Akai in the jungle. Yeah, and I think that was the trade that Flash was already thinking. I feel like they expected the Fredrin to go to the side of Homeboys. And then with all the shields now, the side of Homeboys, especially if they pick up a Zetian, then the Esmeralda would be very happy. I am quite fond of the Flash SG draft, but if they don't get there early, it's going to take a lot of time.
Well, I think that right now, it almost guarantees that Cortese kind of needs to build into the Sky Piercer, because there's a lack of damage from Team Flash. I'm not going to lie, right? We have the traditional matchups of the Akai into the Fredrin. We know how that's going to work during these neutral fights, which means that Homeboys actually has to play around that. How they're going to do it, I'm not too sure, because in terms of like raw wave pushing, Irithel needs at least that Windtalker to kind of push the lanes really fast and then participate in fights. And even so, you would rather have 3 items before you get into these battles in the first place.
Okay, Homeboy. Oh, they go Valentina.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, it's pretty good. They can get the heavy spin too, and now it makes it pretty difficult. We thought that maybe with the Akai, turtle 1 guarantee, but the Valentina changes everything.
All right. You two can expound on this a little bit more once we head into the game. But real quick, Mirko, who has an easier lineup to pull off?
Flash.
What about you, Gideon?
I'm gonna say, yeah, Team Flash is a much easier lineup to pull. My main issue is that early game, right? That mid from Cortese and JPL is gonna be quite devastating. I want to see how Homeboys kind of neuters them, slows them down.
All right, let's head into the Singapore versus Malaysia mashup. It's Flash against Homeboys.
Thank you, Renmar. All right, Flash SG versus Homeboys from Malaysia. The Battle of the Causeway. Years in the making, a rematch that we've been waiting for a very long time. Luckily, nobody is up for eliminations. Mirko, it's going to be you and me as we start making our way into the land of Dawn. How you feeling about this? Because even for me, I'm looking at the lineups. I'm worried for both sides because a single mistake could snowball out of control here for the Mid-Season Cup 2025 here at the Esports World Cup.
Hey, a lot of questions, and we get to answer those questions here. We get to elaborate on our previous answers, and I think I might have to backtrack on what I said earlier. Flash having the easier comp. I forgot again of the combo with the Valentina taking the heavy spin to give the constant resets on Vengeance, right?
It's Beyblade X, baby!
Oh my lord, it's not just going to be the Fredrin. it's also the Akai that's going to literally let it rip on the hands of Alan.
Yeah, I think that's why when I'm talking about like the later stages of the game, this Irithyll is going to have quite a fun time, right?
Yeah.
Being able to kind of run through everybody, especially when all the resources are down. It's really going to be a battle of management overall. How do we control the map while minimizing the amount of gold given to our opponents? Because if we're talking about like early invades as well, I would say that the early invades are looking really good, especially pre-level 4. If we're talking about like the traditional, Kimmy plus my support plus my jungler, we walk into the top side of the map. Since we already have an advantage there, we might as well just plow through and deny level 4 from Fredrin.
Yeah. I'm thinking about it right now, and yeah, I think even in the individual lanes, it's just difficult for Flash SG to keep up with what Homeboys have already drafted. The Irithyll matchup is ridiculous for the 1-1. Like, you don't win those. Maybe level 1 with the Inspire, but that's about it.
I don't think they're taking Inspire. I mean, Kalir's on the other side, so we didn't get to see battle spells just yet.
1-1 Inspire.
1-1 took Inspire. Okay, that's fair enough. But even so, right, that's, again, a mistake that most gold laners tend to make, right? They walk up instantly, try to go for that level 1 initiate. If that Inspire doesn't get mega value, or at least get, sorry, not revitalize, rejuvenate out of their laner, then, you gotta play a little safer. You don't want to trade as often.
I think that's why they covered their weaknesses in the gold lane by picking up a crazy mid duo with Prio-wise, right? Like the Jusin and the Kalia should be able to clear faster than what Homeboys have already picked up for themselves in the Mathilda and the Valentina.
For sure, with Concussive Blast, assuming.
With Concussive Blast, and then they'll just rotate into the bottom lane, give the 1-1 a bit more space, then as expected, I think both these teams will be sending their gold laners into the fight, which should be the big gamble. That's what we're going to be pointing our fingers at, guys. And for you guys, watch Turtle 1. Big contestation point, especially considering now we have 2 heavy spins, a Fredrin, 2 utility jungles. They both need the Turtle.
Yeah, no, it's a 50-50, right? It's either we go down to the gold lane or we have to fight for Lethal Wanderer, and then we'll see what happens there. Either or, I don't think Homeboys is going to like even walk up. Where they're like, hey, you can take it, boys.
Yeah. And there's more pressure on Flash because they can't really play the weak side of the map. The Irithyll is just too safe and is a winning matchup already up against the 1-1. So you either win Turtle 1 or you wait and scale. And I don't think you want to do that with a 1-1 in your composition. This is a pick that wants to snowball, wants to get those mid-game team fights rolling, and you want to end the game before people get Winter Crown.
For sure. Yeah, the Winter Crown's going to be a bit of an issue here. As we look through the players, you can definitely see that this is a high gamble from the side of Flash SG because, again, it's not dependent on the team play. It's more dependent on that first minute of the game. How do we play this lane? If we can get an advantage, that advantage will slowly increment itself to something bigger coming into minute 2, minute 3. And that's what I'm worried about for the Homeboys. If Homeboys are able to kind of survive that first 3 minutes, go into that turtle, they don't necessarily even have to contest the turtle. They can just walk away.
Yeah, exactly. So there's no pressure for Flash to fight. They have ridiculous disengage with Mathilda. And yeah, as expected, purifies across the board. Also for Izanami.
All right, we're finally getting into this. Oh, wait, hold on. Hades is walking up. Is he going for an opposite purple start? He's going to the orange buff to try and steal this away. Is there any information whatsoever? I don't think so. Nobody knows that he snuck through.
Hey, I've seen a whole lot of things in MLBB, but one thing I would never expect is for an Akai to invade level 1.
Yes.
He's gonna get it too, and there's no punish. Yeah, Homeboys are just playing it classic. Hades going for more. He's playing like a Nolan on this Akai.
It's so smart. It's so smart.
Amal's gonna find out.
I mean, he's gonna find out fairly quickly, but it's so smart because he knows, hey, Irithyll has to make sure that, you know, she has lane prio, and now the first Lethal Wanderer is gonna come up, and Hades, he's like, haha, who wants to fight?
He's gonna get it. Oh, it's Amal who secures it, but it is a big retro use. So Hades gets level 3. Amal is stuck on 2 with a Fredrin, and it's Impure Rage Gideon. We have to talk about that. Usually you go Concussive Blast just to clear a bit faster. Amal has gone the sustain route. You lose out a bit of that clear pressure, but now it is a big advantage to Team Flash. Akai is gonna hit level 4 without even going full camp.
And the worst part is that Homeboys can't even try and look for a camp of their own. They can't go for the counter invade, especially since Esmeralda is controlling the wave and already confirmed the position of Amal. Now, looking at the emblem set so far, everything looks pretty standard all across the board. A lot of Wilderness Blessings coming in from the side of Izanami and Ivan, knowing that they're not going to have priority, but they want to be able to keep up.
Look at this, the way the Flash SG are just playing. You see the Jusin rotate over after getting that mid-pry that we were talking about. We expected them to rotate up top to help Vanix, but Vanix has just been playing a safe game as the Jusin starts to leash for the Akai. This is Turtle 1 guarantee
Yep,
for Team Flash.
This is beautiful from the side of Team Flash. Very mechanical, very straight. Honestly, this is kind of reminding me of some of the good old days of how SG likes to play a very technically perfect game.
Look at that. Vel zoned away by the Esme, the winning lane Prio. I don't think they can contest this. That's an Akai with level 4. Tsunami Sam with a heavy spin there as Retribution comes in. Vel is just going to be pinned down. That's first blood over to Kurtizi. JPL wants some smoke, walks. Purify from Izanami.
He didn't want to get pulled back. Interesting. Vel, a pretty bad flicker angle there. Probably was thinking to get on the opposite side of Hades, didn't get what he wanted, or at least over the wall. First blood falling over to the side of Team Flash, and now they're just going to maintain this type of pressure. This is exactly what Team Flash has wanted for their early game.
And I'm not even sure if Homeboys can actually... Oh, JPL with a jump of the flicker. MelQT doesn't have Purify here. No sprint either. It'll be a free kill over to Vanix as they go for more. Hades tanking up the turret. And it's a win for the losing matchup in 1-1. Everything is going as planned here. Ivan knocked up. They want to go for more, but it only just distracts Amal, who's already behind and will be even more behind, as Hades still has a full jungle.
This is a beautiful early game coming out from Team Flash. I may be a big Malaysia fan bias here, but Team Flash, they're coming up with their own piece of artwork. Let's look at the lead so far. It's a 1.3K, rather small, but significant, especially when we're talking about not only the jungles, but now that 1-1 has that 500 gold lead, they're going to have a full component against MelQT, who opted not to go for Purify. Oh no, this could be bad here. Yep, they're able to disengage. Oh!
Unfortunate for Vel, yeah. They get a green camp, but as you saw, they needed 4 members to take one away. Flash are still just going to have incredible prio over for the neutral objective, and because they've gotten such a big lead in the early portions of the game, I think Vanix, he can just shove this lane and rotate over to make it a 5v4.
Yeah, the tempo is on the hands of Team Flash, and they're not going to waste it just yet, right? Next turtle is going to be contested by the Homeboys, it seems.
Oh. No, QT, not prepared for this. Tsunami slam over. That is a crossbow attacking in the Spire. A bit unnecessary, I feel, but it's all right because they get a trade over up top. And now it's up to Homeboys to look for a big fight. Let's give it the heavy spin to zone Hades away. And it does seem like Amal is struggling to take this. Hades walks up, gets in place, and wins out the red tree. The JPL rotates over. Two-man Thomas. Hades is trying to escape now. Fell looking for the vengeance stacks, but it will be Kurt who peels off of Hades. And it becomes a bad fight. A 4-0 start to the game for Team Flash. They go for more. A super long team fight. And Homeboys have no damage. Another pullback just to let Ken dance on Vel.
So far, Team Flash really has gotten everything planned out from minute 1 all the way to minute 5. This is a disgusting bout. 4-0. Homeboys have 0 pressure. And all these... Honestly, it all started with the fact that Team Flash, they're exploiting every little thing from the side of Homeboys. You don't have a priority over mid. MelQT decided not to take Purify. All right, they can divide and conquer, and now Hades has extra confidence. Look, even Vel can't really deal with the pressure coming in from this Esmeralda. Ken is playing a strong game too.
It's so good for Team Flash at this point of the game, man. Gold distribution. Oh man, 30 minions already taken. Well, I mean, that's not 30 minions. 30 gold over from the minions. Now they're gonna go for the mid lane. Ken rotating over. JPL, leave it back, able to get the knockup, but it's a double Beyblade battle. Izanami caught it, following Sarmoon Ken in the midst of it all, just dancing around. It's that's a big Appraiser's Wrath that lands, but Vanix gets taken out by the crossbow. Now another knockup from Kurtizi. 3-4-2. Team Flash looking for more now. 4,700 gold lead for Sarmoon over to Mel. Good guiding win to get him out, but you can see that even with the photo, it's an advantage to Ken on the Esmeralda.
The first 2 minutes of the Team Flash rotation really just set the tempo. And Homeboys, considering that they're playing an Irithyll as their gold laner, bro, this is going to take a long time for them to make a comeback here. 5,000 for Team Flash. They're diving past the first turret, and the comeback angle here from Homeboys now will have to come from them capitalizing on a Team Flash mistake, because we are getting to the point where the chances of Homeboys finding a turnaround increases. Team Flash took some hits and took a few losses there.
Live view. There's a bit of a battle. Tsunami Slam over. Uh-oh. Amal walking way too aggressive right before Turtle.
Yeah, not like that. You're not going to be able to find your turnaround in the mid-game 6 to 8 minute mark like that. So Homeboys are going to have to hunker down and accept the fact that it is going to take a long time for them to fight back against Team Flash. They can just continue this aggression, control the river, control the jungle, and most importantly, get the third and final turtle of the game. All turtles go to Team Flash.
It's one thing being behind in the jungle on a Fredrin, but against an Akai, it's a rare sight, man. It really is unusual. JPL will get caught. He finally gets something here of a trade when it comes to the turtle fights, but it's a roamer too. I think Team Flash are all right with that. They get a big resource out already with the Valentina taking a heavy spin. Hades steals the orange buff again. Oh, Homeboys. I don't know. I don't think the catch on JPL is worth a turtle and an orange steal.
At this point, it's really difficult for Homeboys to actually push back into it, right? The lead is very, very clear. The timers are running out. And worse yet, Team Flash has almost hit that checkmate angle, right? 6.4k so far. And look at them. Homeboys are forced to stay together, forced to fight for every little objective, every little buff.
So what we've been already talking about, the fact that Homeboys will already struggle to get back into the game through laning. Now, because they're sticking together, they're going to get less and less gold. It's going to be dispersed amount. Oh my lord, that's almost a 3,000 gold lead between the gold laners. And it's supposed to be the counter match of JPL with the conceal. Able to play, able to go for a tsunami slam, Vanix with the lockdown as well. That should be a free crossbow tang into the backline too. Ivan melting down, has the purify, but you cannot purify damage. Amal, massive appraiser's blast, but he's a bit too behind to deal any damage. Holy shield.
I mean, Team Flash right now is playing a strong fundamental game. Exploit the weaknesses, maintain that tempo, and utilize your lead against your opponent because you're not only so far ahead, but because your all-timers are just so much better. Homeboys have to use everything defensively. Every single time they react, it's a winning scenario for Team Flash.
Man, Mel walked up and JPL felt no threat. He was just like, all right, I got you, fam. I'll walk back as well. This is Team Flash's, I would say, maybe this could be the explanation to why they were super shaky in SG. It was Zace implementing his style of MLBB into the team, and it took a while.
It's tough, right? This is very execution heavy. This is very macro-centric. Every little micro in a lane is taken into consideration. And if somebody misses a timing, it really starts to snowball out of control. And now that the Homeboys, they've reacted a little too much to what Team Flash has offered on the table. Everything is up on the table for the side of Team Flash. Nothing can be really stolen away. Even when we're talking about big plays, there's a huge lack of damage from early to mid from the side of Homeboys to even make it work. Now, Melkuti, 2 items. Doesn't even have the Berserker's Fury. Recently, Amal just finished the Radiant Armor, and that's the problem, right? Because the big lead is coming from Vanix. He's got everything. 4 items already. Holy!
Yikes. Melfic gun at 10 minutes on the 1-1 is a sight to behold. Frigid losing 4 levels against an Akai. You're talking about 2, me and Renmar. Now it's 4. Oh, that is just brutal. And this is something that I actually didn't expect. I was about to say that I'm glad Kurt didn't buy the Sky Piercer when you have a 1-1 on your team, but he did. So one of those will be neutralized by the other. I don't think you want... Actually, it could work well. If you get crossbow tang and then you execute while the crossbow tang's on him, then technically yes. But yeah, you're just gonna have to coordinate that.
You not only do you have to coordinate that, I think it also gives incentive for Vanix that if you have an option to go for the crossbow tang early, just let it rip, right? You still got Cartesia as your insurance policy, not to mention, again, with these timings, if the fight occurs prior to the Lord, before it spawns, and I mean, I don't think they can, wait, can they look to close out this game? They've got the 10k, they could look to try and muscle in against the Homeboys. Let's see whether Hades finds an angle.
Izanami walking off the clear for Homeboys. Not as good. A charge up top of the Lord, able to get a base turret now, but there's going to be a second wave coming down into the bottom lane. Flash rotating down as Ken tries to provide some space over from the Lord. Ivan doing a good job with just standing in the middle, giving some space over to the rest of the team to get the guiding win. It's a good defense despite everything. A 10,000 gold lead, Flash having so much more tempo. They've only kept their losses 1. Falling Star Moon charge up from Ken. Might be looking for a big engage, but decides against it now as Vanix gets free hits over to the base turret in the mid lane, and it will be 3. Oh, no, the final slash into the back now, able to get away. Curtizi, Crimson Beacon, Hades pinning them down as that is a solo Izanami to just spin in the front. go shoot. It's JPL over. Ken just dancing. And Flash lose Vanix for Izanami.
I mean, it was a good play coming in from the homeboys, but at the end of it all, Team Flash are walking away with 3 inhibitor turrets at the 12th minute of the game, while homeboys cannot keep up. You can see that, yes, they are scaling. Izanami is doing a good amount of damage, but not enough to close out on a majority of the kills from the side of Team Flash. They can look for the chase if they want to, but I don't see Izanami there.
I guess they're thinking, you know, Vanix is down. We gotta make the most out of the situation. Try to get something back, but it's so difficult when you have a front line like this. You can't ignore him, but you also don't want to target him.
There's nothing they can really do about it. I have to admit that this is a losing scenario for the homeboys. Unless they can have 2 successful base defenses against Team Flash, then sure. But then we have to start considering, what does the siege look like? And it's so much better for the side of Team Flash. They can bait things out, and more importantly, you saw it with Ken, right? Long Star Moon.
Okay, able to get a attack over to Tsunami Slam. Great targeting over to Bell too. Crossbow tank ready, and it will be cancelled just for a bit until it gets unleashed onto Amal. Praiser Strat landing. Good reef. Oh, starting from Ken on 3 as they collapse on him. One more shot. Vanix gets another. It's a double for Vanix as Ivan gets swooped back into the base. Curteasy with 3 of the Sky Piercer stacks, executing the members of Homeboys with a wipeout and a stomp in game 1.
And this is what I'm worried about every single time we see Singapore versus Malaysia, and especially with this lineup from Team Flash. The higher the prize pool, the probability of them winning just skyrockets.
My goodness, Team Flash look incredibly sharp. I think both of you said it there. They are so systematic. There is a scary formula to how they operate in the early game that within just like what, the first 2 to 3 minutes, it looked like next game, Team Flash already has this.
I think
Crazy.
it is bringing back the SG of old. Last year when we saw Team Flash, they were like, oh, it's a meta where we need big playmakers, and that's why Diablo was such a huge integral part. And also, let's not forget about Curteasy with his crazy picks. But now they're going back to the good old, we take small exploits and see if we can chain them together to make a huge lead come through in the mid game.
And I love this version of Flash better than the previous one. They literally just traded out those crazy picks in the draft to crazy plays in the game. There's just those little movements like invading early on the Akai, a subversion of Homeboys' expectations, took them out.
Yeah, that subversion, I feel like, shocked not only Homeboys, but all of us here. There's always an asterisk when you talk about Singaporean teams in international tournaments, when you talk about Team Flash in international tournaments. Here this time, it feels like in their first appearance, it's a very loud statement right away. It's like, this isn't the SG or Team Flash of old anymore. Of recent old. It's more of like the classic Singapore teams of old.
It's the guard, you know?
JPL's been here for six MSCs.
He's been here for a very long time. But the fact is, now, what is the adjustment coming out from Homeboys, right? Because Team Flash, they planned it from the very start with a 1-1 opener on their side. The fact that they didn't pick their mid lane super early as well. They waited to see what Homeboys was willing to drop onto the table. And then I think all of this could have been prevented had Homeboys figured out straight away, wait a minute, this Akai Hades has just stolen away our orange buff. Now we have to force vertical jungling.
And they can't really do it. That vertical jungle was non-existent, right? Because he rotated over the top, and they decided to fight for a few camps instead of trying to look for other trades. But even then, I think it was just difficult because even if they decided to go for the vertical jungle in the bottom lane, Ken was the one having most of the prio.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And again, we were talking about it earlier in the draft that the Esmeralda's actually going to be very happy in the hero matchup that he's facing up against. And with how JPL and Curteasy were rotating especially, it feels like wherever Homeboys wanted to go and get something, they were able to steal one lizard at the beginning of the game when they had to sacrifice the first turtle. After that, they tried to contest the second turtle, but at that point, Flash had enough control in the map, had enough of a little gold advantage that Homeboys were just desperate.
Exactly. So really what it comes down to is find a way to force lane priority on your side. Be able to contest your opponents, especially when you know your opponents are looking to kind of force you in a non-existent, more so a scaling matchup, right? Here, it's not about scaling anymore. It's how far can we take our lead? And unfortunately, Homeboys kind of fell into that trap lane with only a single win condition rather than having multiple outs.
Yeah, the single win condition was really just the Fredgen Arlet combo and Aerithel winning lane, right? It's wow. I was just honestly, I don't really think this draft is horrible in any it's a very safe draft. It was just that Flash SG played it so well. Again, that little invade, that subversion of your expectation. You would never think that Akai, level 1, would invade your orange buff.
Yeah. I mean, I do that all the time, but I die. Team Flash showed how to do it right. And from there, it just seems like they were operating. I was observing their comms. You could hear very specific shot calls. One guy wanted to go here. They'd be going, no, at this moment, you have to be here. So they're at that level now.
Oh, yeah. They're playing not only systematic, but they're trying to work like an absolute machine. This, again, is probably what Zace is implementing for this squad, right? He comes from a very traditional MOBA background, so he understands each step of the game has a timing that they want to hit. And if you don't have priority on one side, that kind of alters the plan just a little bit. So, again, it also forces the team to play at a high execution rate. Because let's say Vanix ended up dying in lane. Oh boy, now we have to adjust.
Yeah, this is what it feels like to... I feel like we are just witnessing generations worth of STEM-focused education. That's what we're getting right now from Team Flash SG.
Yeah, I really want to go even deeper here to understand why they did it. Akai, level 1. You just, again, expect, why would you go level 1? I think the setup was already there too, because they understood. We actually mentioned this before the draft, or before we got into the game. 1-1 will win against the Aerith level 1. You have way more kill threat level 1 with the Inspire, and that's what I think opened up the window to an invade early. If the Aerithel walked up, there was no way for you to actually outfight that composition level 1.
Yeah, I feel like now, though, what the Homeboys are going to be looking at, yes, it wasn't a bad draft, but at the end, that's why I posed that question of which draft is actually easier to pull off. So maybe that's where Homeboys are going to look towards that, and maybe even more multiple win conditions. But it feels like, because of the ordering also, I remember both of you mentioned this, some picks could have come a little bit later, they could have had more room to adjust, but then with the first 3 picks already, it feels like they were just shoehorned into playing this way that Team Flash had enough room to adjust it in the second half of the draft.
Yes. I mean, let's also consider that this may prove to be a potential exploit for the side of Team Flash, right? Because again, if they are going to be saying, hey, we want to be able to get Vanix on these particular picks, can he play every single gold lane pick? And because Hades, he's flexible. We know he can do it, and as long as they have a mid duo that's actually winning, things become a lot easier for them. I think now that Homeboys have kind of identified, all right, not only are they playing for mid, Hades is kind of a non-factor in a lot of these matchups because he can play this Akai in that 3-tank trio in the jungle. We need to make sure that Vanix has a bad matchup now.
Yeah. I think you just have to lie. Homeboys have just been too brutally honest in their drafts.
Yeah. Oh, wait, no, I feel like that's been the theme that we've had so far here at the
From
EWC.
MWI?
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta lie.
Just lie.
Sometimes you just got to be dishonest.
Yeah, we're talking about drafts here,
Yeah.
folks. We're not saying anything else.
Don't cheat on your wives.
Yes, that's a
Especially at a concert.
good.
Hey,
That's cold.
that's cold.
All right. So now for the second game, I feel like I think we're all in agreement here. Drafts-wise, Homeboys, be a little bit more dishonest. Don't show your cards too early. And I want to go back to one ban that they dished out on. Do you think that Tigreal ban was a little bit of an overthink? Because if they knew that they were going to be playing Akai, Arlott, and that they stole away the Fredrin, and that most likely Team Flash are going to play utility, it's obvious if they were actually going to play Akai.
I think they were reading into JPL's hero pool a bit too much. They were like, all right, this guy plays Cho and Tigreal for the most part, right? From previous internationals in MPLSG as well. So they were like, take away the comfort. Even though it doesn't make sense yet, just take it away.
That or Vel was like, guys, I don't want to play against Kalia as Arlet. This is a nothing matchup, but like I'll do anything to not be in that matchup. Let's get rid of the Tigreal instead.
All right. So in a way, I feel like they were just drafted in the corner. It seems like the more we talk about this, we now have to look at Team Flash as they drafted this incredibly well. They played this really well. That Homeboys just, after they got their orange buff stolen, they just really had to think about the next game already.
But here's the thing, right? I think that right now, a lot of this is relying on the cornerstone of Arlet, right? Where does Arlet kind of fall within the meta? Because Arlet affects certain heroes and can cancel out certain abilities. But Team Flash went around it, very clearly going around it. They could have gotten Farsa if they wanted to, but they instead went for the Zushin.
Yeah, all right. So those are our notes of what could happen or what the Homeboys could look to fix heading into the draft for game number 2. But before that, let's learn more about Team Flash's journey heading into EWC.
Definitely feel grateful that I get to play EWC the second time. It wasn't a smooth journey we had. We were struggling quite a bit in our league.
King's Vanguard! Oh my goodness!
By the face of Team Flash, almost being able to bring up
Honestly, I feel that the most important thing for this current EWC is who can adjust to the current meta the quickest.
Teams from Singapore, especially Flash, are notorious for doing good when the prize pool is big. Coincidence? I think not.
Got him! JPL now extending down. Vanix shows up. Vanix finds the kill.
I feel like Team Flash is such an absolute wild card every time, and they always seem to perform in international tournaments. Last year, no one expected them to make it into the top 4, go on that deep run, and they did. They put Singapore back on the map.
NIP Flash. Simon picking Beepers, first blood. NIP Flash. Win out the best of 5. They send the homeboys home.
We are hungry for more.
Well, very clearly that Team Flash are very hungry for more with how they played in that game number 1. There's no doubt. So what now then can Homeboys do as we continue our little analysis of what Homeboys can adjust into the draft?
I'm saying, I'm throwing it out there.
Okay.
Take blue side. First, take blue side, see how they respond on red side. And I think the order of bans need to change just a little bit more. Because again, Uranus could have been taken there. They could have a non-off lane. They prioritized that combo a little too much. And I think teams need to kind of, need to flex it a little differently. If they show Fredrin early, okay, sure. But then, at least then, the signals aren't as clear.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty okay with staying on red side. I understand why you want to go for blue side, but even staying on red side here, I would just say get more, just lie a bit more, be dishonest in the draft. Because again, when they picked up the Art Irithel, we knew what was coming, and Flash knew what was coming a few moments away. Like, they knew the Fredrin was coming, and it was already countered by the 1-1. So they picked up the Irithel, which was going to be a counter to the 1-1, but then they gave more value to the 1-1 in the end. Like, if you want to go for the counter, I would just say go for the Farsa then. If you want to play that kind of composition where you can at least outrange and burst the 1-1 before the Fredrin gives a free crossbow tank over.
Yeah. This could be a double-edged sword, though, for Homeboys, considering that they are going to be going on the blue side, which means that the whole dynamics of the draft changes from how they were drafting onto the red. It seems like on the red side, they were putting a lot of power priority into their side lanes with the Arlot and the Irithel. Should they change their focus and look at the center of the map instead?
I think they need to start to disrupt some of the other combos that are currently within the meta. I think that the Kalia, the fact that it got so far, is already pretty interesting. We see a Fanny Ban being pretty consistent on Flash SG, which is kind of strange to see it on red side. Usually it's more of a, hey, blue side would rather, I would rather get rid of it most of the time, but I think that's totally fine.
Yeah, it's a bit odd, I would say. Like, considering, again, I think Flash SG, they usually want to get Hades on a pick like a Fanny.
That's what I thought, too.
Again, Lancelot was the previous ban on blue side. I wonder if they want to just replicate what they did on blue, saying, hey, this strat works both sides.
I wouldn't mind. Again, it's all relying on that 1-1 opener, whether even Homeboys want to consider it, right? I mean, we'll see. Harith, another interesting ban here. I feel like Melq, it's interesting because Harith is one of those heroes where it's like, if you have the mechanical ability, the lightning phase becomes a non-factor until you get to the very end. But then, now that you've taken away a gold laner that actually utilizes magic damage, you're forced back onto things like, the Brunos, you're forced back on the Irithels, all attack damage-oriented heroes.
I feel like also Flash SG may know some things from scrims, but the results of yesterday as well, where we saw some significant Harith performances, maybe that one getting taken out. Oheb, of course. For Homeboys, Isun Shin might be available for them to pick up, or the Uranus. I think to keep it simple for them, to keep it standard, nothing too crazy with their ideas, I'd like them to consider just prioritizing those two, Isun Shin or the Uranus, or maybe, just maybe, even the Kimi.
Yeah, I think the Isun Shin should be the choice here for Homeboys, and that's why Flash SG have already changed a bit of their draft. I mean, at least in the bans. They banned Lancelot second previously. I think now they're definitely thinking about whether they should take out the Isun Shin or to go for the Lance again, because the Lance technically enables the Akai pick. Usually, teams have always gone for Lance when they see an Akai on the other side, just to outfarm the Akai and to have a way to just be untargetable when he goes heavy spin to win out neutral objective battles.
I think, they're going to leave everything up in the open. I think this is more for Hades than anything else, right? You say the Akai, okay, you get the Lancelot. Worst comes to worst, you're going to be able to get the Yi Shin. Either way, there's going to be value for red side, because let's see what Homeboys go for their first pick.
Okay, so this is actually going to be dictating the draft. The Kimmy ban, I agree with you there. Really changed up how the possibilities here for the first two picks for Flash. So now Homeboys are going to be wait, they're going to be getting two power picks, aren't they? We really just have to settle on one. I'd rather go Uranus. Well, excuse me, Juicin. Okay, center of the map, 100% win rate here in MSC. Not gonna knock it. Not gonna knock it.
They're trying to do it again, aren't they? They're trying to get the Arlet, Fredrin, and Jushin. Again, this is I'm just ballparking it here. I'm not entirely sure whether that's going to be the end game composition, but Flash, as of right now, can immediately just go for natural combinations of Kalia, Farsa almost straight away, force your entire composition to take Purifies.
You could also just deny the Arlet, pick it up with the Farsa. That works too, because you... As a Farsa player, I don't think you want to go up against the Arlet.
For sure. I think the worst part about that is that it does compromise. It does compromise Ken a little bit, and I think that's something that Flash actually want to avoid. If we're going to play weak side, we might as well put it on Vanix. I think he's a little more comfortable that way. If Ken can basically, I don't want to say flatline, but sandbag the EXP, I think that would be more ideal.
And they've already gotten a way to deal with the Arlet already. Like the Esmeralda was a great answer. They could also just threaten to take it here, and then play around Hades' deep hero pool. If you can play an Akai like that, any hero fits.
Yeah, I want to see Homeboys consider picking up a flex right now. Something that doesn't really show their roam, EXP, or jungle just yet. But what?
I think at this point, Arlet is too volatile. Arlet is way too volatile. If anything, okay, Lancelot, an early pick Lancelot for the side of the Homeboys, knowing that they're going to have to play into the Kalia, but now the natural counter to Kalia, the God Thought as a means to, hey, it's a 2-for-1 here. Kalia goes for the pick, Feather Airstrike comes out. Oh, guess what? AOG coming through.
Yeah, so, okay, they clearly show the roam. We don't see just the EXP and gold. All right, so Homeboys being honest with this, unless somehow they put it in the EXP, but we rarely see Gacha EXP lane anymore. It's almost always in the roam. While Flash, did Homeboys pick up the Lancelot because they were expecting an Akai to come out again? That could be a possibility.
Could be. Flash. Okay, do you want to go gold at this point and just like try to take away the gold lane counters? Like, because if they go for Granger here, I think it'll be a bit too crazy with the Farsa already there, right? Like, it's so hard to land your abilities against Lance, so they go Joy.
They go Joy, then they're probably going to take out something like the Moskov. They can leave open the Granger.
Yes.
You know, historically, Granger does not like Joy.
Absolutely. I think it's actually more beneficial for Flash SG to actually pick up the Granger on their side. Because keep in mind, right, Joy at this point of time is looking to try to clean up a lot more fights rather than initiate on these fights, you know? Because with the temporal changes, temporal rain, and old Starlium sites, you can go in and out, chunk you out, get your ult back, come back in and kill you all over again. Now, they're probably going to be playing for their mid trio. Make sure that Farsa is strong enough to be able to launch the Feather Airstrike early, hold on to Kalia's ult, chunk you out, and then let Granger and as well as Joy look to start cleaning up the messes.
Esmeralda ban, I feel like that's a little bit of a signal that they might be considering Uranus in the EXP lane.
Or maybe even the Arlet themselves, right? We've seen that Arlet is actually a good way to deal with the Lancelot. If she keeps dashing, you just keep on getting those resets too, and you already have 2 members on your team with CC to go for more resets. You can just pick up another one later on, depending on where. Well, you gold lane with CC. Probably not then.
Yeah, I still, they have one form of scale, well, technically 2 forms of scale of damage. I mean, Joy, full item build is still pretty ridiculous sometimes, especially if you don't have like those gold meteor or ways to kind of protect yourself.
Even if sometimes.
Yeah, even if sometimes. It does get pretty ridiculous. But hey, we see that the Uranus is banned out. It looks like Homeboys is, you know, taking it at face value, and Coach Zays is trying to be a little sneaky here.
Yeah,
CC ban.
I thought they would want to consider the CC for themselves because they already have, as you mentioned, really good scaling. They need something in the early around the EXP lane that allows them to apply pressure, that allows them to be aggressive. Will they consider something along the lines of maybe even Hilda EXP lane?
Hilda XP
got taken out by Homeboys.
I actually thought it would be better for Homeboys to go for Hilda XP over Flash, right? Because unless Flash are trying to bait out the Granger, I guess Homeboys want the Granger here, despite being up against the Joy. Because if not, I think they have already a pretty good draft against the Hilda, you know?
I don't think it's... Oh, wait, no, but then there's still Moskov for the side. Okay, so at the end of the day, in terms of like gold trades, it's a lot better for Homeboys right now. So I feel like Flash SG, you know, sorry, Vanix, you know, there's good chance that you're going to have to face either a Moskov or an Irithel. Either or, as long as you play safe and you're on a Granger, your team will do a majority of the damage. You just got to make sure to have Sky Piercer by that time.
Yeah. Okay, so I feel like that's what Flash is weighing right now. Which gold laner they're going to be going for, if ever. No, not yet. They
Did not
go
expect
for
that,
the
no.
Hylos. Wow, yeah. Surprising. Considering that it's not going to be in the Roam, it's going to be in the EXP where it does a better time considering there's a Juicin on the other side. Okay. That's why they banned the Esmeralda, because Hylos can't do anything against her.
And the CC too, right? But a notorious counter to the Hylos is the glue, actually, that I think could be pretty good here. Just keep on locking them down. But then you need an explosive gold laner damage-wise, because I think that's what they're lacking now. They have a whole lot of utility with the first two picks. Depending on what the Lancelot goes build-wise, then you'll have a little bit more damage, but into the later stage of the game, so you need someone to push. Oh, that is a bit more.
Lapu into this? Do they really want to dive that hard? Okay, it just means that right now Izanami is going to be the main anchor for the team. I thought that Mel QT plus Izanami were going to be that duo as the anchor like they usually do, but this time around, I think they want to get a little bit more explosive, right? The disrespect from game number 1 is not going to go unnoticed.
So, if they want explosive, they could go carry, honestly. They already have a good zone out for her.
And the Granger still fits too.
Yeah, the Granger.
They have a lot of CC.
Set up the Joy.
Honestly, they got plenty of options.
Yeah, it's like they can't go wrong anymore when they go with a gold lane pick at this point.
Because nobody's really going to counter them unless you make a mistake like, oh, I picked Runa and...
What? Excuse me, Team Flash.
Zace, what are you cooking?
What are you doing?
Well, it seems like I got my wish. Day 1, we got the spicy pick. Is this a Leomord gold lane? Excuse me?
Is this... We'll see at the very end once we get the final compositions. How does this work? How does this comp work now? I mean, Leomord is one of the few heroes that's really great at cleaning up messes, like almost guaranteed because of his passive.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to dish out my analysis real quick. I think Team Flash has a leg advantage. They have 8 in total just with the Leomord and the Hylos alone. That's it for me. You guys can take over.
Hey, they've already built the chariot composition. You want to dive into us? We're going to run you over, run circles around you. I'm even curious about what battle spells his Leomord is going to take.
You have to try to visualize it. The speed, glorious pathway, Joy, and Leomord.
It's literally supercharged. The fastest comp you might ever see as we head on in to the second match of our very first series here. Homeboys on the blue side, Flash SG on the red side. Let's get this show on the road.
I thought the Cavalry played yesterday, but I guess we're gonna see it today too. So it is Vanix on the Leomord with a Brave Smite. Flicker too. So even more mobility, right? They can run, they can also blink.
But this is going to be something, right? First couple of interactions here, we're expecting...
Oh my lord.
Yeah, we're expecting Team Flash to have priority. Like Lapu, yes, he clears the lane, but he will use his early base damage to say, no, I'm going to zone you off as far as possible, and I will tax your HP.
Look at the punish, though. This is the reason I wasn't really too big of a fan of the Moskov, because you need to scale up, and it actually just gave the opportunity for Flash to pick up a gold lane like this. Moskov cannot bully early in the game, even with the Master Assassin here. And even if you do get a few more hits, Vanek just needs to land one, gets back full HP with the Brave Smite and Festival of Blood.
He's going to sustain, right? But I want to see how Homeboys is going to look to punish this, because a lot of this comes down to mid-priority. We already saw that JPL got a... Oh, hold on.
Good damage over to JPL. That's a Lantern Flare. 2 JPL to flick around. A-Mile, puncture, accurate, gets first blood for HP.
And this is the thing, right? Team Flash, it's very clear that they are looking to push, not only push that lane, but tax Izanami. We saw it right at level 1 that they're looking to trade more than actually fight over priority for Lethal Wanderer. As long as they control that mid lane by taxing them, then at least the side lanes can breathe just a little bit more. But once mid priority falls into the side of Homeboys, they're moving over to the turtle. They're going to leave the gold lane on its own for now.
Looks like they're going to be trading this. The Joy is over to the purple buff. They want to take it. Homeboys have actually blitzed it really quick. Vel, Bravest Fighter to get JPL off of him. This is going to be a risky choice here to go for the purple buff because it just spawned in. Hades with the retribution secures it. But look at Izanami constantly on him with Lancer Flare. 2 Spear of Misery to pin him down. Brought back to the team. Now it's Vanix walking up, but he cannot do much. Ivan very close from getting the taunt over to Curtizi.
Really good punishes from the side of the homeboys, right? Very nicely coordinated. As soon as they notice purple buff is happening, through that Spirit of Destruction to double confirm, get the initial slow to allow the butterfly stacks to come out. JPL, oh boy.
Another airstrike coming down to JPL. Gets away with a sliver of HP as Vanix. This time doesn't have the ultimate to go through. Unfortunate timing.
Okay, let's see how Homeboys plays this now, right? Because now that they actually have priority, they're going toe-to-toe, and they also have a little bit of a lead of their own. Tempo will fall into the Malaysian squad's hands. Team Flash now has to play a little bit more reactive to how Homeboys are going to look to move across the map. They know that the purple buff is already down, so they can pretty much track the location of Amal at this point of time. So, with Hades pathing towards that top side and JPL now hitting level 4, MelQT still so greedy, does not take Purify.
Could also be a win for him, knowing how much mobility Team Flash has. You gotta remember, the Purify doesn't really get you out of the constant slows too, so you need a bit more, maybe a Blinks here. Try to outplay Flash SG, and so far, it's been working for them. That mobility on their side has been able to trump Flash's mobility. And Vanix hasn't really been able to join the team fights. I guess they're banking on Turtle 2 then, right? Because that's his side of the map.
I think... Turtle 2, sure. We'll see whether Vanix is going to be strong enough. I think he will still need a Fury Hammer completed. Not entirely sure what build he's going to go for, whether it's just pure sustain or like, hey, we're going to scale until the very late games and then you let me get involved. But so far, oh no.
Flicker out, already using the ultimate defensively. Now pure stun, Lancer Flare locked down. Tsunami Slam bringing him back now. It's going to be Ivan falling to the turret. Ken with a cut with the Glorious Pathway. Kill over to Curtizi. Zanami running away. And I think he should be able to get it done. Yes. Just walks out as Ken rotates over to Turtle. Ivan for Vanix.
Honestly, not too bad. And now Team Flash can look to actually play the fight without having to worry about the homeboys looking to instantly have space with the AOG.
Retreat battle gonna be close. Phantom Execution. Cancel now. Amal so able to get it in towards him. The door rolls 2, but Hades wins out the retreat battle with electrifying beats. SOD lands. Curtizi falls to the Bravest Fighter of Fel as the Lancer Flare knocks Hades up. Fel gets away. And in this long team fight, homeboys still can hold their own.
Nicely done, nicely done. Honestly, well played coming in from Hades. He completely stops hitting the neutral objective, forcing the homeboys to say, hey, if you're gonna throw abilities, make sure it's towards that turtle side because there's a large chunk of health on this turtle that I can't get through alone, especially when Amal is at 1 HP.
Another attempt, that's a taunt. But he still catches Barbiel. Walks up over to Ivan, slowly but surely. Now dragging him back to JPL. Not enough for Flash to commit, but it is a good way to avoid what could have been a bad pick.
I mean, we gotta call it as we see it. That is counter synergy right there. Pushing him back away from the taunt that Ivan was about to set up anyways. Like, come on. He knew that he was gonna be in one straight line because of Barbiel. Let's keep it clean here, homeboys.
Unlucky Reno. Trying to go for the clear in the bottom lane. They will be able to do it. So now the big question is for Team Flash, when are they online? When can we see the Chariot composition fight homeboys? Because it almost feels like for homeboys, they're all right with this. They continue to scale. JP with the flicker, but it's only onto Ivan. Vanix has the ultimate, picks it up, now into the back line. Curtizi demolished by the Bravest Fighter of Bell, who's still going at it. Izanami in the midst of it all, falling to the music of Hades. JPL now constantly giving the sustain over to the team. No one has lost HP. Flash are healthy, and Mel's getting ran down. He's gonna have to respect this. Hades walks up 1, 2, 3, and won't go for it, but they will cut MelQT off to get a turret.
The counter dive is gonna come out. Wait, does Vel have all? Yes, he does. He's gonna be able to clear this wave, no problem. If he gets a kill on Barracks, that's funny, but for now, he should be okay.
2-man stun, crazy sustain, Lapu Lapu.
Lapu Lapu tings, you know what they say, you know what they say. Again, that ult is so short, right? He goes into the middle of that fight, uses the Bravest Fighter, and then walks back down to try and stop the counter dive from Team Flash. And now we come to that third turtle. This is going to be pivotal for Team Flash. Their ults are about to come back up.
They need to win a fight. For the airstrike to start things off, the Bravest Fighter gets used up again, double taunt into the stun! SOD doesn't land, Curtizi flickering and flying away to the other side. Izanami ran down by Barbiel as Hades continues to dish out damage. Curtizi with a fight, but it's only onto Ivan. MelQT picks up the kill. Ken taunted, but looking for the damage. MelQT with the Spear of Misery, but actually displaces him towards the dash. And in the long team fight, it's 2 for 1. Homeboys on the turtle. Mel on it. Ken looking for a Hades. Has an angle to go for the steal. Walks up, doesn't get it. It's a retribution over by Amal. And that's another stun over. And won't be able to find Ken. Another ton over to Hades. With the music, he tries to get away. A few spears to almost take him down. Hades walks away.
Beautifully played by the Homeboys. They weren't expecting that Hades was going to get back into that fight. All of a sudden, they weren't 100% sure, but they used the process of elimination. And more importantly, they used Mel QT as a dangling piece of bait, hoping that somebody would eventually bite. Even so, Team Flash, they were very focused on what they wanted to do. They tried to steal away that turtle, got very close to doing so, but Homeboys is the better execution so far. I have to talk about the fact that Team Flash, their timings are so ult-dependent. If they got no ults, they shouldn't be here in the first place. They can't go for these long, sustained fights.
Team Flash are kind of like, they're kind of a mix where they want to go for some, yeah, they really want to win out instantly, but it's just tough because like you want Hades to come in last, but you need the damage from Hades too, because the Feather Airstrike and just Vanix won't be enough.
I think it really boils down to the HP difference. If somebody's put down to 50%, that's when Vanix is more confident to walk in. So they're allowing Hades and Cortese to just rip their ult as soon as possible to see how much they can get from it. But even so, I mean, that's when the value from Ivan's Revitalize comes into play as well.
It's like, when is he gonna release it? It's a battle mind game, and hey, Mel QT wins this one. He's been losing a whole lot of the crab battles, but he's gotten the green raptor over there, and Mel is very close to his item power spike, so the clock is actually ticking away for Team Flash.
Once that DHS is available, Vanix is going to struggle even when you're on top of Barbia. I am curious what he's eventually building up to, but here we go.
AOG, Crimson Beacon to Hades! Oh, gets away just barely. Amal. Good stun from Vel. Lord spawns in and they bait it out. 1-2 for 4 ultimates. So 4 ultimates of Homeboys, but they're going to be up quite quickly.
And more so, they know for a fact that Team Flash can't just blitz down the Lord without committing a couple of their own ults. So Homeboys actually are fine with this. All right, we'll eventually get our ults back up. We can take our time. Vel, his ult is expandable. Amal, same thing. Izanami, you got to chill out for a second with Ivan. Okay. Amal, he's out of there, no problem. But you can see both Team Flash and as well as Homeboys, nobody wants to take first position on this Lord.
Homeboys know that they need to bait out some big resources. Great CC immunity from Vel. Now a stun over. Bit of poke back and forth. They know Vel doesn't have the Bravest Spider and they want to go for it. A cut down, but they are struggling to find a target, and now it's even. Both XPs lose on a turn on their ultimates. Tsunami's time over. Oh, what is that burst? Vel able to get away now. That's going to be Vanix. Walk it up, getting the shutdown over. A full dive to the back with a chariot, but look at the bottom lane. Mel QT still going for an SOD landing to the back now. Will he take it? It is an isolation of JPL. Spear of Misery from Mel QT. One last shot with the flicker, and Ken gets the stun. Hades walks up. Mel caught on the back spot, gets the Spear of Misery. Amal wreaking havoc in the back line as Vanix falls to a double kill, and Hades will be forced to run away. Mel 1 HP. One more shot to get him. He doesn't get it, and Flash are again almost wiped.
Down to the wire. Homeboys, as honest as they are winning out in this situation thanks to the economic advantage. Amal having enough items to be able to start cutting down the members one by one. Through the Blood Wings as well. Let's look at the replay one more time, because in this fight, right, that spear coming through, hitting that backline was a very big game changer. We thought he wasn't going to take it, but once Cortese was in an awkward spot, wait for the last second, he walks down to the mid-river, bang! That's where they catch him.
That was super greedy from Cortese, thinking that, nah, there's no way he takes this. And everybody was scattered. They weren't on the same page. JPL wanted to fight in the front. Everybody was like, yo, bro, there's an SOD. And then I guess Kurt was like, you know what? I'm going to help my boy. He's almost dead. He walks up and then he falls. But the rest of the team were like, dude, no.
Please, they need somebody to fall back to. That's why anchors are huge in the current metagame. An 8.3k lead coming up from the side of the Homeboys.
Oh my lord!
Wow! Where did he go? Where did he go?
A magic trick from Homeboys. You blink and you miss it. Hades got sent back to the underworld. Now to Lord in the bottom lane, getting a full charge in. And I have to say, Team Flash, without a marksman, their clear is pretty bad.
They're struggling right now. Ken's gonna be next to fall, right? No, drops the Revitalize at least.
Ooh, 3-man knockup. And then SOD into the back line. JPL with Tsunami Slam, able to lock Ivan down, but there's still no damage to follow it up. MelQT just going at it with the spears. It'll be Vanix next in the chopping block. Amal walking forward with a puncture. And now MelQT locks onto the crystal. Let's get a full 3-game series, folks.
1-1 so far. I'm just shocked the fact that, I mean, Homeboys, they played kind of honest with their drafting phase, and then we see that final pick. Nobody saw it coming. It didn't work out the way we were hoping for. I don't think it's because of the lead, but it became very clear. Without the Blade of Despair, it becomes a problem, right? Because the scaling coming in from Vanix, like, yes, I am sustaining through the damage, but then there's Izanami who's like, okay, you want to sustain? Sure. I can do this literally forever. I can keep picking you up, I can keep chucking you back, and most importantly, Amal played a solid game. His damage was so relevant.
Yeah, and to help set things up for Homeboys in what was a very honest draft against a very loco draft, it was Vel. He was a solid anchor for Homeboys to lynch on. He really felt like a Swiss Army knife for Homeboys at times, making the most out of the Bravest Fighter, the Raging Slashes, even the Landshaker stuns, becoming sort of like another roam option alongside Ivan. That was one of the stuns, landed incredibly well by Vel.
I think in this particular game, like JPL, I was expecting him to be a little bit more upfront to try and bait out the abilities from the side of the Homeboys, but it's just really unfortunate when you're facing off against things like God Thought, you're facing things up like Revitalize, and not to mention Vel, who has just CC immunity, multiple ways to disengage. The Tsunami Slam loses so much value, and MelQT is like, no Purify, win games.
Yeah, he doesn't, no Purify, by the way. He went Flicker, and he's just like, all right, I'm good in the bag. And so, right now, I think for Team Flash, there's just no one to target there. Literally, you go for the Lapu Lapu, there's CC immunity. It's really, really tough.
Yeah, I felt like the lineup of Team Flash had a very specific win condition. It would have been easy to pull off if somehow miraculously Homeboys completely messed up in the early game and gave them like, what, 5 kills within the first 5 minutes or something along those lines. But that's a win condition that's like, at that point, that's sort of like wishful thinking. Not a lot of teams will give that. So Homeboys just played it, you know, by the book. Play around your gold, play around the fact that you have a very steady lineup, and then you can win from there.
Yeah, I think the first blood was what changed a lot of things here. The tempo shifted towards Homeboys almost instantly. And I really feel like for Flash SG, they needed to get Vanix online quick. Like, I thought Turtle 1 was an angle for Vanix to join, but because they gave Amal such an early lead with First Blood, it was difficult for them to rotate over. I think the plan was Farsa clear out mid with the Kalea, rotate up top, get the Prio, help Vanix clear to get level 4, and then rotate together into Turtle.
Here's the thing. I think that Vanix, most people are going to imagine that, like, oh, you know, leaderboard is absolutely non-existent for like at least the first 8 minutes of the game. But the truth is, I think really it boils down to, could JPL as well as Curtizi find the big chunks first? And even if Vanix decided to quick clear, you know, he's never going to be able to clear as fast as MelQT, but especially in the early game, get him out of that lane quick. Go for that 5-man rotation, go for those big assists, get as much gold as possible, and put Curtizi in a better spot, because by the end of this game, he was the one taking the most amount of punishment.
Yeah, I think one way to help contextualize a lot of this is to also look at the matchup between the Lapu Lapu and the High Loss. The High Loss, of course, very utility, great slow, great healing, but he doesn't really do much. He stands there, deals a little bit of damage, but the impact of Vel with the skills that he can drop and use, and if he hits them, significantly outweigh what the High Loss brings to the table. So everything that you guys mentioned, plus that factor with the EXP lane matchup, just equal to Homeboys running away with this, even though they had less legs, literally.
Let's visualize it again. I would say for Flash, right? They decided to take on a lot of weird 4v4s without Vanix, because Vanix was like holding on in the gold lane or even in the XP lane when they traded. But it's just bad for Flash SG to take those 4v4s because Hades wants to come in last. He doesn't want to be in first. And so you're just left with a Farsa like getting feather airstrikes that is very easily dodged by this composition. That's a Juicin and Lancelot. Like, none of them are going to take those shots. And then Vel's just going to jump on you every time he gets the chance to. So there was literally just no damage. A lot of sustain with the Revitalize and the Kalea constantly getting the procs of the passive, but no damage.
Yeah, not only no damage, right? I think the big, as you mentioned, Renmar, this Lapu Lapu coming in from Vel definitely was the glue that kind of makes his composition sort of sustain, even if things go bad. We saw the Brave Fire used as a disengage tool sometimes. You saw that even Hades, he jumps in and it's like, oh boy, one more dash into Electrify and beats. Whoa, that's a big stun. I'm gonna step back from that one. Let's calm down for a second.
It's funny because we were looking for a glue in the draft. We got a glue, but not the glue. If you know, you know. I'm not going to spell it out for you. But yeah, Vel did a fantastic job. Helped Anchored. But yeah, looking at the center of the map, the fact that Homeboys were able to read the very early counter jungle rotation of Hades after they gave up the first turtle, catching him out there just meant that Homeboys ran away with it. They didn't slip on their footing.
I mean, at least they didn't slip over a banana peel at this point, right? I think that in terms of mechanics, we definitely saw a couple of like counter synergy moments of like, hey, Barbiel, we know he's gonna come in a straight line. The taunt, you just have to taunt him away from Barbiel. Gets pushed into the awkward direction. But besides that, I think for the most part, at least Homeboys are kind of like now, all right, get a bit of confidence back. It's really just boiling down to the draft more than anything else.
Yeah. And it seems like the early rotations as well of how they're gonna be handling what their opponents want to do in the jungle. More highlights all throughout there for you. So, do you feel like this draft by Team Flash, similar to what I mentioned earlier, was it a little bit too local? Was it a little bit too specific in their conditions? Or was there something that they could have done to make this easier, easier for themselves? Excuse me.
I think it is. I think it just is a bit too one-dimensional. You're just banking on the fact that you win turtle fights, right? Like, you're utilizing the river changes to get mobility from your gold lane over to the turtle, and then you fight. It's straightforward in a sense. But yeah, things could have changed had the first blood not happened.
I think they could have recovered from the first blood, right? I think that the second turtle was the interesting decision coming in from Team Flash. They knew they could potentially contest, but then Barbiel comes up super early and Homeboys forces it out of him. I think that's where you needed to make the call of like, this is not happening at this point, right? Turtle 1, we see the initial invade. It was pretty close, like if assuming that Hades made it out alive, it would have been worth his time, but coming into it, I think they need to adjust their decisions, especially if the plan isn't going exactly the way they want it.
All right, maybe for Team Flash, go a little bit more textbook yet again. I appreciate and I love that we got to see a crazy attempt of a new hero, new strategy for the group stages, but now considering that you really do not want to head down to the lower bracket, based off of what we saw in Game 1, Team Flash, when they're going for the textbook, it goes very well. It seems like the rotations are good. Meanwhile, for maybe that is what they can decide to continue to push Homeboy towards and try to put them backs against the wall. Again, if you're just joining us here now, it is heading into a game number 3 for our very first series of the day between Homeboys and Team Flash. Flash got to take game number 1. Homeboys taking game number 2 confidently after Team Flash was able to, pick up the Leomord. Hopefully you did get to see that. Yeah.
If not, watch it again.
Yeah, if not, you can go back real quickly and watch it again. So, seems like our teams are just about ready. We are going to be heading into the draft in just a little bit. What can we expect? That can be the question left up in the air. For now, let's look at the journey of Homeboys heading into MSC at the Esports World Cup.
Halo, nama Melkiti, PCN Melkiti dari tim Homeboys sebagai goal laner Homeboys. Bila kita orang kalah dengan SRG 4-0, and tu memang macam orang cakap yang kita orang memang tak ready, yang kita orang just nak pergi MSC, tak nak lawan, tak prepare lah nak lawan SRG. And cara kita orang overcome mungkin dekat kita orang tengok balik game and improve. Selagi banyak masa yang ada, selagi itu kita orang improve lah and sampai ke hari ini.
This team has so much potential, right? With a meta that is shifting into a more diverse style of play.
That's the back line! But he's still going in his the Lord is still alive, but the dancing! Homeboys!
This is a completely different Homeboy squad compared to MSC 2024. I think they're really going to use that as motivation to show the world that MPL Malaysia isn't just all about SRG OG. Don't forget about Homeboys too.
It's a wipeout! Homeboys!
Kita orang semua memang expect yang at least kita orang nak top 4. So susah sikit lah perjalanan tu. Just kita boleh bagi yang terbaik lah.
You know, a little bit of an understatement there by Homeboys that it was a bit difficult, their journey here. Their journey was incredibly difficult. And if you haven't seen what they had to go through in the MPL Malaysia playoffs, multiple 5-game series against DXOL, against Selangor Red Giants, even almost being the first team to qualify here for MSC is a fantastic story indeed. So let's see if this series is enough. Everything that they've experienced is enough for them to take the win over Team Flash. Because we're working for... This is like the difficult part about analyzing a game number 3, wherein you're working from two very opposite sides of the drafting and execution spectrum, that you're just trying to find that in-between for both teams. So what is that in-between that we can focus on? Let's start on first with Homeboys.
Okay, I think all of it boils down to, put on your tinfoil hats here, the fact that I have taken off my face makeup here. Without the mask, think about it, Homeboys were losing the game as soon as the face paint came off, they started winning. Coincidence? I think not.
All right.
I heard that phrase before. I think it's from a guy who looks like you.
I think my tinfoil hat
Esports Reptar?
Yeah, that guy.
Yes, Gideon Q at Esports Reptar Field 5-way. Full name, government name over there.
Government name.
Well, now, for Flash.
Yeah, for Flash.
Back to blue. That's the way to go. I think stick to the orthodox draft. Maybe save those little cheese strats for a bit later. Yeah. I like that they tried in game 2. They had a lead, so they were like, all right, if we get this done, we're going to shatter the expectations of everyone in the tournament. And then they're going to be looking at Flash and being like, what do we need to prepare? Like, what is that? Do we counter Leomon? See, it makes it very difficult for the later matches. But now, I think stay chill.
It's about impact, and I think now we need to talk about adjustments, right? Because Homeboy saw what that first game draft looked like, and now we're seeing a couple of similarities, except this time, or maybe, possibly, 1-1 ban. Reyna's going to get let through. Kalia might not going to get let through. The power picks are substantial for blue side if we follow the exact same pattern from game 1.
So far, it is the exact same pattern with the Family Lancelot bans, the Yisenshin Phobius ban. So maybe Team Flash, if they change things up and it's not a Harith ban this time around. Oh, no, okay, it is a Harith ban. So it's up to Homeboys to decide whether or not we're going to be playing with a similar drafting field as game number 1. And we are not, as they take out the 1-1 right away.
There we go. That's what we wanted to see. Does mean that Team Flash, again, still plenty of power picks on the table. I want to see what the different style of opener is, right? Look at Zace. He's looking at a notebook. It's like, okay, different opener, new hand. Let's figure this out.
So, Baksha.
Finally.
That was the final ban from Homeboys, I believe, in game number 1, right? So they take it away. First time we're going to be seeing the Baksha today.
Thank God, it's been so long. Because this now, again, takes away a little bit of value from Izanami. He can't just go, oh yeah, I'm going to take my Kidney, my best performing hero during the regular season of MPLMY.
So, Homeboys, what are you guys going to do? Play around the mid lane prio, maybe? Rush Juice in if you want to, because it seems like they're very comfortable playing around the Juice in with heroes that can just bully the center of the map, dictate the tempo of the center of the map.
I mean, still 100% win rate. There you go.
Yeah, it's still 100% win rate, but now it also kind of forces Homeboys into these awkward spots. I can't pick Kimmy. I can't pick Kalia as well. Gatot on top of it doesn't do very well into the Baxia. So as long as we don't know the position of whether the Baxia is going to go into the jungle or into the support side, I think Homeboys need to kind of narrow down on what their mid lane duo is going to be. Ideally, it's something that clears really, really quick and interacts with the opposing side a little less.
Okay. So for Flash now, do they just go for the Kimmy, the easy pick here? I mean, it's already up against a Juicin, right? That's where usually you would find comfort. It's already set up by the Baksha too.
Yeah, I feel like it's the safest pick right now that they can just go for.
There you go. And the Angela, whoa! So they really want to bang on the Baksha-Angela combination.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then at the same time, they have enough room for flexibility in their draft that if they ever put up a different, like for example, the Baksha goes roam, you get a CC in the EXP. That's also another classic combo with the Angela. So there's a lot of options and flexibility for Flash SG heading into the second phase of the draft.
This does mean that Homeboys could potentially look to kind of pivot their composition to a more pick-off style if necessary, right? But it really boils down to who's going to be the big burst hero. And right now, the fact that they've already lost the jungle and mid role, it only leaves what, just the marksman role at this point, the gold lane. And I don't think, and with Granger as well, not unless Granger has like an absurdly winning lead or a huge lead, then sure, that makes sense. But I don't see it because all of their cores have basically been revealed.
And Homeboy's got to ban Irithel now. We know the combo, the Baksha, Angela, Irithel, to be very lethal, and it's a composition that would that will give the Irithel a lot of value right now. If you look at it, right, the Juicin, this comp, everyone gets punished hard.
Oh yeah, I mean,
and they still need the front line.
They really need the front line. So I'm hoping Homeboys just please ban out the
There we
Irithel.
go.
Get that out of the way. Make sure again, now that Irithel's out of the way, you don't have to worry about the household domestic abuse that's going to be applied by Flash SG. But now let's look at Flash SG's side, right? What are they genuinely worried about? They've got one of the strongest heroes in the meta so far, on top of like the ultra sustain and the early game from Kimmy. Like things are shaping up to be well for Flash.
I think CC, a good choice to go for Homeboys right now. They need a bit of shred. So I'm thinking like CC, maybe glue as well. Something that can deal with this utility jungle, but they just take away the Kalea.
Homeboys need something active here, because looking at the lineup of Homeboys, it's so dependent again on, similar to Flash in game number 2, Homeboys needs to get a really good early game going here. If they don't, if they can't keep it close, if they lose considerably within the first 5 minutes of the game, the comeback is going to be so hard just through the 3 picks that we already see on the side of Flash alone. So they definitely need a early game facilitator for their lineup.
They can go... Wait. They've got Jushin on this side. They've got Granger, who's most likely not going to take Purify this time around unless given otherwise. We do see a Lapu ban come out from the side of Homeboys. Is this one of those games where you can technically... Oh, but then, okay, so Red Side's going to get that first pick. There could be an opportunity for Ken to kind of flex a little bit more. If he wants Benedetta, if he wants to go into like the big chunkers in the EXP lane, like Yuzong, this might be a game they can actually do it. Again, Kimmy is a pretty solid anchor, but at the same time, if Joy gets too far ahead, it's not going to matter.
With the Baksha in the jungle, do you just want to go for some setters in the XP to just help for Turtle 1 guarantee?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Do you want to go for something a bit crazy like the Masha in the XP? Some more damage.
Just the sheer burst alone?
Because usually, at least in Indo, we see the Masha a lot against these 3, the Juicin, Joys, and the Granger. It seems like a pretty okay time to go for it, but obviously it depends on what Homeboys go for now. CC does get banned.
They want a tank. I mean, Uranus is still technically open. Homeboys could pick up Uranus for themselves. It's like a nice little, ooh, I have MR Shred, and I've got a 2 cores that can actually benefit from that MR Shred in the first place.
And with that, you deny the Masha, because the Uranus, you're not picking Masha into Uranus.
Oh, yeah. God, that's going to be such a boring matchup. But let's see whether Vel wants it or not.
The Basha can... Okay. They go Badang.
Good flex.
Yeah. They needed something to help facilitate tempo. Okay, they can just add that with another piece in their EXP lane with the Badang most likely going roam. If Flash goes something crazy again, I'm going to lose my mind. But, I mean, this 3 alone is like, it's good. It's like, you don't need to add any more options for the Angela. That's more than enough options already for her.
They won't expect us to go Leomord one more
time. But this time with an Angela. Or if you want to go really crazy, they go Alice. They put the Boxer in the EXP lane.
They flex it and play jungle assassin still, jungle damage. Yeah. I think the safe choice would just... Oh, there you go. That's the Masha. Oh, my God. No one will expect it twice.
Nobody sees it again.
Oh, my Lord.
Whoa.
Called the Masha, but the Leo Lord. Corvio's just like, hey, man, I'm back.
I'm back one more time. Try and play that Moscow. Hey, sorry, try and play Moscow one more time. Oh, no, it's Granger. It's different.
This is a more difficult matchup for the Leomord, no? The Granger?
I do feel that, like, JPL has a lot of, like, deliveries to make. He's going to be like, oh, is somebody a little low? I run over to your lane, top you up, and then go back into the mid lane, fight for the next wave. Oh, no, we're going to split our resources again.
It's the new skin, Moonton, Marathon Runner Angela.
Marathon Runner Angela.
Wait, are we going to be so sure that this is going to be like a roam Angela? What if the Angela goes mid, you put the Kimmy in the gold,
and then
Jungle Leomord?
Jungle Leomord.
Boxer. Hey, it could go any way right now, but the glue does come in. Something I personally expected to be banned over to Kalea.
Big glue energy. And I think at this point, we've sniffed it all out. We sniffed out the glue. We sniffed out the Masha as well. These sweaty EXP laners. At least the displacement and the fact that they can look for these big lockdowns for the side of the Homeboys, whoever gets hard guarded can be displaced and pulled away from the fight. And that's the most important factor. You get a free 2 for 1.
Can you smell it in the air? It seems like we've got a local game in our hands. The second time a Leomord appears at the hands of Flash SG, this time paired up with an Angela. Who will win game number 3? Will it be them or will it be Homeboys? Gentlemen, your turn.
Thank you once again, Renmar. Our desk host giving it up to us to go into the Land of Dawn for one last time between these two teams currently at match point. Homeboys at 1 point, Flash SG at 1 point. And they've changed it up a good amount of times. This time round for our matchup, we're going to see that Leomord one more time. Is this experiment going to work with a lineup with the Angela or not? Flash SG on the blue side, Homeboys on the red.
Second time is the charm. At least that's like the saying that Zace likes, I guess. Let's see if it actually works out here. Everything does seem to be normal, so there's no crazy flex into the end with the Boxer going roam and the Leomord going jungle. It is the Leomord going gold as expected. Masha with lethal ignition.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, man. Look at that damage from Amal already. Mid-prio coming down early. Ivan with a flicker forward, forcing JP with a flicker to Curtizi. Forced to run back.
I'm all for it right now because at this rate, Homeboys have even adjusted their starting buffs, expecting Team Flash to go for that initial push and invade. Wow, okay, this is actually working out really, really well for the Homeboys because you would imagine that with JPL on this Angela and Curtizi on Akimi, they shouldn't be losing this much health.
Yeah. At least you can heal back, so that's a good thing. Bargain Hunter and the Inspire here, the choice for JP on the Angela. And it's the Weapon Mastery, so don't expect Ken to be participating in a lot of fights early. He's just going to be farming up to be a monster. So Team Flash now, I think they might be playing more to mid to late with the emblems alone.
Yeah, I'm more worried about Vanix right now because, like, in comparison to the Moskov matchup, like, this is a lot easier for MelQT to just go pew pew pew. I'm just gonna chunk your HP. What are you gonna do about it, sucker? Especially at level 2. Like, at this point, like, Vanix is a little nervous to walk up every single time he's thinking about the wave. He's just, I have to clear the wave. I can't even trade back.
And it's so annoying because on the Leomord, you can't really last hit without shoving the wave. You throw out that big skill AoE, and it pushes the wave to Granger. Mel can just freeze it up. Hades with the shield unity. He's gonna lock Izanami down as immobilization as well. Big damage coming down. Amal is able to dash into the back now, losing a bit of HP. Passing electrifying beats. Big resource. Let's see what Flash can do with it.
Wow, they didn't. Okay, I mean, Amal definitely didn't want to die early there. He could have looked. Oh, hold on, another opportunity.
Yep, this is the glue. Over to the back, actually able to find Curtizi. Knows he has Purify, goes to the back. Now Vanix rotating over. Something we expected from game 1, or sorry, game 2, shows up here to Purify out from Curtizi over the mountain. Now Vanek still able to push him back into the mobilization, and now it's Ken who rotates forward, gets the thunderclap, enables the kill. Hades gets away barely, and Ken thunderclaps Amal.
And that's why Baxia is so nasty in the meta so far. Rapid Boots being purchased by Ken, going to be useful, especially after he loses a bit of HP off of the wave and can rotate and still maintain a healthy amount going into these neutral fights. Either way, this is, whew, what a game.
It's so crazy, Gideon, because we were talking about the lane matchup for the Granger that should have been better. I think we're going to have to hold on that thought because both teams... Okay, we can talk about it. So, Granger should be the better matchup, but because it's so much of a better matchup, Mel decided to shove the wave and rotate mid for the double lane, I think, right? So that's what enabled Vanix to rotate?
Actually, it's Mel looking to trade against Vanix a little too heavily. Because keep in mind, right, when you are using that Rhapsody, the waves are a big proponent to it. So you gotta move away from the wave to find these angles, and Vanix allows Vanix to kind of walk up and clear quickly, which is why we saw him move first. So that's kind of on Mel, I'm not gonna lie, but the communication should have been there. Like the flicker coming in from Bell in the mid lane, that should have been a completely different direction.
Because the idea right now, I think, is for Homeboys to have Bell, or to have Mel constantly hold Vanix down in the lane. You don't want Vanix to rotate. You saw what he did with one rotation, but Flash SG are making it hard. They're already on the turtle.
Oh, he's not going to be able to do this again.
Let's see. I will lock down to the pin down already, but Ken is dealing a lot of damage with Thunderclap over to Amo! And he gets the last one! The electrifying beats enable the reset. Curtizi mounted. This time they'll Purify, but look at the boys. Shield Unity. Hades is rolling over. Bell gonna be stunned up. Ken has 3 more health bars to go for 3 more big Thunderclaps, but he doesn't even need it. Curtizi gets a Sky Piercer stack off of that kill.
Wait, look at the response. Izanami getting right on top of Vanix.
Bang. Into the Shooty McShooties. Vanix, oh my lord! This flickers out to safety now under the turret. MelQT doesn't have the bullets. Not enough to take Vanix down. Aima, whoa, Vanix.
Hey, JPL's here. Does he have the hard gun? He doesn't have the
He
hard gun, but
doesn't.
he will top up Vanix. Oh, he's playing with fire here, but at least he's able to heal it back up. I'm pretty sure that the items...
The War Axe?
I think he's got the War Axe. He's healed up a little too much there. Let's look at the items. Yeah, War Axe first item.
That's crazy, dude. He got like half HP worth of health. Just boom into the minions.
It's a fat wave. It's a fat wave. But can we talk about Cartesi and the fact that he's a little greedy boy? He's like, ooh, I'm gonna go for the Sky Piercer. I'm a little dirty here.
He saw the early game. He knows that he and his team are very much in the lead. So, and he actually isn't the main damage dealer. It's actually the two side lanes. So he's like, you know what? You do damage, I'll rack up kills, and later I'll do the damage and execute everybody.
All right, so Barbiel has already been thrown out here to try and get some, not only control over the lane, but an opportunity onto Mel QT. It has been nullified because both JPL on top of Ivan very nearby. Wait, Boxia.
Uh-oh, Mel QT, you can dish out damage, but can you sustain? Oh my lord, Hades is a walking rock right now. No one can crack him. You can knock him up, you can punch him in the face, you can do whatever you want, but Hades just chills there as he pops in the poison. Oh no. Up top, this is what I was talking about, Gideon. The Masha into Joy. It's so good.
Yeah. That Thunderclap is a little too strong. With the anti-synergy here. And anytime Ivan couldn't, at least his flicker is back up, but let's see how they play this next scenario, right? Because ults are available.
Look at Vanix. He's setting up for a proper flank here. If Homeboys takes control of mid-bush, that's actually going to be good for Team Flash. Turret up top means that's more prio for... He goes back into the mid lane now. He has the ultimate. Hades on the neutral objective, gets it for free. Now Traction Pulse. Okay. Homeboys just give it.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well give it at this point, right? A 2.5k lead. Honestly, you need your team to actually scale a little bit more into this game before they're actually relevant. And Mel has already taken 2 deaths. Hades has a full level lead on top of having 5 assists plus a kill.
Oh my lord! Again, the Thunderclap. This time not enough damage to get the reset over, Fel. Looking for a possible pick, but he knows better than that.
It's just not worth their time. Resources on the table still for Team Flash rather than the Homeboys. A lot of these fights aren't without me. My resets on my Thunderclap. I will take you on every single time, and Amal, he's really struggling with it.
Very much so. Right now, I think the big concern isn't really... It's just Pen. They need Pen. Dude, they need to get through the healing and the sustain. We get like to 10 minutes maybe.
I'm thinking 12, considering how Team Flash likes to eventually, when they have a clearer lead. Like, let's see when they get to the 5k mark, right? Oh, hold on.
Yeah, Ken is kind of cooked here. Has to flicker out, but will just be initiated on now. He does a lot of damage over to Izanami at least. It'll be Amon to pick up the kill. Now Fist Crack over JPL! Flickering out just in time. Homeboys pushing the pace.
Excuse me? How much? Yeah, I would like to see the items. What is Ivan building right now? He's chunking out JPL like a little too much here. He goes for the Thunderbelt first item. Okay, sure. I would have imagined that JPL would have tanked a little bit more, but with the Flask of Oasis, it does go to show that at least for JPL, he needs to not get caught in these types of positions.
Yeah. I think it was the Fist Crack together with Mel just shooting Rhapsody. That looked like it was purely Fist Crack. But yeah, that was a bit weird to see too. Like, whoa.
That's a lot of damage. That's damage per down. What's going on here? But either way, despite everything that's happened in the game, look at Vanix, right? He's already
my lord. Yet again, Purify, but you will fall to Mel QT with the Sky Piercer. Now Vanix walks up. Oh, too much to stay. Now Vanix able to flicker in forward. Can in the 1v1 against Amal. Has a Thunderclap, but Amal is already out. Sustaining him, going to battle. It's a 1-for-1. Ken 4. for Amal, and it's Ivan who picks up the kill. Hades mounted on, brought back again into the bullets of MelQT, this time without the help of the hard guard. Vanix no ultimate, MelQT free to go for the hits, as that's gonna be Ivan constantly peeling. That's a shield unity to lock him down, and the damage from Vanix now catches Barbiel. Over to Ivan he goes, who needs to run. Oh, Vel wants to go for it, jumps in with a slam and spread.
It's not an easy matchup so far. Vel should be the next to fall here, no problem. Izanami is going to try and cover, but this Lord should fall into the hands of Team Flash. I mean, they're kind of dragging this out, and now they're even committing the hard guard to make sure that Hades stays alive because they know Joy is on the way. But look at them. They're just blowing through this, right? Cutting through that HP like butter.
There's a very specific win condition right now for Homeboys, and it's to catch one of the damage dealers before the fight starts. You get Ken first, you should have enough of an advantage to beat that 4. But it's so hard to get. It kind of relies on Flash overextending, making a mistake.
I think right now, the main mechanic, Ivan needs to punch Ken out of the Thunderclap, right? He's going to, again, keep your eyes on Ken because he's going for Amal every single time. Trading 1-for-1 in these types of positions is so much more beneficial when neutral objective is up for Team Flash. Therefore, Ivan can't be that guy to open up the map. He has to play Peel and let Vel do the rest of the work.
That's why it's kind of botched though, because yes, you want to peel, but your peel while doing damage gives Ken another Thunderclap. That's a reset constantly. So I think it comes down to Vel. Like, Vel needs to be the one to just hold Masha down. Hades gets the hard guard. I don't know if that's a bit too early though. Poissons and hard guard.
I mean, you know, at the end of the day, they just need to get that mid-tier 1. If they get an inhibitor, that's always a plus point, but they don't have enough of a lead, right? We were talking about that 5K lead earlier. They're nowhere near it. It came down to 1.7. Oh my god.
That's a pin down over to Kurtizi. That's a win condition mounted on as well. A free kill over to Izanami. As Ken might be next, has to run away and does get out. Kurt needs to respect this glue a bit more. He was just waiting for the slam.
He kind of ate it, honestly. Yeah. I thought maybe like they had to set it up with Ivan flickering forward. Oh, wait.
And all into the back. Good flicker out from MelQT. HP bar from Ken. Getting wrecked. Ivan, though, will be falling here to Vanix as he walks forward with the help of the hard guard. Actually buys a bit more time as Vel mounts Hades. And Amal comes in. Ken, I don't think he can go in with just 1 HP bar.
He's got to heal himself back up, but right now we can see that the clear ideologies from Homeboys and as well as Team Flash's side. Both are looking for these initial picks. Both are willing to trade 1-for-1. They got to punch above their weights for whoever they are trading for. And I think so far in terms of like the raw lead, finally we are seeing Vanix in an unbelievable position. He may be 5-0-2, but he only has an 837 gold lead, which arguably isn't that much, considering that you know, MelQT, he's only died twice. He should be way further behind, but he's been farming well.
That's the Granger for you, man. You could die solo kill 3 times and still be ahead just because of the gold crab control and the minions that your team will technically always have to funnel into you just so that you have more stacks to play with, more bullets to play with in the fight. And that's also considering Homeboys with Granger, comeback potential is at an all-time high. All he needs is, I think, 2-3 more stacks, and then he'll be online for sure.
Yeah, look at this, right? Because if we're talking about gold distribution, the slight minion advantage for the side of Team Flash, but like pretty significant when it comes down to the jungle creeps. Other than that, passive gold exactly the same. Kills and assists, huge for the side of Team Flash, but it's being distributed rather awkwardly, right? I would have imagined that balance would be so much further, but that's really coming down to an EXP lead more than it is a gold. At this point, with 3.2k, let's see how they roll the dice. This 50-50 is all about map control.
You see the hard guard being pointed over. Hades walking up. Ken losing half of his HP already, and Vanix is the one who gets the hard guard. It means Hades is up for grabs for the rest of the team. Now it's a pin down over. Vanix no ult. Hades no ult. 3, 4 big ultimates down. And Vel capitalizes. 3-man slam pass there. It's Ken. Walks up, but will just be peeled off. Ivan gets a fist crack down. Ken's very low. Almost a Sky Piercer stack for free. Vanix flickers out of the mount that could have brought him back to the team. Wow. And Homeboys have just baited out all the resources, getting tier 1 mid.
Yep. Very powerful position that Homeboys is currently in. And more importantly, so they played that so patiently. Even Vel, he could have quickly just hopped onto any of the 3 targets that he pushed back into Team Flash's own jungle, but waited until the very end and got battle spells for it. So the value that we see from Homeboys right now currently is within this next minute and a half. Vanix, though, he has his ult ready. Everybody's got their ult ready, but without those flickers, they can't make significant plays. They need Homeboys to initiate.
It's about the small windows for Team Flash when their abilities are up, when they can actually go for a fight, a winning one. they need to be very clean with their engage. They can't just randomly go in because Homeboys, I mean, it's visible earlier. They can disengage and engage back so quickly. Curtizi has to respect. Oh man, the poke from Mel.
He can get topped up from the side of JPL, and I think that Curtizi, the only thing that's making him confident is the fact that he has his Purify available, right? And for now, he wants to walk up, he wants to try and get a reaction, or at least a flicker out of the side of the Homeboys, thinking that he may be able to outplay it. Vanixon as well as MelQT, honestly, pretty close when it comes down to the damage ranking. Not too surprised that MelQT has more, but now, Lord already put down to 1/3 of its HP.
It's going to be a retry battle. Hades forced to go in with a shield unity. That's with the hard guard as well, but that means Vanix is actually pretty free. Ivan, 3-man pin down now as Amar was forced back there in the back line. McKen fell and Amar out of fight as now is giving the fist crack desperately. Vanix picks up a monster kill. 2 members have to recall. This is a green light for Flash to take the Lord.
And they can't slow it down either. Team Flash really, literally bulldoze their way to break the battle formations from the side of the Homeboys. They need to kite together. They cannot allow to get split in half.
Flash are not going to go for the Lord. What? Amal goes in, finds the kill. Izanami gets wiped down as well. MelQT kiting, able to flick around. The traction pulse not landing. Now Vantage will flicker forward. Mel pops in with an nature. Val, can he peel for the marksman? No, he cannot. Curtizi with a Sky Piercer kiting away. Val with a flicker forward. That's a Purify to get rid of the stacks and to put Val in a tough spot now. It's a mount over to Hades, but Hades just bringing him over towards the base. Another way to roll in Val. Good night, buddy.
Wow. I did not expect Vanix to have so much value, but once again, break through those battle lines, have an Angela on top of you, win some nature, trade your flickers, doesn't matter. Vanix full item build, and unfortunately for MelQT, no matter how many shots he's landing, the heart guard just tanks so much. The sustain, too good.
But now the big question for Flash is, can they siege?
I think they put, well, I think they can, assuming that Curtizi hits a mega ult. He needs to hit a traction pulse of a lifetime. We'll see, right? Because now this Lord almost guarantees them at least 1 inhibitor turret. I don't know how much more they can get after that. 1 is guaranteed, 2 is really, really good. 3 is how did they do it? But let's look at this fight one more time, right? Because as you can see, right, the anchors from the side of the Homeboys get kicked in the chest, and once the wind is knocked out of them, the whole team disperses into multiple different directions. Amal is the only one who's flexible enough to weave in and out, but the peel is just not good enough, right? Ivan ends up dying. Vel, yes, he can displace 1 person at a time, and that's the big problem. He can't control multiple people.
You can see, I mean, at this point, Vel was like, all right, take me. Just take me. You've already won that fight. Homeboys, just have to defend. They just have to try to bait out some of these big resources over, because really for Team Flash, it's all about those big ultimates. It's all about utilizing 1 cycle of skills to win out the battle and then to capitalize with objectives.
In terms of the raw item power builds here, oh, no Wishing Lantern actually purchased from Izanami. Looks for raw sustainability, right? Even a brute force breastplate to try and keep him alive.
No force to flick around already. Lord charging down, able to get the damage onto the base turret as Curtizi constantly goes in. Can't really go on Ivan. Base turret number 1 falling down to the bottom lane as Hades pops into Poissons, and the hard guard comes through as well. Crimson Beacon now the pin down over to Hades with MelQT just shooting him down, but Hades is healing off of those shots, my lord! What is that sustain?
God, just, my goodness. Just too much. There's too much to get through. And when you think he's about to go down, oh, hey, Flask of the Oasis starts kicking in. Oh, hey, Favor is starting to kick in from JPL as well. Oh, whoa!
Ken with a flicker forward. MelQT had it with nature, and that's going to be 1 man down. Amal! Diving to the back, finding JPL as well. Amal with a big play. That should be a free triple. No flicker for JPL. He jumps back in just to give another to Homeboys. And now it's Team Flash on the back foot. 1 man. And it's the Leo Mord.
Hey, somebody's got to go back. They got to clear those waves. 2 huge waves are starting to collapse from top and bottom into Homeboys' space. While Team Flash, if they can just get rid of that wave, that'd be great. Barbiel coming through.
That's a Lantern Flare over to Vanix. It's a cannon minion. 10 seconds on Ken.
Hey, whoa.
Look at the small caster minion coming down as well. Vanix able to clear 1. Look at the caster minion. That could have win them the game. They need to take this up. They will be able to. No one gets cleared up. 2 seconds for Kurt. Can he walk up and clear? No, he cannot. Homeboys pull off the 1 straight push against Flash SG.
No way! Look, as much as I am a Malaysian fan, that was too close to the wire. Team Flash had full control over the game. They were winning at least 80% of these team fights in these 5v5s. Remar, get into this. Chime in on this. What was that?
Oh no, not like that. Ken was just too hungry to force a reaction. Out of Homeboys, diving straight to the backline, driving straight to Mel Cutie. Yeah, they forced out a win in nature, but just everything lined up perfectly for the Badang of Ivan to turn things around. It was going so good until it wasn't for Team Flash.
And I'd say it's the pent-up frustration of being able to win out 80% of the fights, like you said, Gideon, but never being able to really capitalize on turrets as much.
Yeah.
So they were like, we need to end. If the Evolved Lord gets taken, it's an easy win for Homeboys.
Yeah, I mean, the conversions weren't the greatest for Team Flash. It was very slow, it was very incremental, but then the problem with sieging against the Homeboys became extremely evident towards the end. They have to throw bodies to protect themselves against the projectiles, and even so, Amal with a super play as Team Flash were disengaging from that final fight turns it all around, because look at how these fights end up always happening. The only times Homeboys were able to win is if they snuck away a core in courtesy, if not force JPL to quickly use his ult as soon as possible.
What a win by Homeboys. A lot of things that Team Flash needs to learn from that one, especially with trying to end and over to Eterna at the stage for an interview with the winning team.
I'm sorry, Izanami, I'm so sorry. I accidentally called Stormy the Prince of Mages yesterday, but you are the true Prince of Mages. I'm sorry, do you forgive me?
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay.
It's okay? So I can tell the felt to stop, like, harassing me?
Yeah,
that's okay. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Once again, congratulations, you're here.
Thank you.
Okay, how was that for you? How was that first experience here at MSC?
I think it's kind of hard because this is my first international after long time not playing in international. So I think a bit nervous, and yeah, Team Flash also they use their like cheese threat. So yeah, it's a bit hard for our first match.
Oh, so it was a little bit tricky. You were feeling a little bit nervous. Okay, that does make sense because, I mean, I think a lot of people were really surprised with the Leomord pick in gold 2 times in a row.
Yeah.
Did that surprise you? How did you guys like communicate about that? Were you worried?
Actually, I think, yeah, we a bit worried because we never fight like this threat in training. So, yeah, a bit tricky and hard for us lah. Yeah, but we can adapt. Yeah, we can adapt to the meta. So, yeah.
That's perfect. That's perfect. You guys handled it really well, especially in the final bouts of that previous game. Now, Izanami, why do you have Yayo at the back of your name? Where did that come from?
Actually, because I use Yayo in my main account, so why not I used in MSC? Yeah, because before we qualify to MSC, I already thinking about I want to use this name.
Oh,
yeah,
so it wasn't Erpang who was like, you have to use Yayo at the back of your name.
No.
Okay, so it was a personal choice.
Yeah, he's the one copying me.
Oh, he copied you.
Yeah.
Coach Erpang, be more original. Okay, so flashbacks to last year at MSC, Homeboys was able to, no, actually Homeboys lost to Flash SG. So coming into this, being able to even the score, how does that make you feel?
I think we feel happy because we managed to beat Team Flash, but I think it's still early because after this we will fight either Team Spirit or DFYG. Yeah, so I think both of them is a strong opponent lah for us. Yeah.
Both are very strong contenders. Because that also brings me to my final question. Izanami, who do you think you're going to be fighting up against in the upper brackets?
Actually, I think both of them is strong, but I think maybe we will fight Team Spirit.
Team Spirit.
Because they got like so many experience in international, and they also have a very good player lah. So yeah, I think maybe we will fight them.
Okay. Izanami thinks that they will be meeting up against Team Spirit in their next match. So maybe a final message to Team Spirit.
Team Spirit, good luck for your match, and I hope we can fight later.
Hope we can fight. Do you think you'll win?
I don't know.
I don't know. Okay, that's fine. It's okay. Confidence boosts later backstage. So thank you so much, Prince of Mages, Izanami Yeo. There you go. We're going to throw it over back to our casters.
Great to hear from Izanami Yeo.
Yeah, yo!
That is his actual name, and that is how it's going to be pronounced moving forward here in MSC. Yo. Team Flash, again, it was just one moment. It was one moment where they slipped, and I think this is a strategy that I hope they continue to carry moving forward. Just refine it a little bit more. I like it. I
mean, refinement is something because I feel like right now it's uniquely positioned in the meta game, right? And I think as you heard it from Izanami, the Prince of Mages himself, it was a little awkward to play against, right? You can even tell from MLQT is like, oh my god, this guy on a horse doesn't stop. That hard guard makes me do negative damage to him on top of it all.
And when he does, there's a woman coming in, thunderclapping, boom, constantly as well. Luckily for him, well, not luckily, he was just really locked in because look at the reaction. Mel QT with the nature instantly, right as he saw the thunderclap, because that could have been really bad. Had he panicked just a bit, with him dying, could actually have turned into a big win for Team Flash.
Yeah. To be fair, we got to give that to Ken, that if Mel QT died in that engagement, that would have been a big win. A really good trade. XP for gold laner. Hell yeah. You'll take that any day if you're Team Flash. But they didn't get that. Yeah. And eventually, Homeboys just wrote it out. Again, when you're going up against a Badang, I feel like this is always the thing you really have to think about, especially if the Badang is in a team that that defends siege scenarios very well. When are you diving the turret, and where is the Badang? Because if you line up at the wrong time, we've seen this so many times in Malaysia, Indonesia, and in the Philippines, you will get punished.
I mean, hey, at the end of it all, I would say, you know, the big one who saved the day, Amal, right? Sick mechanics, right? Go in, get those 4 stacks, press one button, run at your opponent, and just take him out. I mean, Curtizi, once again, he got disrespectful. One with a glue. He's like, that was kind of funny. Gets pulled, dies. He's like, all right, I learned my lesson. Then finally, the one time that Ken doesn't actually eliminate the Joy, that's when he goes down. And honestly, he could have gotten a double kill on top of JPL. So again, the plan started to crumble once the pieces started to be rearranged.
Yeah, I think it was just tough because, again, that was the big question for us too. You can win the team fights, you can get the Lords, but how do you siege in? It was, especially because here, we're talking about Curtizi, how he disrespected the range and the engage potential of the other side, but it's also just like, you have to walk forward to get the shots on the turret. In the end, it's a lose-lose because you also needed Purify. You can't go Flicker. Maybe he was just waiting. At this point, we need 2 battle spells.
We do need 2 battle spells. That would be an incredible change. And I think the only way that Flash SG is able to kind of overcome that sieging potential is if they have a whopping lead, which Homeboys did a very good job at kind of mitigating for throughout the game.
Yeah, that's what surprised me. Were moments where I would be thinking, hey, Flash should have like around 5,000, 6,000 gold lead. Yeah, it's only like 2,000. It's like, where's Homeboys getting this farm? How are they still somehow supplementing their gold laner and their jungler? So gotta give credit to Homeboys for that. For Flash SG though, with the lineup that they brought up and what Homeboys brought up, like, was the early game expected? Was it expected that Flash would run away with it and take control, and Homeboys would just try to be mitigating the losses?
I mean, Mimir already called it during the game, right? We were expecting them for first early rotation on that on that first turtle, especially when you have Vanix on Barbiel. He really needs to kind of participate and clear up because he's pretty strong at his first level 4 power spike. And then from that point onwards, it went as expected. They tried to snowball, but I think the thing that we didn't see was the big conversions after the team fights, right? I think Homeboys did a very good job of, if we are going to fight, we want to mitigate the amount of economic damage that we ended up losing. I mean, look at this, right? When we're looking at Izanami, he's playing extremely defensive. He's not looking for anything crazy, but he does go for the Brute Force Breastplate. He does go for Winter Crowns. He doesn't even complete finishing up that Gleaming Gem. He's letting everybody else do the work. He's just an extension to his team.
Yeah, I like it when I see Juices, especially against with the lineup that Flash brought up to the table, building Brute Force Breastplate. It is an understated item pickup that is an option. Not always the one you want to go for, but with all the crowd control of the opposing side and you want to be able to pump out just a little bit more damage, it's good.
I just like seeing Juice in.
Same.
Not like the hero to splash art especially. But, yeah, I mean, in the game, dude, for Flash, it was just all fights, really. And, like... I think it comes down to just that, you know. yes, it was really good from the other side, from Homeboys, that they were able to always set up the waves in a way where there's never going to be full capitalization from the other side. But even if they did have full like great waves, it would have still been hard because they needed to throw bodies.
Yes.
Like, that was the gamble that they were playing with. Win team fights, maybe be kind of less active around the sieges. If they get a big fight, they win. If not, then
Yeah, with all that discussed, I think it's time now to see who the Sony match MVP is from. I don't know. I didn't get a spoiler. It's MelQT on the Granger.
Interesting. I mean, throughout the games, yes, MelQT has been pretty consistent. Obviously, I think he had it the worst when it comes down to like, what is this cheese pick supposed to do to me? And I think he felt it, and that's why now on that Granger, he felt a little bit more comfortable, and then he forgot, oh man, I haven't seen like a Leo Mord 6 items at hard guard. Like, man, I really can't do much.
That felt like a game for a Granger where it's like, I'm just going to try to farm, man. I'll just do whatever I can, find whatever I can get, and get it. And congratulations to him for getting the Sony MVP of the match. And if you want to feel like an MVP in the game, there are also some awesome prizes for you, especially with the MSC event ongoing right now. The support chest is up for all of the way up until August 7th. So for only 20 diamonds, you could draw the luxury
20
reward.
diamonds?
Wow! Returning MSC skin Atlas Rune Sentinel, plus your first 3 openings, guarantee you a Crystal of Aurora and Banner of Morale. That's not all. Up to 1,000 MSC coins could be yours too. Buy the MSC support chest and cheer for MSC. You can also potentially get the pass that way. I didn't. I just dumped all my diamonds and got the pass right away.
hey.
You got to roll for it.
That
You
many
got
diamonds, man.
double
be nice.
diamonds.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you just gotta go like the sure route to get what you want. So that is it for our first match. Once again, this is Group B Day, the second day of the MSC 2025 group stage, just here at the Esports World Cup. Coming up next, we got another banger match for you. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We'll see you in a bit.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. Routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
years, MLBB has crowned many champions. But this year, what if we start the story into the unknown? The unknown calls, the brave answers. This will be one wild ride to Riyadh. For these warriors, the battleground starts long before the draft. 4-time MPL PH champions, 2 world titles, multiple MVPs, the GOAT. And never forget, the underdog who rose from the shadows, now holding the first ever MWI gold. 2 champions, 2 paths, 1 game, 1 pride. Drums and chants echo through the sky. The new Sky King stands ready to carry the hope of a nation once again. From the same nation where the new queen of MLBB rose, a new journey begins. 2 tournaments, but 1 goal. From the land of the sleeping dragon, it awakens, and Long leads the charge. The constant force meets the rising edge. Together, they carry the pride of the West. When Cubia calls, the world answers. The odds never favored them, but they made history anyway. Every journey, like the game itself, unpredictable. A leap into the unknown. From the very edge of the world, drawn by 1 game. At MSC x MWI, their journeys collide. Sometimes it's the unexpected that opens the way. 1 game, 2 champions. The wild ride begins.
The first time since MSC 2022, RRQ returns to this stage to try and find the crown that they have been trying to really get for a very long time now, and they are going to be facing up against North America's Area 77, an unexpected competitor to our stage. Could be a very interesting one leading up to the match. My name is Renmar, here with Gideon and Mirko. Still, now, by the way, just in case you forgot, we still got tickets available for our knockout stages happening later on. So please go ahead, get your tickets. Not going to be able to join us for the group stage, but don't forget, knockout stage tickets are available. We're here until August 2nd. That is the grand finals day for MSC 2025. Now, RQ versus Area 77. I feel like we are all very aware right now of what potentially to expect here, considering the experience of one organization against the other, the sudden rise of Area 77 into the stage. Though hungry as they are, I don't doubt them with really wanting to get a good result here, but it's a harsh start that they're going to be going up against RRQ.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, and considering that, you know, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has honestly been so good to us, allowing RRQ to set foot and face off and try to redeem a crown that, again, has eluded them so often. So many second place finishes, so many times that they've been knocked out early on, making Indonesian fans across the world just like, when is it going to happen? When is it their time?
It brought up narrative of them being literally just the local kings too in Indonesia. So again, they're fighting against that narrative. They're fighting to prove a lot of people wrong, and I would say out of the 2 Indonesian teams, this is a scarier one in the group stage. They're so good at the systematic playstyle, fighting for just orthodox meta picks in the early game for the first few neutral objectives.
Yeah. So let's dig deep a little bit more into the roster of RRQ to see what to expect. And there are 2 names I'm going to be looking out for here, though they are filled with stars in their own right. I feel like as much as I really love the all rotations, the macros and everything. Rins and Edok are going to be the center point for RRQ.
Absolutely. I think this team is definitely, with the addition of their coach, Kezcute has done a phenomenal job at like reforming this team and turning them into a game style that is highly dependent on their execution in the earlier stages of the game. We've talked about them being a little bit more adaptable. We've seen them in their regular season during MPL ID, where we did see the adaptability actually come and shine through a little bit.
Yeah, I think for RRQ, again, we've just been talking about so many of their mistakes in the grand finals, and I think they even use that to improve their game. Been hearing a lot of people just saying this team is looking to really conquer MSC this time around. They're doing really good apparently in scrims too, so we'll see just how good they are. Because we've been talking about this even in MPL ID. Sutsujit, better on the utility picks. Hey, it's the utility meta right now.
Yeah. When you look at the roster of Area 77 and remember the story of RRQ, I feel like now they are also, similarly to RRQ, a team with a lot of pressure of expectation on their shoulders. Well, for them, people were expecting them, yes, to just flounder, but I don't doubt that Joy Bodge and ISO, who actually qualified for MSC 2023 but were unable to attend due to travel complications, they're going to be the focal points here for this squad. And especially, I also want to add a little bit more there onto Ureshi, the EXP laner, long time, very experienced veteran in that role.
I mean, I think, you know, for Area 77, a lot of these members, you may even recognize some of these players' names, especially from some big NA streamers on the opposite end, because these are the people that they naturally meet because the server is relatively small, and especially at the highest level, these are the names that you'll naturally pair up against in those pubs.
Yeah, it's the same few dudes you see in NA. Again, their community is so small that they can just go and play together every single time. It's almost like a band of boys, just always meeting each other up in the tournament. So that's good in a way where they learn so much from each other. They talk to each other. They're always, you know, just calm, voice comment together as well, playing together whenever someone's inactive. That should be a way for Area 77 to utilize synergy at least. And I would say they're the unknown right now. RQ might not have a lot of preparation for A77.
Yeah, I think that's a good angle to look at. Area 77 knows more about RQ than RQ knows more about Area 77. That could be a factor that could play into here. But then I feel like that applies just a little bit more towards drafts.
Yeah.
When you look about it in game, when you look at the region of NA, and even if you take a glimpse of the finals that they competed in heading into MSC, it's clear they love those pickoffs.
Yes.
But RQ is that type of team that, yeah, they love the pickoffs too, but they're always so good at the long counter engage that comes after a team fight initiated by your opponents.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? I think that right now, it's going to be the litmus test, right? RRQ is probably going to be... I don't know whether they're going to go that far in terms of like, we're going to get a really disrespectful draft. We're going to just out-mechanic you, that sort of thing like we saw from SRG OG Esports yesterday. And I think that Kezcute, once again, is going to come into play saying, hey, I'll give you a decent draft. Y'all figure it out from there. Let's see how far we can go, and especially if Area 77 shows some form of resistance, then you gotta, you know, flip the switch, turn into those killers that we know them to be.
Now I'm just hoping that A77 doesn't play too safe, right? That's their edge, being unknown. So maybe go for some crazy picks here in the group stage to snatch a win from under RRQ.
Yeah, try to go fast. I mean, we saw a glimpse of that when Ultra Legends went up against Team Liquid Philippines. That, yes, against some of the best teams in the world, you can still rattle them in the early game. You can still bring that surprise. The question is how well you do from the 6 to 8 minute mark to transition that on over to an even more substantial lead. So I think we're all on the same boat here. Area 77, go aggro. But does that mean they go for their Jawhead in this very first game? Because that's their signature aggro pick in the roam.
Ooh, we haven't seen a Jawhead in a hot second. I'm not going to lie, there's still a couple of uses for it, but even so, there are very tight timings, and honestly, when it comes down to like raw ganking, it's hard, especially if the side laners do know the initial approach, and more importantly, which buff the jungle has started on.
Yeah, and also, if you lose in the early game, you're done, right? That's the problem about Jawhead right now. You're very one-dimensional in a way where you want to brawl, you want to fight, you get the fight, sure, you're good, but you don't.
All right. So as we head into the draft, we're going to play a quick little game here that I totally did not think of just now. So I'm going to name a player from RRQ Hoshi, and I want you to name the hero that first comes to your mind.
Okay.
All right. So you guys have to go quick with it right away once I give it. Edok.
Tigreal.
Franco.
Okay, no, we're in the draft. Never mind. I was expecting we could do the game a little bit longer, but okay, here we are. Farsa Kalea Juicin. So RQ are respecting the pickoff style that A77 could go for, while it seems like A77 are going for those heroes when you think about counter engage and macro and aggression.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's interesting, right? Lance, sure, I kind of get it here. But also going for the Zetian this early on, what is the hard prediction for the side of Area 77? Now, RRQ, standard opening, right? Go for the Baxia opener. Now you get 1-1, but you also make sure that you get the Phoveus. This does open up an opportunity for maybe Area 77 to say, hey, let's get a winning lane. But instead, no, they're going to double down on reinforcing that mid lane.
Yeah, I think this is so good so far. Like RRQ, this is literally what we've been talking about for RRQ, right? Even in the grand finals, you play for the Sutsujin utility, you get Dire on a comfort pick, you get the prio pick on Toy, which is right now 1-1 or Granger. This is the RRQ template. They're not trying to prove anyone, like, to try to prove the doubters wrong by saying, yeah, okay, we're just going to play with our strengths. Doesn't matter now.
Gordon Kescue strikes again.
Gordon
Kescue
a thing now?
No, I mean last year it was Kescue, Bruce Kescue Wayne, and now at this point we'll see what Kescue is going to be, cooking up later down the line in terms of evolution for the team. Because again, he likes to keep things template. He likes to keep things extremely structured, something that his team can keep on following, and most importantly, reproduce every single time.
Yeah, you can see that A77 is a little bit quicker on the draw here, while RRQ, I think with what we discussed earlier with A77 knowing more about RRQ compared to vice versa, yeah, they're really taking their time, but they are basing it off of like the template answers that you could go for. So I like how RRQ, they're not trying anything too spicy here. They're just going with the flow, while A77, they have their work cut out for them, but I feel like I'm okay so far with what I'm seeing with the bans and the drafting picks.
Honestly, the bans and the picks are just so honest from the side of RRQ. It's just like, here are cores, you know exactly where they're going, here's a couple of counter picks we're going to get out of the way, now what do you do? And Area 77 has decided to go with the Akai this time around. Akai EXP, I would assume, into the Phoveus?
Yeah. I think it is going to be the Akai XP. So RRQ, they'll already have the Phoveus, and that should be a winning lane. Before level 4 should be pretty good, so they could just go. I would say no. There's no Valentina and Farsa.
Yeah, at this point, the Akai EXP lane is just like a lane manager. You don't win that.
Wait, what's up in mid? Everything's banned. Novaria. Oh, that's actually a really good pick against the Akai.
Yep. That vision.
Whoa, you said Franco, I said Tigreal. No one said Cho.
Yeah, nobody said Cho here this time around. Interesting why they want to go for the pickup, especially when there's like Akai on top of the AOG from the gut thought. We finally get the final pick being in the gold lane is going to be Granger for Area 77. Interesting sight of the composition. RRQ seems very standard, with the only thing that's lacking being like a consistent amount of damage from their mid lane. But hey, it's big burst, and more importantly, it opens up the map. So that way, Area 77 might not be able to go for those big flanks that we're looking for with the Akai.
Yeah, same thing for A77. I feel like their lineup actually puts an insane amount of pressure on the Lancelot and Granger to get a good game here. So let's see how it fares out for them. It's RRQ versus Area 77 for this game number 1. Who's going to take it? Well, right now, Gideon and Mirko are taken away from me.
Thank you, Ranmar. All right, this is the very first time we're seeing a new representative from North America, and they must fight against the faithful, some may say the strong, but the most consistent team making it into the internationals, RRQ. It's not going to be difficult to try and knock down the pillar here of MSC 2025 here at the Esports World Cup. Live from Riyadh, RRQ will be facing off against Area 77. RRQ on blue, Area 77 on the red.
RRQ playing the orthodox draft, just going for what works with their own playstyle. Except, I would say, the Cho. This is a bit new. We've seen it, I believe, in SPS in the group stage as well. But even in ID, this is a rare sight to see Edoc on a pick like this. Usually, he does go pick off sometimes, but it's more Franco's. And whoa, good steal from Rins.
And already RRQ just making it known to Area 77 that this is their territory. But I do agree with you. It's kind of strange to see Edoc on this Cho. He definitely prefers like safer pickoffs, but so far Area 77 are playing their lanes well as of this time. Now, I am curious about the EXP because it looks like Ureshi is kind of beating down on Dairon up on that top side, trying to use that base damage early on top of the timings of his concussive blast to try and generate an advantage.
No, but Dairon, you can see that he's just going to freeze this wave. Shiro walks up, able to get the XP crab, but won't be level 4, so he has to rotate all the way down below now.
He can't invade as well. He knows that Cho is lingering somewhere in the river. And I think that so far, so good, right? Area 77 have to take their time a little bit. I am curious of how this composition is going to try and break down the battle lines of RRQ. Again, it's highly dependent on whether Shiro is able to find a pickoff, and more importantly, so Ureshi gets that huge flank. We'll see, because again, Hunter is still, it's still possible to use the Fury of the Phoenix, not only for utility, but more so just for raw vision before they make a choice.
So it's all about mid-prio now. Shiro rotating into the mid lane. Rin's getting level 4 first. The Hunter follows through pretty quickly as well. Battle for Turtle. Sutsujin is the one to start things off first, holding on to it. Dyron level 4, rotating as well. That's a massive Astral Echo landing on 3. Phantom Execution over to Shiro there. Joybot getting taunt now. It's a 4-man stun. But Edok now is going to be brought back with a heavy spin. Dyron constantly jumping in front of pursuit now over to Hunter. Looking for more. Dark Wave landing. But it's only onto Ureshi. Dyron taken down. Ureshi with first blood. RQ with a turtle.
Nicely done from Area 77. Honestly, I think that Shiro played it extremely well. Adjusted on the fly. Notice the immediate disengage from that turtle from RRQ's side, but still managing his stacks well so we can dash out of there. Toy and as well as ISO, definitely this match has been played multiple times, whether you're in pubs or even in scrims. It's pretty straightforward, but then we start to need to look as RRQ needs to find bigger conversions, right? Sutsujin does find the first advantage in that turtle. He does have a slight EXP lead, but even so, Shiro is losing basically nothing.
An attempt from Edok, trying to go for the weighted dragon there, but won't be able to get the second part. That's Shanpu over. Good taunt from Joybot. But yeah, right now for RQ, it comes down to the same thing that we've been seeing from them in the majority of MPLID games. It's just playing for neutral objectives, then going back, getting prio from Edok, rotating for Toy. Now it's crucial for Toy to be winning the gold crab fights, and it just hasn't been happening. ISO with the Rhapsody.
I mean, he has a little bit of an EXP lead thanks to Sutsujin being that homie of securing down the turtle. Ureshi is trying to freeze on his side, knowing that Dyron definitely has a bigger advantage, but more so, even if Ureshi tries to get on top of Dyron and commits to the heavy spin, pin him against the wall, he just doesn't have enough damage. The only way for this lane to go bad for Dyron is if he's a little silly boy and gets underneath the turret.
Silly boy.
Just a little silly boy.
Maybe he doesn't even need to be a silly boy. What if Ureshi pushes him in, right? Because sometimes that could happen too.
I mean, that's what's happening right now. He's getting the pushback on that wave, and Area 77 right now playing. Whoa, how deep is Edok in enemy territory? Wow, very deep.
Great angle of attack. ISO, wow. He waited the weighted dragon so long that ISO was waiting for the Purify, and he just never got the opportunity to tap it. He died before that. Sutsujin now all baits away the retry, and it is going to be a free turtle.
At this point, should RRQ say, we don't actually need this turtle, we can actually go and look to, hurt the economy of Area 77 by putting Shiro behind even further, but no, they're so objective-oriented, they're not moving away from KezCute's plan, secure those neutrals, move, and make sure they're playing for their strong side. Because look at this, right? They're trying to position themselves in a way that tells Area 77, hey, we could potentially be diving ISO. So Hunter and as well as Joybot have to reactively move there, and now, once again, the holes in the defense show, and Edok sneaks in a little bit deeper. Oh my god, it's so deep in there.
Yeah, this is not a 1v1. You win, Shiro. Maybe in late game, but in the early to mid, it is all Phobius to win this one. And man, I mean, Shiro's trying his best to just take that farm. Edok able to get Jikundo out in the Astral Echo, landing on 3. Good shot over with the Star Shatter.
Okay, no ults being committed from the side of Area 77. They chunked out Edok without having to commit too much to it, which is actually great. They got to make sure that they're constantly clearing out their jungle, because this is starting to become a very obvious pattern. They see the initial movement, and then they place Edok in one of the open holes in Area 77's defense, and mostly in their jungle. For now, Rins, he's starting to run out of mana. At some point, he's going to have to recall, especially if he consistently is getting into these fights from afar. But look at the position, right? They're even getting Ureshi here, knowing that ISO is going to be the main target.
Respect from Toy. Very, very good there. Even though he's going to lose a cannon minion, he knows that something was up. The fact that ISO is shooting out the Windtalker. Also, away the dragon. Baited out the heavy spin. That's what you want. Now the purple buff should be open to contest for Sutsujin. Joybot walks out. It's Champu onto the wall, but it's okay. Red Tree battle. It's Shiro who secures the purple. But RQ are not pushing the base in the bottom lane. Whoa! Almost a solo! AOG from Joybot to provide the peel, the cover necessary for ISO to recall.
All right, battle spell for battle spell being traded out, but the level lead from Toy is definitely going to make it evident that ISO has to be very, very careful, especially if Toy has that Inspire available. Now, we can see Sutsujin has been trying to invade so many times at this point. He's only keeping up with Shiro. It's actually Shiro who actually has a little bit of EXP tempo on him because of the movements that we've seen across the map. Now Dairen should be able to walk down towards, with the help of the river buff, to go down and quickly join this potential fight from Turtle's side. However, Rishi has shown himself.
Great taunt over to E-Dog now. Also, a stun over. That's going to be the knockup from Ureshi to get the kill over to E-Dog. Now Toy walking up. The crossbow tank going to be ready. And it translates over with the help of the rest of the team. Ureshi taken low. He gets away. It's another 1-for-1 in a low action game. And RRQ will get 3 out of 3.
Yep, and that's a roam for a roam. Turtle will fall into the hands of RRQ as we see a lane swap. Honestly, this is a really good move from the side of Area 77, right? You know that that neutral objective is basically non-existent for you, so ISO picks up that mid wave, picks up top wave as well. Even, I'm not sure if he got that crab on that last one, but even so, he is able to slowly scale up without taking too much damage. Let's look at the fight one more time, right? Because again, E-Dog, I would say a little crazy of him, you know, opening up that map. But the commitment, Ureshi not even having to use the heavy spin, it already goes to show that this early to mid game, Area 77 feel kind of comfortable. They just need that one mistake from RRQ.
That's a retreat from Shiro, again securing the purple buff. Another big Astral Echo, and as this continues to land, they will have constant vision on A77. Just look at the tempo they have on the map.
Yeah.
It's 2-2, 2,000 gold lead. But it feels like with the tempo they have, it almost feels like a 4 or 5k gold lead.
It does. I mean, the level leads especially coming down. 1 from Toy, 2 from Rins as well. And I think that right now, Rins, he's utilizing his advantage nicely. He already completed the Lightning Truncheon, so his pokes genuinely hurt. Oh.
There you go. Almost all of the weakness points. Good move by Shiro. He still gets caught by the Star Shatter. So even when they display these, good escapes, they get punished for it, and there's no trade. RRQ making sure that wait, the Dragon and the Star Shatter locking him down. It's a kill for the roam over towards Hunter. Rins push back, but it's all G. And not even a trade down below. The minions, can they do it? No, Toy's rotating.
He'll be able to make it there in time. Actually, wait, I mean, the way of his, unfortunately, the siege minions were all kind of low. If they were full health, then maybe there was an opportunity there. But let's look at the items so far, because that's 3 items already complete. Like, Toy has a majority of the gold advantage here. And now, this is the time where you're expecting RRQ to kind of, step on the gas.
Oh, my lord. Oh, Shiro with the puncture, now onto Rins as well. Thorn Rose and a Path of Execution, but that should be it in terms of firepower. Sutsujin running him down. Big hitbox on him. Sutsujin will constantly land those big shield throws. Shiro gets away, but RRQ get tempo up top and again deny a turret trade.
Shiro, he's leveled down on Sutsujin. Now RRQ really pouring gasoline. Hopefully they don't smother the fire just yet. They need it to turn into a roaring flame. Area 77, it's clear that they've got mechanics, right? They know how to push buttons, but they're waiting for that big mistake. Here comes E-Dog.
Passive already. Hunter brought back again, by the way, the Dragon now cancels, but a heavy spin already as Dairen walks up. Has the stack in front of pursuit, but the heavy spin shoves them back. Ureshi's too low. There's no heavy spin. They baited big resources. Almost a Star Shatter from Rins. Clean.
It's an extremely clean engagement from RQ, but an even more cleaner disengage from Area 77. However, disengaging doesn't win you games, right? We haven't seen significant plays from the side of Area 77 to try and crack open RRQ. These neutral objectives have fallen into the hands of RRQ when it's going exactly the way they want to. A clean 4K lead, and now we see that Area 77 are forced to kind of stick together to look for neutral objectives. More importantly, getting rid of these structures. Once we see mid-tier 1 collapse,
okay, AOG into the sun with a shield unity. Turret down below falling to tier 2, Shiro. Thorn Rose to evade from Ji Kundo, and finally our Area 77 gets a trade, but when it happens, RRQ get a better trade-off, like with a turret tier 2 down below.
I mean, sure, but like tier 2s on the sidelines is basically free econ, right? What's another extra 200, 300 gold over to RRQ when they already have that 4K lead? Area 77 using the AOG to try and protect this mid-tier 1 was probably the better option rather than putting themselves in a compromised position.
Sutsujin is just running laps around A77 right now as Toy continues to push on the pace. That's a retribution, and Thorn Rose! Crossbow tank ready, popped in, Inspire over! Reshi fallen! No, he has the flicker, gets him out to safety just in time. One last shot would have done it. A tier One turret falling in the mid lane, and RRQ are looking to capitalize.
Well played by Toy. He was expecting the clear. He was expecting the iframes to come up pretty quick from the side of Shiro and really takes full advantage before launching that crossbow of Tang. And with that being said, a man down, RRQ are looking to go for these inhibitors. The Holy Shield are collapsing all across the board.
Fury of the Phoenix over, Tyrant taken low, but there's really just no more threat. That's another big structure taken down by RRQ, and it's a big one because, folks, that's the far lane for the next neutral objective. A77 were already struggling to contest. Now it's going to be even tougher.
Yeah, no, I think right now, the only way the Area 77 is looking to win this game is if RRQ make a mistake when it comes down to these neutral fights, right? That's why we're seeing that. Oh my god, the damage.
Half HP, brother man. Oh! Walks up, somehow Sutsujin gets the kill with a shield thrown his way. Ureshi falling for the first time this game.
Oh, he got melted down. There's too much percentage damage. Look at Ritz's damage. He's literally tripling the lobby in terms of just raw damage. 54,000. And now the siege. Here we go.
Look at that. Again, Fury of the Phoenix coming down to try to defend Hunter. Almost caught by the Star Shatter there. Toy gets another base turret. Oh man, RQ.
If we're talking about medieval warfare, the traditional sieges, RRQ top tier when they've got the right tools. They've got a trebuchet in Rins, a strong arm to throw Area 77 underneath the bus if they walk up too closely. And even if they're not close to the bus comes to them.
Oh my lord, that damage from Rins. We haven't seen Novaria at all this tournament. The one time we see it, it's a nuke Varia.
Oh my goodness. They're going through the medieval ages really fast. Dark ages are collapsing. No more trebuchets. Give him a hand cannon. They're gonna fight again.
Again, trying to go for the Beta Dragon. Ureshi taken out by the Star Shatter. Dyron taking a few shots in. Sutsujin walks up with the help of the conceal from Edok and will be there to body block in case it's necessary. Free Lord to RRQ.
Look at this, just perfect macro coming in from the side of RRQ. They understand they've set the line in the sand, and Area 77 must not disrespect it. Jiro's gonna try here. He's got the mechanics and he's gotten out of really tight positions before, but a single shot from a max range Star Shadow from Rins really makes all the difference. Not to mention that if they stand too close together, unfortunately the AoE plus an extra from the Lightning Truncheon makes all the difference. 50% gone just like that.
Man. 2,500 gold lead for Toy. Full items almost. Has a Magic Blade, very close to a Rose Gold Meteor. There's a Sea Halberd, and he's gonna shred. Like, even without the crossbow attack. Actually, I'll be surprised if he gets a crossbow attack. He might actually melt people before he can get the crossbow attack done.
Yeah, he is pretty far ahead in the game right now. It's kind of ridiculous, but...
Both the carries. Talk about targeting now. Shiro walks up, Rins with a flicker out. That's a big AOG that lands. Oh, no. That's Shiro in the front. Timer is holding it own. Toy looking for the damage just with the basic attacks again. No crossbow attack, no problem. Toy dishing out crit damage, and RRQ with a 10,000 gold lead get the job done in game one.
Oh my goodness. I think this is what the Indonesians call whenever they see Rins throwing out another Star Shatter just to be like, Bismillah headshot, man. He is landing them. It's God-given.
No towing around at all for RRQ, and that went as expected, honestly. Like, with what was brought to the table and what we mentioned earlier, so much pressure for the Lancelot and Granger to win at their respective roles. But when you're up against a mid laner who can nuke you from afar, see where you are, empowered by a jungler who will like, I'm here. There's like literally nothing much you can do to me right now. I'm a Baksha. RRQ takes it.
I think it just feels like in the draft, A77 drafted not to win, but to not lose.
I think there's a couple of times in the game, especially during neutral objectives, where they could have tried to force a play. But that's the problem, right? When RRQ know they can kind of hunker down and wait for their opponents to make that move, that's the big issue, right? They just need to win one fight, and then they hold that tiny lead, and it's in the compound interest afterwards. Like this fight right here, right? This is the first time we see that RRQ go into the faces. They're like, okay, Shiro can try and take this turtle. We're going to reset it, and now we're going to go back into the fight. Obviously, Dyron made a little bit of a mistake, you know, holding a little longer than he probably should, like Flicker early now. Ends up dying to the last auto attack, but even so, it is a winning scenario for RRQ.
Yeah, really tough here for Area 77 to pull this off. Again, they drafted into the more demanding lineup, while RQ, as textbook as it is, I mean, it's the easier lineup to pull off. You know the beats that you need to hit. There isn't some clear, obvious conditions. You can afford to mess up within the first 5 minutes. While for Area 77, it was like a very precise, you cannot mess this up or it's over for us.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised that Toy didn't go for the attack speed build this game, knowing that he would have just gotten free crossbow tanks across the board that would have just blew over to maybe a triple kill every time he gets a crossbow tank.
Yep, as we look at the emblems right now, RQ really just played this as it should have been. The fact that 3 of them are pack and tank emblems, that delays even more what damage Area 77 can dish out. Again, simple as they needed to somehow find massive wins early on. RQ didn't give it to them.
Yeah, they didn't give it at all, which is why like this is one of the worst matchups for newer teams to face up, because RQ is just so... Some people may call them passive, but truly their passiveness is because they know that they've got a lead or an investment, and they love to hold it against you, right? You know, just the fact that I don't need to interact with you is more than enough.
Exactly. I mean, just look at the kills that they were giving over to A77 as well. Like the 3 kills that was taken by A77, it's on Edok and Dyron. Those are the 2 guys that I think they're like okay with every single time.
Yeah. There was something also about how RQ played that I liked that they didn't try to rush anything. You could clearly see it's like still respecting this is my turnaround. All right, let's just go back. All right, let's fight again. Slow. It was like just a slow battle of attrition that Area 77 just tried absolutely everything they can to get farm, to find wins. But if your opponent is not giving you any opening and they're respecting you as if the gold was close, yeah, you're not going to get anything from that.
Yeah, I mean, it also reflects in their builds. Like, Dyron initially didn't go for the War Axe straight away. He was actually building components into the anti-cuirass as well as the Radiant armor. Then after he finished his second item, they realized, like, wait, hold on, we just have to sustain, and then Rins is already getting, like, a gigantic lead. I just need to live. I don't even need to be that tanky in the first place. So that's when he decides to get the War Axe.
Yeah, it's really like not the build that people go for nowadays. Even in ranked, people just go for Thunderbelt. But if you're winning that hard and you can just sustain, and the game was like 3 turtles to RRQ, a 4,000 gold lead with that looked more like an 8K gold lead. There was not much you could do wrong in the item builds.
Yeah, and looking at what Area 77 eventually drafted into after seeing the fact that there's a Baksha on the other side, I think more now, I see what you were trying to get at, Mirko, where Area 77, as if they were trying to draft not to lose, because there wasn't like a direct answer to the Baksha in terms of disrupting his flow. It was more of just like, see what we can draft to make sure that ISO, Shiro, and maybe even Hunter doesn't die. It was just like, let's see if we can just hold on long enough to hit our power spikes and whatnot. It's more reactive than it is proactive.
It is, and more importantly, so in terms of like raw execution, in terms of like high mechanics, it's really down to like Shiro on this Lancelot and as well as Ureshi to try and make these plays. Everybody else just presses one button to try and either disengage or really punish the mistakes that RRQ are going to show. But that's why it's such a big difference in philosophy, because KSQ is so high on, hey, we got to play to the structure, you have to execute perfectly, here are the things that you have to worry about from Area 77. So far, it's so clear that this opposing philosophies work so much better for RRQ.
Yeah, they were literally just playing for PL. 4 heroes out of 5, except Lancelot, were just PL heroes. They wanted to kite back, they wanted to punish on mistakes, but expecting RRQ, such a systematic team, you'd actually have a better chance of hoping for Onic ID to make a mistake. Like, they're the ones that actually push forward when they have a lead. RRQ, they're like, no, it's okay. We're fine with 2K. We'll just build off more minions, cutting you off, blah, yada, yada. And for Area 77, it wasn't what we expected. Like, they need to just go in game number 2. Get rid of the safety. It's all right. They got nothing to lose.
Yeah, I think a lot of more people are going to be able to see the pros of your gameplay if you're just aggressive. Even though people would say, oh, it's a little bit throwy. At least we saw you try to be proactive instead of just trying to react to everything that RQ throws at you. And because of all of that, Toy was left to just farm, get gold, deal damage. Nothing could stop this 1-1 from just being able to get up in the air.
Yeah, and I mean, not to mention that these, again, against RRQ, they're very good at taking small incremental leads and really squeezing a lot of value out of it, like really milking it. Like Rins was getting so much value. You could see that his lead against Hunter eventually ended up being a 2-level lead on top of a whopping amount of gold. And Toy, I think that he could honestly try to make solo plays of his own, but he just remembers what's if he makes a mistake, SQ is just like, hey, you know what happens here? Big backhand.
Well, we're not going to be seeing that after the result of game number 1, and I think right now, unless we see some absolutely massive changes from the side of Area 77, that we might just be walking out of this matchup and this series with a sweep. And I think the second game, again, if nothing too crazy happens in terms of the draft and the strategy changes, then it's just going to be more of the same. It's just like a slow whittling down and realization of Area 77 where the map is getting smaller. Next thing you know, those little risks that you were willing to take in the early game, it's just massive risks at that point in the mid game. So let's see if Area 77 is going to be able to switch things up and find a way to draft through RQ Hoshi. Maybe just a little bit more proactiveness, maybe just a little bit more picks that are aggressive might be the difference maker here for Area 77. What's going on behind the scenes? Like, what are you guys seeing?
I'm seeing that Kesku currently has taken the position of Rins. He is the mid laner right now. He's like, Rins, you're young. Come on, just stand up for a second.
Yeah, all right. So if you want us to understand RQ a little bit more, well, we have a story on their journey here heading into MSC at EWC.
Halo, gue Toy dari tim RRQ. Perjalanan gue buat masuk ke EWC ya awal mulanya ya dari MDL. Gue masuk MDL dari season 8 sampai season 10. Habis itu gue bisa naik MPL di season 15. Terus bisa dibilang debut pertama kali di MPL bisa dibilang mulus dan itu membuahkan hasil lah sampai ke EWC ini. Kalau buat ketemu sih, gue pengen ketemu Onyx ID dan PH. Karena yang di SL Malai, tim gue dipulangin sama Onyx PH. Dan di SL Indo, tim gue juga dikalahin sama Onyx PH. And di Grand Final Season 15, tim gue kalah juga lawan Onyx ID. Perasaan gue main di EWC tentu senang. Untuk pelajaran yang gue ambil dari lawan Onyx di grand final itu udah pasti mental, karena kalau misalnya mental kita nggak kuat ya gamenya nggak bakal bisa berjalan mulus lah. Jadi mental yang paling penting.
Well, whatever the mentality is right now of RQ Hoshi, it's going really good for them. They played a very clean game. They didn't give any mistakes, a lot of openings for Area 77 to capitalize on. And yeah, I think it's gotten to this point now. It's just we're waiting for the draft. We discussed what A77 needs to do. We've discussed what RQ Hoshi needs to continue doing. At the end of the day, the only question is if Area 77 is going to change it. It's all on the balls on their court at this point.
It really is, but I think, tinfoil hats back on, boys and girls, because I think that RRQ, if we're going to, conspiracy theory, they like to play a little bit slower. But every time they have lost in the most important games, they have to deal with hedgehogs, otherwise known as. So you get the idea. But generally, going fast doesn't seem to be the RRQ sort of way. Yes. So that's why I think that Area 77 at this point in time, if they are going to go, balls to the walls, trying to throw everything at them, they got to go quick. They need something that snowballs really, really quick too.
Yeah, and really quickly, before we continue our discussion here about the draft and everything, don't forget about the All-Star event happening right now in-game, the All-Star 2025 Dino Planet. Do not forget to play that little mini game. I keep forgetting and I am missing out on some really good prizes. I don't think I'm going to be getting the Popol and Koopa skin that comes with it at the end of this event. That makes me very sad. So don't be like me. Don't forget to play our mini games and of course enjoy everything that the Dino Planet has to offer for everyone playing MLBB right now. That event goes all the way up until August 5th. Yes, draft starting in just a bit. Let's look at Area 77. Let's get specific. What picks do you think they could go for? That would Jawhead. Yeah, I think that's it. I like it. I was setting you up as like, okay, Jawhead right away. Yeah.
We all know what we want to see from the side of Area 77. We want them to go back into their playstyle that they are not only comfortable with, but something that they can really show the world what they are all about. We need to see NA's playstyle right now as we see them actually on the blue side up against RQ on the red.
Okay, they banned the Kimmy. So does that mean...
I feel like they might be trying to
So they don't want
Kalea.
Baksha. They don't want Baksha first pick is basically what it means, right?
Yeah.
But RQ still decided to ban out the Baksha.
Yeah, I definitely think that Kimmy was one of the few picks that would have made a lot of sense for Area 77 because it's just one of those heroes. It's like, how do you contest with that type of damage that early on?
And they banned the Uranus, so they're not going for the Uranus. I think it just might end up being Kaleo first pick. If it's not the Jawhead, I mean, if they want to play around pickoff, map presence, going around fast, Kaleo is a good substitute for that.
Yeah, but I really am not a fan of giving Dyren a Phobius. Dude, that guy is a monster. Like in Indonesia, we call him the half purple man.
The half
purple man. Yeah. Manusia setengah ungu.
Okay, it sounds
half
better
purple
in
man.
Bahasa.
It sounds way better in Bahasa Indonesia.
Okay.
It sounds kind of weird here in English. Half purple man.
Half purple man. I think that, especially if we're talking about Dyren, another thing that they need to be worried about is like the Indonesian style of Hilda. We've seen so many EXP laners. You give him that Hilda, you're on an assassin. It's like, it feels like you can't breathe half the time. He's right up in your face like, what you doing? Oh, you taking your purple buff, sir? Is that your purple?
It's mine now?
It's mine, not yours.
Not your purple buff.
He's a typical bully in a high school like TV show, you know, just like, hey, give me your lunch money, aka your purple buff, nerd.
Lock him in a locker, your purple buff. Just
That's literally what happened in game one. They were locked in their base, locked in their lockers, and they try to get out, but then the bullies are just stronger.
They ride away in their convertibles, they laugh at you, they make you cry, you go home, you tell your parents. I'm not talking about personal experience here.
I was like,
talking about drafts.
Yeah, totally. Oddly specific with the convertible. Do we still remember their number plates? Look, Jushin gets picked up
100%,
here.
bro. Tinfoil hats.
Tinfoil hats.
100% win rate. Jushin.
100%.
Okay.
Hey. It could be a conspiracy, but I think at this point, the Zushin kind of makes sense, right? If you're not going to get the Kimmy, the other lane bully that we are expecting is that Zushin. And now they need a mid duo that actually looks to play in their favor. Now, Zushin is interesting because it's not only about mid prio, it's if they get pushed in, we tax your HP whenever you walk up, especially if the opposing duo has a melee range style hero that uses Concussive Blast.
Oh, RQ getting the Harith right away. It's been months since Harith has been a top 2 priority on the red side. And even high loss to go to boot. Yeah, this is a little bit more of a ego aggro RRQ first 2 pick rush.
Yeah, they're one away from going Triple H here. Harith, Hylos,
and Esmeralda. Oh,
hey, look, it's not the game. It's not the game just yet, boys. Just give it some time because the Lancelot is going to get locked in on top of the Kalea. All right, a decent amount of burst damage, but not enough to really convince me about this potential pick-off composition just yet.
Harith, Hylos, Hodged.
Really forcing it in here. Oh, RQ at this point against the Lancelot. Oh, they go for it. The Zetian. 0% versus the 100% that Jushin. Now, this feels a bit more like RQ saying, let's change those numbers.
Right? A little bit more shoulder checks coming in from RQ right now. It's like, come on, boy. Come on.
For sure. The Zetian is interesting, right? Because does that mean they're going to omit picking up the Gatot into the Kalea this time around now that they have the Fury of the Phoenix to work to kind of work with? Oh, you Tsunami Slam. Guess what? I press one button and then we'll see whether or not we actually have to commit to the fight or whether or not we can just be like, oh, this one button is enough to get us out of here.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Beatrix, good ban.
Yeah, with Kalea. Could be it. Usually what RQ does, I'll explain the Hylos a bit more for them. They go Harith, right? Harith usually gets countered by like the Phobius who gets the dashes, and Hylos is usually already a win against the Phobius. So the Hylos is a way to deny the Phobius. That's what they like to do, and it's also really good flex. So it's like a KSQ template to deal with something like a Phobius if they don't ban it.
Very traditional.
Okay.
Very traditional.
So
honestly, I would have liked to see KSQ kind of go out of the template and be like, here you go. Here's an Arlet Dyren.
Well, I mean, considering the tendencies of the draft so far here at MLBB at EWC, this is sort of out of the template, but it's still within his personal template. So I guess we can only get like one thing. Okay, Fredrin gets taken out. Considering that they are just, it looks like RQ has already told Area 77, okay, we're literally telling you Harith is our main dude. It's up to you to try and answer it, guys. We're giving you a little bit of give here.
This still could be a Phobius for RQ, dude. Like, the Hylos many times, again, goes to Rome when Phobius is up for grabs, and it's a Lancelot that just was... Oh, RQ, they can set up for the Phobius now. They don't really need to flex it all the way to the end anymore.
They really don't. And they can pick it up for themselves, worst comes to worst, right? As much as...
They're going for Arlet, no? That's like last pick Arlet, no?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm thinking of. They're like, okay, you can go either way. Guess which one it's going to be. Let's see. Because they're giving the onus to Area 77 and picking the Akai on R4. It's just so safe.
Yeah. Because, like, now for RQ, they are waiting for A77. If they don't go Phobius, that's an easy Arlet XP. If they do go Phobius, the Hylos will be placed into the XP to beat the Phobius, and they'll just pick another Rome.
Yeah, at this point, though, if Area 77 even goes Phobius, there's an Akai on the other side.
Exactly,
You're just like, what are we going to do now?
So
like,
it's Hylos and Akai.
Yeah. In chess terms, this is what we call a fork. It's really, honestly, it's pretty difficult to deal with. Oh, they go for the CC instead. All right. Either in both of those matchups doesn't really matter to the CC, but it does compromise their overall 5v5.
So, like, you know what?
Paquito?
Another one. Another new way.
Wait, no.
2 debuts in 2 games. Navaria and now Paquito.
That's kind of hot.
Yeah,
I like that.
I think this is RQ really just going with a little bit more. The template's there, but the ego's there too. I like it a little bit more. Showing Area 77. Now we got you. This is checkmate.
What is this, blue lock or something? Yeah, I can see Dyron's ego juice just oozing out of him.
I'm just a fan, dude. Like, I've been talking about how Dyron needs the carries in MPLID, and now that he's getting it, I'm just here for the show because back when he was in Rebellion, this was his prio pick. This was him, his favorite, with Benedetta.
Yeah, with Benedetta, of
Let's
course.
see if Dyron can pop off with the Paquito in the EXP lane, if RK Hoshi will close out this series as expected with a 2-0 victory, or will Area 77 surprise us all?
Thanks, Renmar. All right, we're getting right into this straight away. Match point currently for RRQ Hoshi. MSC 2025 can't be just this, especially with North American representatives on the blue side looking to pull this back against the Kingdom. Now, let's jump right into it, right? Because I think we need to figure out ways and maybe potential holes in RRQ's defenses, or maybe Area 77 to kind of push back, because again, they go for that initial leash, which is, again, we don't see very often, but so far, Dyron is very comfortable to take on Ureshi in this 1v1.
Yeah, it's because of the wave clear. You can't, like, if you angle your skill 2 properly, you get the damage and the clear. So there you have it. Bargain Hunter here with the Inspire. I think the emblems are pretty normal, so I'll try to answer your question. What are the weaknesses? I think for A77, they have an easy way to pick 1 or 2 members off straight off the team fight. Like, I mean, Edok is very vulnerable. Dyron and Rin's also no Purify.
Yeah, both don't have Purify here. Although the mid duo is actually kind of struggling here because, as you can see, Joybot, he needs to be able to kind of walk up and punch something to get the initial heals, right? But so far, it's clear that Edok and as well as Rins are timing their abilities to make sure that he's not getting the maximum amount of heal while still making sure that Hunter has to walk up in a very awkward manner. Focus on clearing those waves, focus on getting an early recall, or at least force away Joybosh in a more compromising position. Interesting. Both sides positioning himself for the very first objective.
Okay, he's playing around it now. Yeah, they're really trying to put or set Dyron for success here in game number 2. They want Dyron to snowball because once you do, you get a heavy spin, say on anyone, it's an easy one-shot for Dyron on the Paquito.
We'll see whether Dyron actually goes for the full damage, right? It would be fun if he did, but, whoa, hold on.
Knockout strike not landing. Goes back to the safety of Sutsujin, who's walking on the turtle.
Really taking their time here, but here comes, as the Glorious Pathway comes through. Oh.
Okay, that's an attempt now, Shiro. Okay, lockdown, knockout strike into Retribution. Sutsujin picks up first blood.
Very nice. Very nicely done. They even called Toy, just in case. Like, usually they leave Toy on an island. They're like, no, Toy. Just in case. This is Dyron we're talking about. He hasn't touched this Paquito in quite some time, so let's get the insurance policy over.
And also, folks, we gotta, remind you, this is a 0% win rate hero. Zetian up against a 100% win rate hero at MSC, Jusin. This could turn everything around, like, win rate-wise.
They're looking to fix the numbers at the very least. Kescue was not happy with it. It's like, hey, I love the Zetian. We gotta make sure these numbers are good. Rins, my boy, do God's work for us. We're gonna get this back. We're gonna pull it back for her. So far as we can see, like, Area 77. I'm trying to think of a potential play that they could do, but the main issue is that Sutsujin is just such a good way to kind of nullify the effect, right? Oh, you're about to get a pick on somebody. Heavy spin comes into play, disengages the entire team. Dairen's in trouble.
The damage, now he's going to be caught though. Curtain Call and the Lantern Flare with the Crimson Beacon too. He has to flicker, but he will die. A bit too aggressive, did not know where the Juicin was. At least Rins gets a bit of punish there.
I guess. At this point, Sutsujin is thinking, all right, thank God we got Toy involved in last turn. I was like, thank God we got an assist. Dairen, how could you? It's like, oh, sorry guys, I'll try one more time. Don't worry. If I die again, then you can lose faith in me, but until then, I will pull this back for us. Because it looks like they're trying to set something up, right? Idaki was thinking about it. He was thinking about dropping that Glorious Pathway, but there is no reason to fight as of right now. Most objectives are still up. The clear has been very good for Sutsujin. He does spot out Shiro and he does have a full level ahead. So if he steals this away or at least forces the retribution out of Shiro, then same thing as last time. It's just a free turtle.
Yep. A battle. Who wins it? Was that Sutsujin? Shiro?
I think that was Sutsujin on that one.
Okay, there you go. And now turtle number 2 spawns in the game.
Whoa.
Another 1-1 at turtle 2. I don't even know if Area 77 should contest this.
Is this contestable? Joybotch does have his ult. Who does he want to pick up? Can he pick up Rins? I think he can, but the flicker is available, but the 2 tanks, that's the problem. It's that heavy spin that they can't seem to bait out naturally.
Glorious Pathway into the back. Now, oh my lord, Reshi almost pinned down to the wall. There's Joybotch is forced to flicker out defensively. Gets a Tsunami Slam over to Edok, but he's, good.
Oh, what?
Dairen, knockout strike into the back. Now, Retry battle. Sutsujin winning it out. Dairen walking back, and RRQ again. Get the objective and dip.
Wait, what? There was definitely a punish there for Area 77. They did not want to initiate the trade, and I think they would have been able to trade up on towards... No, it would have been 1-for-1. It was hard to get on top of Rins, I guess. But even so, they don't mind 1-to-1 low kill count so far. RQ developed their 1.3k lead, and now it's just squeezing out the value from such a small lead.
It's back-to-back games with the same playstyle for RQ. A77 again, Joybotch. Without the flicker, you're passive on the Kalea. You have to understand now, after the changes on Kalea in the previous patch, that range on skill 2 is so short. You need Flicker to be able to get like a crazy pick off, especially on a mobile pick like Dairen. Unless Dairen walks up, then I guess that's free knockout strike over to Rins right there too. With the turret up top, 4 free. Toy gets a trade, and it's just a punish off of Area 77's rotation and commitment down below.
It's a skin diff. Terry Bogard on Dairen, King of Fighters. Love it. That's why. You gotta make sure you got your skin game good. You get those extra stats, and you're like, man, I'm a beast. I'm so good at video game. So far, I think it's been working out well for RRQ, right? Like, oh, Conceal, they know the purple buff is available, but did they know that Area 77 all rotated down to that bot side? What a read!
Yeah, wow. Incredible read, and they just have to give it. Akai being a level ahead of a Lancelot is something, again, that we just don't see too often. But it's happening here, Sutsujin. A whole level ahead of a Lancelot that should, by all means, be farming way faster.
They're just mirroring the jungle path at this point, and I think it makes a lot of sense for Sutsujin. Whoa, Edok's kind of taking a lot of damage here, but here comes Toy and Sutsujin.
They're going to go for the trade. Oh, Hunter has Flicker and Crimson Beacon, but how many times can you blink out? Toy walks up, Zaman Force over, Unli dashes, and it's Rins who picks up the kill. Joybotch walking up, unable to get into range. You see that range? Pretty short.
Very, very short. I was surprised Hunter didn't use the Lantern Flare straight away, or like flicker out of it straight away, knowing there's a potential. Because again, Toy doesn't have flicker of his own. He's running Purified. So if he's on top of you with the Zaman Force, there's no escaping it at that point. So they have to make these calls a little bit earlier.
Dive on ISO has the flicker, will use it. Edok tanking it up just enough for Toy to get those shots in. That's another over to RRQ.
I'm not gonna lie, with the Zitian, with the Harith, especially with the MR shred coming out from Zitian, it makes Harith feel like he's his old self, you know? He's doing some like actual relevant damage now, especially since it's so early on into the game.
I'd love to see the take. Oh, Shiro gets the orange buff. The take on items for Toy, because we saw Innocent go for the book Enchanted Talisman yesterday. I wonder if Toy's doing the same here, or if he's sticking to the same old Starlium Scythe.
We'll see, we'll see.
Oh yes, there you go.
Yeah, there we go, there we go. Making sure that he completes it. He's already got 2 items already complete. Fury the Phoenix comes on out. Oh, okay, good flicker from Ureshi.
Yep.
Manages to get out, and man. This playstyle. Oh!
Tsunami Slam, but it's only onto the high-lows. That means Toy's free to go for damage! And he does! Bodge versus high-lows. That was a sustained battle at that point. Kalea, definitely not as tanky as the horse.
Oh god, this is getting kind of brutal because like the RRQ playstyle just sucks the soul out of you. It feels like every move you make, even though it's correct sometimes, doesn't feel great. Feels like you're making a mistake when you're actually not. It was a good attempt from the side of Area 77, but right now they have to again keep in mind about the target prioritization. Ideally, they want to get Rins.
Look at that. Boom.
Terry Bogard does it again.
Oh man, yet another game where a 3,000 gold lead looks more like a 6-7K gold lead. Like A77, they're falling so far behind.
How do they do this? At this point, I feel like Toy is just a little too far ahead for Areshi to try to go for the 2.
The hell is that damage? Bodge, free shots for Dyron, a stun over from Edok. Boom. Bang! Bada bing, Rin showing that the Zetian can work.
God, they're playing this well. Like RRQ, what's great about them is their formations during their fights, right? The anchor being Rins this time around. They're playing around him extremely well. They are forcefully giving him space. And honestly, Rins to a certain degree probably doesn't even want the space. Like, no, guys, please get them closer to us. I need to apply a lot more damage here.
Oh man, that's gonna be a free lord over to RRQ. Rins takes it. So 2 games, he's actually gotten 2 lords. Shout out to Rins. Maybe that could be a fun stat later on, how many lords the mid laners have gotten. Because Rins is definitely leading that charge.
He is the Lord Slayer as of right now. Dude, RRQ is just sucking the soul out of me right now. Oh, God. They're taking their sweet time doing everything that they want to do, and it's just so successful,
it's so
right?
Clean.
It's so clean. Man, we're seeing the same Lancelot build coming out from Shiro this time around. War Axe into the Brute Force Breastplate. It looks like he wants to go for the Bruiser optimization, knowing that these fights might take a little bit longer, especially with the multitudes of tanks on the side of RRQ.
Man. Do they get the Holy Shield out of this one?
I think they do.
No,
right?
okay, they hold it, A77, but they will get it off of the next wave for sure.
Yeah.
Damn, they're even building this wave to like double hit just so that they can get the Holy Shield and then get another wave to get it down. There you go. That's the first charge over. There's going to be another one in the mid lane. Well, that's already cleared out. Conceal. Oh, that's it. That's a turret. Yeah, great wave manipulation. RRQ are just playing like the standard fundamental game. Joybot just cannot reach them.
Yeah, this is the RRQ. Oh my god. So close, but at least they're able to disengage with the help of the Death Sonata. RRQ just welcoming this new challenger from NA with the international quote-unquote playstyle of like any little lead is a death sentence.
Tsunami Slam over to Edok again. The Glorious Pathway locks him down. Sutsujin with the heavy spin. It forces out all the resources over. Hunter, no! He's all alone. Has Crimson Beacon gets stunned up now as Rin's constantly pushing up damage. Edok runs away with a sliver of health. Tyron with the knockout strike. Toy with an execute in the back with that Zaman Force. That's another base turret. 3 members up against 4.
RRQ are playing this perfectly. So good. And Shiro, he's trying his best here. Oh, Dyron, he's getting some good damage. Is this enough?
There you go. And the knockout strike. Zaman Force from Toy. And one last hit is all they need. Rins burns him down with what I believe is the glowing wand. Cannon minion ready. Areshi.
No.
Not over.
Toy does not have the Zaman Force. He just got it back up. Did he have the Zaman Force? I think they might have gone for the end there.
He also had no mana earlier.
He also had no mana earlier. So now RRQ, they're just going to take their time with this. This is the exact same position. Oh no.
He's just standing there, dude. Edok doing more damage. Dyron with a knockout strike. ISO there. Dyron will fall. At least there's a punish. But my lord, was that just soul crushing?
The RRQ playstyle. They know what they're doing here. They know what they're doing. They're an absolute brick wall. That's why they're considered a pillar in these international tournaments. They are. If you can't beat RRQ, man, it's going to be really, really tough if you want to get into the upper echelons of the internationals. But hey, keep in mind, Area 77, they're very new to this. Every single one of them. This is their first time at an international. So this could be a learning experience of their own. How macro leads to these devastating feeling fights.
Depending on how they adjust for the next match. That's so offensive execution.
Oh, he got
Shiro gets to steal, but will fall to the heavy spin. I think it's a worth it trade at this point. They need to get anything they can. But can they defend now is the big question.
Oh, it looks like it's going to spawn in a couple of seconds. I think the RRQ, they're going to back things off, right? Without their whole team together, more importantly, the Rings had to go for the initial recall because he got chunked out pretty hard by Shiro's side. As you can tell, I mean, Sutsujin probably not going to show much on his face, but oh. Is he gonna,
another knock with Lancer Flare. Should be a free kill. Eat up. No, okay.
Sky Piercer, thank God.
Sky Piercer, there you go. A77, another... I think breath of fresh air for them as they can prolong the game at least to a point where hopefully ISO and Shiro does enough damage.
I can just imagine Kescute in the background. He's putting on the rings. That heavy left hand is coming real soon.
Oh, the RQ boys might be shaking off that thought, man.
Is that eyeshadow? Is that a bruise? Let's find out after the news. Look, as we see the items, they're building up. And you can see that even Sutsujin is getting a little greedy with it. He's like, Antikyras, are we going to get any MR? No. I'm going to immediately go for the Guardian Helm. I'm going to sustain forever, boys. Look at the damage rankings, right? Toy and Rins are doing phenomenally. ISO is catching up, and same goes for Hunter. But Jiro making that initial steal definitely covers him this game.
Yeah, and that's the reason you see Hunter at number 3, guys. There's just no magic defense. Like, RQ have so many ways to deal with the Granger, the CC, and even the Lancelot, but not much itemization for the Juicin. That's why the Juicin has been doing more than the others. And that's a concern, because Juicin's not really a damage hero, he's a utility.
It really is. And again, Hunter doesn't have a Sky Piercer as well. They want all those Sky Piercer stacks to fall into the hand. So ideally. Oh.
Over to Edoff, but the stun, no, 4-man Rins with the damage now as Toy pops in. The Chrono Dash has them on force, will be able to pop it in now. Shiro walks away, Bodge will fall. No flicker already used earlier. ISO, no flicker too. RQ might just be looking for the end here.
Why are we always picking off Edoff every single time? They can't seem to find a window to kind of break through this defense. And now inhibitors are going to fall. Sutsujin tries to make a play of his own.
Another flicker, Diamond with 1v1 over. Knockout strike, doesn't get the last shot. Toy with the Zaman force now on ISO, jumping again. Base wide open, a few waves coming down as well. This will be it. RRQ takes a clean sweep against Area 77.
A crushing defeat here as RRQ welcome Area 77 to the Internationals, their first best of 3. Oh, what a victory for RRQ Indonesia. Renmar, come on, what do you think about that match? Because to us, it was pretty soul-sucking, but that's the RRQ playstyle.
Yeah, textbook and ruthless. It's unfortunate that, again, this is the first matchup that Area 77 is going to have for the group stages, because against a team like RRQ, they don't give you a lot of opportunities to shine if they really know just how much better they are compared to your team, and that's exactly what we saw.
We needed to see resistance from Area 77. Force RRQ to kind of play your game. Force RRQ to kind of break out of that standard mold, because that's how we see RRQ lose their games, when they start to walk out of the template and make Kescute a little angry.
Angry Kescute, never really a sight that you want to see if you're the RRQ players again, but I think they played it clean enough to avoid an angry Kescute.
I don't know. Dyron's couple of devs there, and Sutsujin.
Maybe Dyron.
Yeah, maybe Dyron. Maybe Sutsujin is like, oh no, please. I'm sorry I lost the lore, but Dyron died like twice.
I'm guessing maybe Kescute gave them a chance. All right, how many deaths can I expect from you? At least 2 at most. At least 2 at most. And, well, I mean, they only ended up giving up 3 total kills as a team. So yeah, I think we can consider this as a very clean performance from RRQ off for Area 77. I do like that we still saw the effort. Again, as hero, yeah, I'm not calling him hero, he was a hero for getting that Lord steal for Area 77. But at that point, it was just delaying the inevitable. You can see just how much better RRQ are in terms of executing. The fact that Anakai really does mess up teams of this caliber, because one heavy spin ruins how you want a team fight, and they tried, but it's RRQ.
And again, fun fact for you guys back at home, this means that there is no longer 100% win rate for Juicin anymore.
Let's go!
And no 0% for the Zetian.
Let's go!
All the Zetian mains and Juicin mains very happy right now with this resultant outcome. Exactly what they sound like right now all over the world. But yeah, I feel like this is one of those series, one of those games that there's not much a lot to say, because again, we didn't see enough of Area 77 here. We can say they tried, we saw the moments, but again, it's RRQ. They're just so smothering in their gameplay.
They really are. And I think at this point, it's clear that they want to do what they have to. But it looks like Suchujin seems to be ready.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's time for the interview with Eterna.
Thank you, casters. It's Eterna now with Le Mercenaria. We have Sutsujin from RRQ. Once again, congratulations, Sutsujin.
Thank you.
All right. So coming into this, most of you are coming in with absolutely no MSC experience. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So how does it feel to finally come here for EWC to represent RRQ?
Well, it's great, but I think because we already in many international tournaments, so I think it's okay.
It's okay. It's just another day at work.
It's fun.
It's fun. Okay. How does Toy feel? Because considering your last official international Moonton appearance, you were with Skylar. Is he okay with everything? Any nerves?
Oh, he's okay. He never nerves. Yeah.
Never nervous. Okay. Confident Toy. So coming into this, is there any pressure? Considering you guys are representing RRQ and RRQ has a very big fan base.
For pressure, I think no pressure because it's we've been through many tournaments, right? So I think there's no pressure anymore.
Okay, so you're just doing what you got to do right here. Impressive, right? 2-0 already. Now, this is kind of a tricky question. You can say no. You don't have to answer, okay? But a lot of people are awaiting your performance here at MSC, and on the way to MSC, there are talks that people have coined you the term local kings. Do you have a response towards that?
I think it's okay they say local kings because it's a fact, right? So we just need to try our best to prove in this MSC.
Okay, so just try your best to... I don't think that's true. I mean, you know, you've come to a lot of grand finals on the international stage. No, I feel bad for asking. Do you have a message to KB? Because that's what KB said.
Yeah, it's the fact.
It's a fact. Okay. So, considering next up, you are going to be either facing Onyx PH or Aurora from Turkey. Who do you think you're going to be facing up?
I think Onyx PH.
Can I know why?
Yeah, because I think they're stronger than Turkey team. So, yeah, I think it's gonna be Onyx PH.
Okay. If you think it's going to be Onyx PH, let's close with a message for Onyx PH.
For Onyx, if you win later, just give a good match for our match.
Do you think you're going to win?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. You heard it from Le Mercenaria from RRQ. We're going to throw it over back to our casters. Good luck, Sutsujin.
The perfect man to represent the aura of RRQ. Stoic.
Yeah.
Truly.
He just accepts it, dude.
He really does. He's so down to earth, you know? If I close my eyes and I listen, he's, you know, Kescu, Sutsujin, one in the same soul.
He's too real. He's too real for MLBB Esports, man. Someone save him. Nah, but yeah, I mean, it's a great mentality to have, right? Like, you just need to prove the haters wrong. Like, whatever the haters say, if it's true, whatever. But, you know, here, this is the time for us to prove it wrong. They're encountering the unknown.
Yeah, they're really just looking at what they can do to make sure that, you know, we can change facts. You know, you can, well, I mean, not all the time, but I think you guys are trying.
They have a chance to.
They have a chance to change the narrative here around RRQ. And again, with a performance like that, they needed to set that standard with this very first one. Because, man, if they lost the game to Area 77, if Area 77 won the series, if this game or this entire series was significantly closer than it was, they would not hear the end of it. And that's going to be a long talk at the drawing board with Coach Kescute about as to why this series was close. But that is not what we got. We got a dominating RRQ performance.
I mean, no surprises here, honestly, throughout the board. I just wish that RRQ were able to kind of, you know, try and push and extend their leads. Because a lot of it just comes down to a matter of interest. They're just, you know, a bit of maximizing values, maximizing a couple of gold leads, but nothing really flashy. And I think the only person who got to have fun was Dyron. And I think, you know, that's where the 2 deaths came in, where it was just like, okay, I guess fun has a price.
Yeah, all right. Now it's time to find out who the Sony MVP of the match is. I believe it's going to be from RRQ, and it is none other than Toy on this Harith. Well, yeah, he played a perfect game.
Yeah. I actually would have given it to Rins, like especially game 1. But yeah, 6-0-4, not to take anything away from Toy. He was playing incredibly here too. This is a the normal take, I would say, on the Harith itemization. It's not the Enchanted Talisman that we did see from Innocent just yesterday. It's still Starlium Scythe, and it still works, hey, especially if you're winning in lane level 1 to 3 against the Granger. Like, we need to see that, like, if possible, in replay or something. It's like, how?
How did it work out in their favor? I'm not even 100% sure. At the end of it, it's just standard all the way through a majority of the laners. Even like the 2v2s we were seeing in the mid lane was in favor of RQ as well. Dairon was doing a very good job until he overcommitted, got out-rotated, and then died. But other than that, it was pretty good,
Yeah, and that was a terrific win by RRQ. Hopefully we get to see more of a brilliant Area 77 performance in their next matches. That is it for the first half of the second day of the MSC group stage here at the Esports World Cup. But coming up next, we have our SNB match of the day between Onyx PH and Aurora Turquia on behalf of Gideon and Mirko. We're going to be signing out. You're going to be joined by Lafel, Brigida, and Naisu. Coming up, we'll see you in just a bit. See you guys.
This land is calling.
You guys know what day it is? It's Happy Thursday. That's right. Where the sun is shining, everything is going well, and everyone is all smiles. Oh, and it's the second day of the group stage here at MSC. My name is Ophel. Alongside with me is Brigida, and as well as Nicely. You having a good time, bud?
I am, man.
Hey.
I'm happy to be here, of course, and this time around I get to go ahead and cast this with Brigida. I know we've got 2 amazing matches ahead of us.
I'm so happy today. I'm wearing pink.
That's pink?
That is.
Oh.
We're both kind of colorblind.
Oh, yeah, but I am, and this is pink.
Well, speaking of which, after this, it is going to be Onyx going up against Aurora, and that's going to be a huge matchup. In fact, that's going to be the match of the day, the Saudi national match of the day. And here's the thing. They got a lot of story coming in. Looking at them coming in, arriving here, they're looking hot.
It's a hot one out there, man. You know, but this matchup, of course, is heated. It's also it kind of a little bit weird, I guess, and some adjustment for me and Brigida both to see Master of the Basics with Dexter there leading Aurora.
I mean, it's the same jersey.
It is. Yes, that's true.
It's not the same players.
So it's kind of like same, but different. But kind of same.
It's kind of same. So I think for me, this is also one of the most exciting matches overall since we've done the entire draws, and like it's a very similar matchup. I think a lot of us have been seeing Onyx Aurora time and time again.
Yeah.
But again, same, but not same.
Same, but different, but still same. Now we gotta look at the legacy here. I mean, like, we gotta talk about Onyx PH. They've been looking pretty strong. I mean, like, the only time it's like not okay was the grand finals, but they brought it all the way. They just didn't want against TL.
That was I would say I was very vocal about this when we were doing that. That was one of my favorite, if not the favorite, grand finals that I got to be a part of. But Onyx Philippines, you know, after getting the World Championship under their belt, a lot of people was having high expectations for them when they went into the MPL Philippines season. They struggled a bit, you know, very similar to what Onyx Indonesia went through. And then they ended up locking in towards the later half. And then, of course, we had that amazing run for them in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think for Onyx PH, what I'm looking forward to the most is the fact that during that grand finals, I think there were the ones, or one of the teams who have quickly adapted to some of the changes that took place. I remember how much we wanted to see the Lancelot on Carl, but it kept coming out from King Kong instead. So what more now that they've had a lot more time?
Now we're going to talk about Aurora Gaming, Lunar TNZ, Rosa, Apex 47, as well as Sigibum. These are familiar faces coming in from Turkey, but this time, a little bit different, right? Coming in, they got 2 new coaches, MTB, Master of the Basics, as well as Dexter. So with a Filipino coach, we got to see if their playstyle changes, because honestly, like, even for us, talking behind the scenes, apparently some players are not comfortable with getting coaches because they're worried if their playstyle changes a bit too much. We got to see what will happen with Aurora Gaming.
I would say that Aurora Gaming, and maybe this is, I mean, even before them, when we got to see these players play from Turkey, they had a kind of a similar play style to, of course, the Ube strat. And so maybe for them here, especially when we have MTB come in and then Dexter, it doesn't change too much. Maybe it's just going to highlight their play style a little bit more. And I mean, this is the perfect meta for them.
I mean, like, here's the thing. We got to look at the legacy versus the reinvention. And that's a good touch, is that they do play this Ube playstyle. And coming from Master Base as well as Dexter, they know about it maybe a little bit more than them, but here's the thing, legacy versus reinvention. Can the new Northern Light shine brighter than the Super Family? Because all throughout, we got to talk about the organizations. It's been very Onyx favorite.
Yeah, they've been part of the competitive scene long enough, and I feel like there's barely some. Actually, there haven't been any changes at all for Onyx. But I feel like the reason also why I'm looking forward to how Aurora are really planning to adapt and adjust with all this is because some teams might have wanted to change a bit here and there, or they might have acknowledged that, communication barriers might be a problem, things might not be working for them. But Aurora, even with the changes in their lineup, it does feel like somewhat of an all-star. They, right now, feel like they're willing to take so many risks because it might benefit them.
Hey, that's good, because we got to talk about that. We got to talk about all-stars, because this year's all-stars, hey, it's wild. For you guys at home, when you guys are home, like, here's the thing. Talking about both these matchups, like, in my head, it's Onyx PH, but I don't know, man. Maybe Aurora could do something.
Anytime you mention in your head, I just always wonder. I always look at you and I'm like,
Hey,
what is going
head,
on there?
My head, there's a lot of voices, man. Like it's insane.
So you're saying in your head it's Onyx for this one? Are you talking about this specific matchup or?
I think it's Onyx, but whenever I have an opinion, something else happens.
Oh, that's actually true. That makes me kind of nervous now. Because I want to think it's Onyx too, but the other day I was saying something else and then the opposite happened as well. So maybe, just maybe, well, if, you know what, nice, we've been here since yesterday. Group A has brought in enough surprises. I'm just keeping myself open to the numerous possibilities that might take place again for today.
I think regardless, so far, our run from, wild cards, even MWI, now here for MSC, I know we're only on day 2, but there's already been a lot of fun things going on. Maybe some surprises here, but this is the group to make it happen, I feel like, especially for Group B, of course. So we'll see if it happens.
And for you guys at home, the MSC Pass is available now, and it's 20% off. So it's even cheaper than before. So make sure you guys grab it because there's a whole lot of goodies there, including the skin. So make sure you guys grab the MSC Pass right now. It's only up until, like, what? The 7th? Yeah, the 7th of 8. It's August.
Yes,
that's the one.
Quick maths.
Yep.
It would be August.
And
by that time, MSC
which is before September.
That's true.
Hey,
See,
you know what?
This is what I was saying. You ever think about the LaFell's head?
Oh, dude, I wish you guys can see what's in my head.
No, because like yesterday he mentioned his neighbor, his father.
I know,
his
I
mom,
heard.
Yeah.
So what do we get to today?
Hey.
You're running out of family,
my sister.
man. That works too.
Hey, if I run out of family, I can just add more. We're gonna see later on the draft coming up for both teams. I do want to see if Aurora they stick with this Ube playstyle because the thing is, healers did get buffed.
They did.
But we don't see a lot of teams actually utilize that.
It's interesting because I feel like this is, again, a meta that can favor what we've seen in the past. Again, it's their first match that we're going to see from Aurora, so we got to see if they still stick with that. The Estes, for example, the Florins, all that stuff could pop up here.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, like just to hype up the matchup, let's actually check out a video of Aurora going up against Onyx PH.
Malezya'da bir aylık çok güzel bir bootcamp yaptık. Kaya oynadığımız bütün maçlardaki takımları 10 PH olarak düşündük. O mentaliteyle oynamaya çalıştık. Korkmuyoruz, yeneceğimizi düşünüyoruz.
İçeride bir oyun, TNZ daha fazlasını isteyecek ama.
Onyx PH will fight Aurora Turkey in an aggressive playstyle because I think Aurora Turkey is not that aggressive, but the last time we fought in a scrim, I think they adjusted a little bit, so we'll make more adjustments too.
Onyx Philippines, if they are playing good that day, most teams don't stand a chance. And I think as much as I love Aurora as a staple, strong team, this is really tough for them.
Biz de agresif oynuyoruz, onlar da agresif oynuyor. Doğru düzeyde agresifliği yakalayabilen takım bence o maçı rahatlıkla kazanacak.
Onlardan biri Bastada biraz sertte. Lunar'ın hasarlarına düşüyor olacak.
I think the biggest challenger player for Aurora Turkey must be Tenzi, their jungler. I think he has insane mechanics, and I think he's very good at making decisions inside the game.
Raw mechanics is really going to define who comes out on top.
Onyx Filipin'e bol şans diliyorum çünkü şansa ihtiyaçları olacak.
Good luck, and let's give the fans a very wonderful match.
We saw a jungler giving another jungler that much respect.
Yeah.
And we heard as well, perfect aggression, the team that can actually execute that level of perfect aggression will have the edge in this fight. Speaking of which, for you guys at home, the All-Star event is still ongoing. So make sure you guys go into the game and slay a lot of lords because you guys have a chance to actually get a lot of goodies for yourself, including the exclusive Popol and Koopa skin as well as the new border. Now, here's the thing. In this matchup, they talk about perfect aggression. I kind of feel like when it comes to perfect aggression, I kind of feel like Onyx PH, they got it unlocked. So it kind of looks like their favorite in this matchup.
Yeah, especially if you look at the roamers. Because like whenever you think of aggressive roamers, I feel like Brusco and his hero pool immediately comes to mind. Because I know we touched a bit on these healer utility types of roamers, and I feel like that's something you could associate a bit more to Apex 47, especially since the first time we saw him. But I don't think that in any way should limit Onyx PH2, because even towards the latter parts of MPL, there was an Angela by Brusco even. Like, they've had these certain changes here and there, so I'm wondering what they have up their sleeve for this match.
Yeah, now we're starting to draft here. Onyx Philippines going up against Aurora. Looks like Onyx Philippines will be having the first pick. And they're instantly batting out the Kimmy. And Aurora, looks like they're actually taking their time. Even in the bans here, probably also trying to predict like what's going to happen and how they're properly going to be using their draft.
Yeah, I like that. So again, Onyx Philippines, I'm not sure on the specific stat right now so far through the 2 days. I'll have to double check later, but the winning side being blue side or if it's the red side, but Onyx Philippines, they'll get that first priority here. They are going to be taking out the Kimmy, of course. We see the YSS. Teams' drafts, for the most part, though, have been pretty interesting. I mean, even the first 2 matches we saw today were some very unique picks that we got to see come through. Yeah, the Paquito. Even earlier on, we saw the Leo Mord.
Yeah.
I think everyone was shocked by that, if you will, for maybe that becomes a new thing in everybody's ranked games now. You're going to see a Leo Mord gold.
Will they be brave enough to try it, though? Like, after that kind of unsuccessful campaign. I know it's just been a single series, but, you know, it's been almost a win for Team Flash, but it still wasn't. But now that we're looking at 2 teams who are led by Filipino coaches, I'm thinking we're more likely to see picks that don't veer too far away from the current meta that we have.
So we're definitely be looking at all those oppressive mages, the ones that deal a lot of damage. Unless you can actually get an assassin jungler, then we might see the utility. Because I think something that we can bring up is that so far the first 2 days, teams are really liking that Jushin, which if we look back previously, teams really don't favor them. Or if they use them, they just don't get the wins.
For Super Friends, though, I think it's one of his favorites.
Yeah.
Like, the Jushin has had a very high win rate whenever he got his hands on it, which actually, now that you mention it, the Super Friends Rosa matchup might look pretty interesting. You know? Like, I feel like the Farsa, if ever it does come through, could it be highly contested between these 2 teams?
I think it's first pick priority because if it's not banned out, we could see the Farsa go through, honestly, first pick if that seems to be the play here, especially for someone like Super Friends. But still, we also have seen them kind of opt to wait as the draft goes on because Super Friends as well has been one of those players that brings out, for example, the Selena.
Oh, yeah.
And he is just able to play the Selena very different than anybody else, like, for some reason.
Yep, the Jushin has been banned, so there is a chance that the Farsa could get picked up. And if we're talking about the mid laners here, Rosa, if you look back in his history, he's not known as a one-trick. He has a lot of tricks in his pocket. Like, we've seen the Valentina, we've seen the Lilia, and I believe he even had a time where he used the Lunox. So I kind of feel like, in terms of the matchup, you really don't mind letting Rosa just wait a little bit and then maybe even counter draft. Or maybe he can make Zetian look really good.
Yeah, I don't even know if, like, wasn't Rosa one of those who was brave enough to bring out, like, those fighters in the, the mid lanes too? So maybe okay, there I was supposed to say maybe the R-Lot for now. If Naisu did mention earlier that Onyx tends to save the Super Friends heroes for later, since he does have such a wide hero pool, but that might lead Rosa to picking it up here.
I think you can pick up the Farsa. Farsa is a bit difficult against Arlet.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I think, man, against the Arlet though, and this is still technically what we find the Arlet still in basically a flex position for the most part. So I feel like that's something that Onyx Philippines likes to do, and especially with Coach Why Not, kind of pick up one of the heroes that you can still flex in later on, depending on how this first phase plays out. So Phoveus will come up for Aurora, and then they get the Kalea, which was obviously open still. We see that banned out quite a bit, but this time I would say Aurora, you know, this is covering the grounds work of initiation, pick-off potential, but then that front line tankiness too, and some of the sustainability that helps out the team here.
I like that they pick up the Kalea because it really opens up the draft in case if they want to play more burst instead of giving it over to Onyx Philippines, where we know for them aggression is a big thing. So if you give over a very aggressive roamer, it could cause problems.
Yeah, and you have to be cautious about who you'll be putting in the front lines if you're Onyx Philippines, because the Kalea can just constantly try to go for these front lines, but they still pick up the R-Lot and Fredrin combo nonetheless. So just as I was thinking, we might be seeing some of the damage dealers for Onyx for now they just went for the Moskov. They literally saved the mages for the second phase.
And now we got a fun fact here. Kelra currently holds the record for most kills, 258 among all players throughout the history of MSC.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
That is a lot.
That is a lot.
I think the second place behind him, and I'm sure we'll get this a glimpse of this later, probably today. So I don't want to spoil anybody, but I think it's like 100 difference. Between
like
the two.
it's a quite big difference.
Yeah. So that's just again, Keller's had quite a bit of experience in MSC throughout his career so far, and obviously this is something that Onyx Philippines wants to go ahead and achieve in. Hopefully getting this championship for them under their belt after being the M6 World Championship champions. So this Lancelot gets picked up. This is an interesting matchup in the jungle. Lancelot against Fredrin.
I like that both teams, they're just delaying their mid lane pick.
This was something King Kong mentioned about Tianzi. The fact that they respect and acknowledge how good his mechanics actually are, and now we'll be seeing it in as early as game number 1 because he'll be picking up the Lancelot up against this lineup of Onyx PH, which so far I feel is a very confident pickup since they also have the Phoveus and the Kalea, so they already have the other members of the team out there to set things up for them. Not that the Lancelot can't do things entirely on his own, but with the CC taken out as well, this is looking somehow... I think Aurora might feel comfortable so far with the first few picks that they have.
It does look like they're banning out the CC because they're really thinking that the Arlet has a high possibility of actually going in Rome. So now I'm thinking for Onyx Philippines, they need some kind of continuous damage here in mid if this Arlet does end up going to Rome. Because I kind of feel like they do want to get the ball rolling at least by Turtle 2. So I wonder what kind of mid they're going to get because neither team looks like they want to counter it. They don't want to ban anything. They just want to counter it.
Yeah, it looks like, even when we get for this last ban, the Farsa is still going to be open. But I don't know, man. If it's going to be the Farsa, I wouldn't even be surprised if still in the lines of if they're focusing on objectives because this lineup is that. So they take out, they're the one, Onyx Philippines is the one to take out the Farsa. Do they go for something else now that we don't have those two mages that pop up? Zetian's still available. Zetian, but then you also have an Eve, for example. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe even an Eve comes through for Super Friends, but they have a lot of options. Again, I think that's why it's so crucial that you really consider the hero pools of Onyx Philippines. But this is also great because this is also showing once again the familiarity between the two teams here. And of course, the coaching staff. Like, we're going to take the Selena just in case Super Prince was planning to go ahead and get that, like we mentioned earlier on.
Yeah, Dexter and MTV are so used to going up against Onyx Philippines at
Feels
this
like
point.
in the Philippines again.
Right? We're just in a different place.
Yeah, it's just a bit harder.
But it's such a deny pick as well because if you think of the other mages that are left, there are like the Zetian, the Luyi. I know it's one of Super Friends' most used picks, but so far we haven't been seeing much of the Luyi.
Did you expect this?
So now...
I mean, it was in my script.
It was?
Oh, yeah, actually, it was here. So, yeah, because here's the thing. It was in the script. But actually, for Rosa, picking up this Valir, my only worry is damage. That's it. That's it.
I mean, you said continuous damage, but...
Technically,
you know what? You guys need to take my nuggets of knowledge.
Yeah.
Because even I don't know I was saying the right things. So you guys have to be fast about it.
Oh!
Ixia! All right, this is interesting because there's no one really able to go to the back line unless it's Arlet or Moskov. But hey, at that point, you just got to be very confident in your own positioning. I actually... Both drafts are very interesting. This is a good match of the day to actually see how both teams really perceive the meta. I'm interested to see the Valir. I'm interested to see the Ixia. I was right, but not in a way that I like it. Anyways, I'm going to give it over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Olafel. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to the English broadcast for MSC 2025 at EWC. It's our third match of the day. And as you're witnessing, our drafts here are phenomenal for game number 1. It is a best of 3 once again for both these teams here. Onyx Philippines, the current world champions, going against Aurora from Turkey, will be going against each other. And who gets the first blood here, we're going to find out in this series. Welcome to it. It's me and Brigida to bring you the action.
I cannot believe we're seeing the Valir-Selena matchup for game number 1. Fel did mention continuous damage, but whether or not they're able to maximize that, we'll see it now because they're playing it very aggressively in the first few minutes. But Super Friends, because of that aggression, is forced to flicker out and will receive the Lord Rose first blood immediately for Aurora Gaming.
I don't know what our fastest first blood. I know it was around like the 30.
26.
26?
We beat it yesterday again.
Okay, it was beaten yesterday.
They wanna beat the record.
Yeah, still under the minute. First blood going in the hands, especially for Tienzi.
Yeah.
That's great for Lancelot to get a start here, and you can see this. This is what I was worried about for King Kong, though, too, because if you get a lead, you then have to rely on the team to help you, even this.
This is such an aggressive start for Aurora Gaming, and the Abyssal Arrow lands onto King Kong. Second casualty of the game, but the punish. They'll be able to take down Apex 47. Okay, things are looking good for Aurora Gaming right now.
It's a great start for them already. 2 kills for Tienzi, you know, an assassin that has popped up multiple times already throughout our tournaments here. And you get 2 early kills, that's going to be great for you. You can already see the emblems too, nothing too crazy, but you got a whole lot of tank emblems. And of course, you're still going to see that Temporal Rain here for the Valier.
Yes.
Apex? Okay, he's not going to get stunned.
So it seems like whenever Super Friends does want to go for the Vengeance Flame, again, that has some sort of purify to it, you'll be able to spam your skills a lot more. The team fights will be a lot more difficult for Aurora Gaming if ever they get to be the recipient of the Burst Fireball then and now, every now and then. But still, like, this I mean, the mere fact that there's a Selena and you're a Fredrin, right?
It's not going to be fun.
It doesn't look too good. So let's see how this pans out. Aurora Gaming are the first to position themselves in the turtle.
All right, they'll get positioned. You can see the rotating happening here too. Sugabo making his way down for this turtle. So they want to go full force for this fight. They want to secure the objective. They've already had a good lead. Oh, it's going to break out. Brusco forced off of this. He doesn't have level 4, so no final slash. That's an easy turtle. I think they just disengage.
Oh, but Onyx might want to go for it. Though Brusco, the Tsunami Slam will be used onto him. And then now Lunar will be isolated on the back line, but so will be Brusco. He is the first to fall, and Lunar will be next. But does Aurora still want to fight this? Now it's Rosa. He won't be able to escape. So somehow Onyx might have equalized it in a way.
I mean, at least they get 2 kills off of that. You know, it's still a small lead for Aurora Gaming right now, but this is, I guess, that was a preview of what the lineup is capable of for Onyx Philippines. Obviously, they're going to need some more time. Also, when that fight before it broke out, the Spear Destruction from Kelra came through, but it didn't land, so he couldn't join this fight. So, you know, essentially, you find yourself in this, but still relatively even because it's a 4v4, and they just go for it. And it's, you know, it's one of those lineups from Onyx Philippines that needs time to literally cook here. But Rosa gets taken out, of course, from King Kong, and he's got a little bit of catching up to do. I'm not sure if he's too far behind in terms of gold. But at least, you know, he's about half a level or a level or so behind Tienzi right now. And Tienzi's 3-0 on this Lancelot already.
That's huge for a Lancelot to get an early 3-0, which is why Onyx PH, they might be respecting this right now. They're playing somehow a little more careful, but now that they see Rosa isolated in the mid lane, they find a way to deal with him. Now going for Apex 47 next. These are 3 members of Onyx PH, but that's the Tsunami Slam already committed onto Brusco. Tienzi also here, but they won't be committing the fight just yet.
Okay, King Kong wants to take this because, as you can see, he's 2 levels behind. So he goes and grabs that. Turtle's going to be up in 10. So Onyx, what they're really looking for is just some of these pick-off potentials. They found them. They've pretty much dissipated the gold lead that Aurora had. Mid lane's going to be put some pressure here, but this is what we're going to see. Aurora Gaming goes back into position for the objective. This time around, though, you still got both gold laners up on their own. This is going to be started up. Super Friends picking up the glowing wand. So now Rosa firing off from the back angle, but will be forced back. King Kong, even despite it all, we'll just jump on in, and this is the hard part for Tienzi. He's got to find the right window.
They start things off, use the final slash, but then the turtle, it's still going to the hands of Aurora. Rosa also takes the kill on Brusco. King Kong somehow trades Apex 47, but Rosa with a double kill takes down Super Friends, and Kirk makes it just in time to find the kill.
A big trade though. Aurora's gonna get more. They're gonna get this mid turret off of that. Good thing for Kirk, at least he gets a kill. There's a trade and an objective as well, as Kaoru was able to push in that tier 1 up top. We'll take a look at the instant replay again. This was a fight that was in favor of Aurora. TNZ goes in, especially with a full barrage laid down right there. It was a great fight position for them, and they kind of separated Onyx Philippines. You know, the Super Fam literally got separated in this fight, and they had to just kind of be in that position of, let's go get something. If we can't Lunar, though.
Oh, they're trying to get something again here in mid. Super Friends seems like he's having such a hard time. Rosa might still actually go for it. Sigibum, nice placement. But still, it's literally so difficult for Onyx Philippines to find an angle here. The biggest worry for Onyx PH at this point is it feels like they need a bit more time to set up for them to be able to use their skills, similar to the Appraiser's Wrath when they wanted to go for that objective. I mean, it was Brusco who started things off, but Aurora Gaming, they have much faster ways to respond, to fight back, and do it explosively, not the way Onyx PH kinda needs a bit more of like buffer or loading time.
Brigade, they need a lot more buffering time. Also, they need to deal with Tienzi. He's 6-0 at this point. He's been pretty much untouched, and then he just picked up the brute force as well. You can see the lead, man, that he has on King Kong. You know, this is what I was worried about in the draft when you saw that Fredrin come through, and then you see the Lancelot, which has been picked up time and time again in our matches so far. And you get this kind of lead, which all started from that early first blood. You get a lot of opportunities to go ahead and play the way you want in your jungle alongside the team here. Plus the fact that you have a Selena to help provide some division is, you know, phenomenal for them to work around with. So I expect this just to be their free turtle, 3 for 3. I think Onyx Philippines is just going to have to adjust and be like, all right, how do we approach this first Lord coming up?
Yeah, at least they have Kelra, they have the Moskov, so they can somehow deal with the macro. But Aurora Gaming, they're still going to go for it. That's the Flicker Tsunami Slam into the strike, already committed by Apex 47. Immediately taking out Kinko. Final Slash connects onto Sigibum, but still the damage coming in from Aurora Gaming seems like it's going to be enough. It's a triple for TNZ. Sigibum gets taken out. Kelra might be the saving grace, but will he be able to do it? He's up against two members and he won't.
What a play with such a good final slash, but unfortunately for Onyx, they weren't able to win that fight. Great placements here from Aurora Gaming. Again, it was initiated by them. Look at the final slash that comes through, even onto that full barrage.
Yeah.
Great placement, but again, they were behind, and Kaura really wasn't there for that majority of that fight until the end here, and he really can't go against a TNC. Look at him, he's 10-0-1 on this Lancelot.
What is this KDA? How did this come?
Has he found the right balance between aggression?
Okay, so out of the 14 kills, he hasn't been part of 3.
Yeah.
Just 3. The math is not
Quick
mathing,
maths.
but you know, it's just how surprising the game is. Imagine this much of a lead between Tienzi and King Kong. That's 3K? Around 3K? Between the Fredrin and the Lancelot. And you know that if it is a Fredrin jungle, then you basically are going to be the utility. You just want to set things up for your teammates. But Kelra, oh no, Apex 47, there to protect his teammate, there to protect Sigibum. They have to reposition unless Onyx PH still want to take on this fight. There is somehow still a lead between them and Aurora Gaming, but it feels like they desperately want to at least get something.
Yeah, it seems like Onyx Philippines right now is kind of scrapping for whatever they can get.
No.
That is a massive differential between the junglers right now. Tienzi, this is how confident he can be too, that he just takes things from King Kong. So, you know, that's tough to see, especially if you're in that position for King Kong right now, and you're down multiple levels. Whoa, Super Fritz!
Okay, at least the flicker was there. But that was a very close call. I mean, Super Prince was confident enough to not use the Vengeance Flame, not like it could do much anyway. But still, at least they still have, or he still, no, he actually used it. No, the Vengeance Flame, not the Flicker. So now, how does Onyx PH deal with this? Kirk, will he try to look for a setup? King Kong up front. Oh, they seem to be bursting Lunar down. Gets to switch targets though, looks for Super Prince, and the full barrage immediately canceled out. Kinker, he won't be able to tank enough damage. That connection left alone.
Oh, Rosa, okay, throws down an arrow, but not going to connect. They get everything that they wanted here. They're also going to get this Lord time and time again, and fight after fight. Onyx Philippines just Lunar, because Lunar's just jumping in front of 5 dudes.
And he survived.
He's jumping for the super fam, yeah. And he's look at how long he survived.
He went in back again, got a kill.
He's like, oh, hold on, I'll come back. And like that ends up working out for them. And this is once again this lineup that Aurora Gaming has is just, it's working in synergy really, really well.
Yeah.
So as they lead into this Lord is going to be pushing with them. This is going to be a tough one to defend, I think, even this early on.
And imagine during that fight, the full barrage was cancelled right away. So they didn't even get to feel the full duration of the full barrage just yet, but that was already the amount of damage and pressure that Aurora Gaming already showed them. There goes the full barrage again, though.
T-Boom's like, let me at least just go ahead and use it on this wave so I can at least get a full. And he even ended it, so he's like, nah. Picks up the Malefic gun. Boom in a great position. This whole time, it's so funny because this is one of those instances, and maybe, you know, Ixchia's just one of those heroes where it's like, yeah, you're kind of just the covering fire hero or person on the team. Very similar to what we see with like Farsa's in terms of, you know, the magic damage burst. And what Ixchia here is he's 0, 1, and 11, has massive assists because of the fact that, yeah, all he has to do is pretty much post up, pop the full barrage, and he's okay. He's able to pump out damage. He's even got that Sea Halberd himself. He did pick up a Sky Piercer, so it's like, if he is going to get a kill, it's going to be just, you know, a one-off because everybody's low.
What if he decides to use it late into the fight? Then that's going to be a problem too. Because either way, the Sky Piercer, if it does get some stacks later on, though, it's going to be a problem for Onyx PH, even if they try to run away. The lack of range is honestly getting to them.
Yeah.
They have no ways to deal with, again, Sigiboom. And even during the times where Brusco does find the final slash, does find the stun, who could you rely on to supply the follow-up damage, to burst down these damage dealers from Aurora Gaming? Literally none.
You gotta rely on your fam. That's why they're the super fam. But right now, it's not working out for them. And there's been some good final slashes from Brusco, but like you said, and you know, earlier on, we need plenty of time before anything to happen for Onyx Philippines. If you really want to see them turn this fight around, they have a massive goal deficit to worry about and work against. Maybe something can happen around the Lord, but most likely not, because you're a Fredrin for King Kong. You know, it's not like you're going to be able to just kind of surprise them. Like, Fredrin literally walks up with his hand in his pocket. You're not surprising anybody. So there's been some instances where it's like, all right, well, what do they do? It's either that final slash or Kirk. Kirk is the other option whenever that flicker is available, to actually go in and, you know, flicker in, Earth Shatter, onward somebody.
Okay.
It looked like they wanted to make a play on Sigiboom. Uh-oh.
It's an immediate counter engage from Aurora. It's not that Onyx was even able to find the right engage. King Kong, the first pick off. They look for Super Prince next, and Rosa catches up to him. Now that you take out the jungler, what else is there to worry about? But nonetheless, Yenzi might still try to go for the fight. Abyssal Trap does not connect to Kelra, but they might actually try to go for it here.
These arrows are crazy. They've been on point from Rosa. It almost seems like Onyx Philippines just walking into them, and they try to hold on the best they can. They'll lose the top turret, mid turret, and Aurora will just make their way to this Lord here. Kirk's going to try to give them some vision. You still got a couple seconds for the rest of the team to be up, but they might be a little bit too late if they try to actually make this happen. It would be an absolute miracle. Almost 10,000 gold behind if they actually contest this, but it looks like that's not going to happen, but they fight anyway.
Aurora still decide to fight this. The Abyssal Arrow doesn't connect onto anyone. Kirk, though, does the Primal Wrath, but this might be the opening for Onyx PH. SOT already committed. Lunar will be the target, but Sigiboom gets to use the full barrage and takes down 2 members. Rosa also finds the kill onto Kelra, and this is looking bad for Onyx PH. It's a maniac for Sigiboom. They finally find a way to deal with the super fam.
And Aurora Gaming will take game 1 in this best of 3, a dominant one against the super fam.
Oh my
that what we expected?
That was a brilliant draft. You see just how familiar they are.
Yep.
I cannot believe the surprises. I knew it. They just keep coming.
It's one thing to have one Maniac. It's another to have two. And against Onyx Philippines. But here's the thing. There is a lot to talk about, and we have to talk about, number one, what is with the tempo here at MSC? It almost feels like the moment you get into games, someone's gonna die. And in this one, it was Onyx Philippines. They received the first blood, and then after that, I would say the good thing about Aurora Gaming is that with the draft and with their playstyle, they can fight at any time. But it looks like Onyx Philippines, they're waiting for their time. And this is something that I told my sister. Waiting sucks.
Waiting sucks?
Waiting sucks.
Oh, waiting.
Yeah, waiting. Waiting. Menunggu.
But like, okay, but like from behind, right? How else are they supposed to deal with it though?
Just wait faster.
Just wait more.
Yeah, just wait faster, you know? Like do that, but faster.
You know when you can like skip the waiting?
Yeah.
I wish that applied in real life.
Oh yeah.
You know, speed it up.
Yeah. just get here and just start do your own thing. Now here's the thing. Honestly, looking at that game, there is a lot that we can talk about because even you guys during the draft were surprised because you thought there would be more damage coming in from Onyx Philippines considering the players that they had. It just looked like a bit of a mismatch between the playstyle and the heroes.
I think it really started under minute one, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And that's always, I don't want to say always the case, but it's a lot of the cases when you are a hyper scaling kind of jungler like a Lancelot in comparison to a Fredrin who needs a little bit more time. If you go down earlier on, you know, like Aurora is going to be that team that punishes that and doesn't let up at all. And that's exactly what they did here. So, you know, they had that from the get-go. They were able to go ahead and just find moment after moment in all these windows. And I really feel like, you know, you mentioned it, Lafell, like Onyx Philippines just didn't have that damage profile available for them because even when we saw some great final slashes, that was clearly apparent.
It's a 13-0-6 for TNZ.
That's crazy.
And I felt like the killing spree was just unlimited.
Yeah.
In that entire...
He could have gotten a Savage, by the way.
Yeah. Imagine that. And it felt so hard for Onyx PH because even the ways they could do to start a fight rely on Kirk or Brusco, they're not the kind of frontliners who can just stand in front and tank the damage. They have to do something. And when they can't do that something, what now? Like, what's next?
Nicely, you know how we've been casting for a while, and every single time we go into game, there's like graphics showing, oh, they're here. I feel like for MSC, we should stop that because it looks like the 10-second mark, something happened. Because in my head, why was Onyx that far ahead?
Well, it was super friends.
Yeah, like
so.
what happened? Like, were they baited? Was the Cillian super low, so they had to move forward? Like, what happened? There's so many questions, and everything's just covered. Like we legit just don't know.
Yeah, you know, it's always good to get the little close up and stuff, but sometimes I guess the way the teams are playing right now, they're like, this is our moment.
This is our moment when they can see us.
Make something happen.
This is where we shine.
Because you're a Valier, so you would assume you could just like keep throwing out those.
You don't have to be that far ahead.
But yeah, that's...
It's hard to do an analysis when you don't know what happened. But here's the thing, looking at TNZ, Rich Guy as well as the carry, Lunar took a lot of damage, and Apex 47, I gotta say, like, I feel like Kalia is not a hot commodity. Like, everyone wants that Kalia now.
Yeah, the Kalia has been great, man. I mean, it's still serving the purpose of, you know, initiations, pick off potential. You get that little bit of sustainability too. And I feel like she's just also a pretty good, like, brawler. Like, she can go ahead and hold her own. Yeah. And plus the concussive blast.
Yeah.
Usually. It's great there, but yeah, Tienzi, what a performance on the Lancelot.
I think that was what I was most afraid of when I saw the Kalea picked up and Onyx still deciding to reveal the Arlott Fredrin. I mean, you still can find a way to work around those two heroes. Those are still two very difficult frontliners, setup heroes to deal with, but the Kalea, in that case, paired up with other pick-off-centric mid laners and heroes like the Lancelot, it just felt like they were free enough to do their thing. They just had to focus on one player at a time, and they didn't have to worry about much, unlike Onyx Philippines in that game.
Now, here's the thing. After that game, I have just a bit of a hot take, which is presented by Al Habib Medical Group, Doctor's Note, and the hot take for this one, damage is kind of good. if only your draft has damage. Because look at this. What a perfect final slash. Look at this setup. Everyone is there. If only they had damage.
If only.
If only they had damage. Because here's the thing. I would say every single meta, the number changes. The equation changes. Personally for me, I feel like this time, having 3 damage profiles is great. One is that one person is gone. 3 is better. So one chase here, one chase there. The other one just do whatever he wants.
Good math.
Right? So thank you very much. I don't know. That's my hot take. Damage is kind of good. So maybe when you draft,
get damage.
Get damage.
So
although to be fair, Super Friends did damage. I know, but it's just not. It's not cool.
It's hot. It's
It's hot. It's hot.
It's hot damage.
So people might be okay with more triple marksman lineups now.
Hey, I mean, it works.
That's true.
Does it not work? I feel like it has a positive win rate, right? So just more damage. And the other hot take is that have a draft that you can fight at any time, right? Because waiting sucks. So don't wait.
Because I feel like we've seen this. Even yesterday, we saw some game ones for a lot of the teams, especially the teams that you think are automatic to maybe have the upper hand or so, to kind of just get the feel for things and like test themselves, maybe even to the sense of their draft as a test. Because I feel like Onyx Philippines wanted to go with something here, but then that last, like that second phase, they kind of really responded to what Aurora Gaming did, and that's why I said especially the last pick, or the second to last pick, taking the Selena was also a great choice because it just felt like a lot of those arrows were just a nuisance. Plus the traps, to deal with was a nuisance for Onyx Philippines, and they just put themselves in a position where it's like, all right, well, we're just going to go for this. Hopefully it works. Hopefully we have enough damage. But like you said, Lafal, they didn't.
Yeah, and looking at this game, I kind of feel like everywhere, no matter where you are, all around the world, you're like, yo, now this is a game. That's why this is our match of the day. But here's the thing. Aurora Gaming, they've been in MLBB history for quite a long time. The players, they've been here all this while. But in case you guys don't know, let's actually check out the road to EWC for Aurora Gaming.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, ben Aurora takımının altın koridor oyuncusu Shigibum. Bu kadar büyük bir organizasyona katılabilmek benim için çok gurur verici bir şey. Umarım güzel bir başarı yakalarız.
Mükemmel bir sezonu geride bırakıyor olacak.
My expectations for Aurora isn't for placement, but it's simple. Really crazy picks, surprising drafts that might just make the teams reconsider how they understand the meta.
TNZ gerçekten çok iyi bir oyuncu. Mikrosu müthiş seviyede. Bazenleri çılgınca pikler atsa bile onlarla çok iyi işler çıkartabiliyor. Oyuncular ondan birazcık korkmaları gerekiyor. Oyun içinde heyecana kapıldığımızda bazen oluyor çünkü. Bunlar bizi bir tık sakinleştirebiliyor, sakin olun diye. Türkiye'nin en iyi 5 oyuncusuna sahibiz. Bu bizim için çok güzel bir şey. Bizi de motive ediyor tabii ki de. Hepsine güveniyorum. Korkmuyoruz, yeneceğimizi düşünüyoruz.
I like that balance because they say sometimes they do get overhyped, but Lunar is the one that actually pulls them back in. It's like, guys, calm down. We can't make a mistake at this point. And they said, be a little bit afraid of TNZ. I think
we're afraid.
Just a bit.
I think he goes with the hot take. Damage was good. He had the damage.
Yeah.
TNZ was after that performance of the Lance, I almost would just automatically expect Onyx Philippines to go with the jungle assassin
Assassins,
this time.
right? I think maybe if we do pull up the comments, people would be wanting to see that too. This is just me assuming, knowing like how the comments usually go. But yeah, because it felt like a less aggressive Onyx PH when in fact we know them to be that kind. Of course, led by Brusco and Super Friends, which I feel like might be why they were that far in the early stages of the game. But they have to probably like be a little more aware.
Yeah.
They have to take a bit more consideration of what heroes they have and what heroes the opposing team has, because in that scenario, the Lancelot was someone who could quickly catch up to the mid lane fights.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think they will, use that kind of drive again. But again, just to remind you guys back at home, make sure you guys slay a lot of lords, because there's a lot for you guys to get in this All-Star Dino patch where the Lord changed, the buff changed, heck, even the little Wanderer changed. actually kill a lot of lores because, hey, that's part of the quest to make sure that you guys can get the new Popaling Koopa skin. Now, again, back to my point, I don't think they'll be going that kind of route again. Like, I feel like if they still want utility in the jungle, I kind of feel like Super Friends Hero will change.
That is probably the best case scenario because I think even then, if we talked about the gold lane, like Kelra on the Mozkov would have been fine. I think he just didn't have enough time to catch up from the mass
dealers a lot of time. So Kalia, there's something about this hero for today.
Kind
for
of strong.
MSC.
Kind of strong, man.
Kind of strong.
Kind of strong. So it's definitely something that you got to watch out for, because we definitely see the pattern here in MSC where the spotlight is really on those junglers, because the junglers in this patch really does a lot of damage, especially on those Lancelots. And Kalia is one of the best counters for those kind of heroes. And maybe that's why we also starting to see all this Hildas, because Hilda is also a way to deal with the assassins. The only thing is the times change. People change. In the early game, sure. Man-to-man defense, wherever the Lancelot goes, follow. If he needs water, give him water, right?
And this changed too, because there was no early kill.
There was no early kill.
Yeah.
Maybe they just needed that. Maybe they should have just been more aggressive in the early game.
I feel like they tried.
Yeah, they tried. They tried.
But
But this couldn't happen. Couldn't happen.
They heard what we were talking about. But, you know, I think I'm wondering if we get to a phase through MSC here where the Lancelot is starting to be banned out. Like from a lot of teams. Because they're just like, or is it always just going to be one of those open options? And the team that decides to take him gets that kind of... I feel like he is an advantage in a way.
This is from a previous game as well. Yeah, I kind of feel like Lancelot is just... In a sense, he does a lot what the meta needs right now. He's good for Turtle, especially Turtle 2 as well as Turtle 3, because of that Thorn Rose. Unless an SOD comes in and you're just like, there's no way. There's no way a Moscow Fall can steal this Turtle. But other than that, the Lancelot can do work. And also... we have a lot of good gold laners in MSC right now. So any kind of assassin that's able to go to the back lines, then that's the kind of hero that you want. And I kind of feel like everyone wants something like a Ling and etc. But they take too long. Lancelot, he doesn't.
Yeah.
At any point, he can just go for it.
And when we saw the Lancelot get his full build, like the BOD, the full damage, you saw how he was able to deal with even the Hilda. Even Apex 47, like it came to a point where he couldn't do the man-to-man defense anymore because King Kong could really deal with Apex 47 already all by himself. And like what you mentioned as well, I feel like there were multiple times where in Sigibum clearly attempted or did a lot to somehow save the game, especially this moment. I think this moment we're seeing here, I mean, look at that clutch SOD and then him just surprising King Kong and everyone else from behind, but because King Kong was there.
Yeah. If this was anyone other than Kelra, should have died, and maybe they could have used that opportunity to end the game, right? Because he survived so long, a little bit too long.
He took their attention.
I feel like even they're like, guys, how is he not dead yet?
Yeah, I think that was the case too. Because even earlier on, we saw him play 1v3 under the gold lane for tier 1 turret. So you know, those are things you can always expect from Kelra. But it's the changing, I'd say, of the meta that we've seen so far. Because even back in M6, right? I feel like that was very gold lane centric.
Yeah, very gold lane centric.
And now we have what, jungle centric.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the other one is like the third one that we really have to look out for is really that mid. But mid, at least for this matchup, is very subjective. Really depends on the heroes that they use, right? Because we've seen Rosa on the Selena twice. In game number 1, we saw the Valier. Still, in terms of the numbers, it looks good, but it was just not enough for the team. And now the Kadita. So I kind of feel like it's easy for us to talk about the jungle and the gold. The mid is that X factor. It's very subjective here because we don't see too much Kaditas. We don't see too much Selenas. We know they're strong, but we just don't see a lot of it.
Yeah, maybe Super France's idea is to go with the elements here. He went with fire. He went with water.
So after this is Veil.
Veil.
Veil.
Oh.
Yeah. Hey. We got to see if they actually mention that in their road to EWC for Onyx Philippines.
My IGN is King Kong. I'm from Onyx Philippines, and I'm the jungler. Being in MSC is another achievement for me, a personal goal. Then I feel very exciting.
Brusco goes out, there was a blaze in the skies, but it's too late. The cavalry reclaim the throne.
Our toughest run in MPLPH Season 15 was in the regular season. Around the first half, we are struggling a lot. And the way we handle it, Coach Why Not always reminds us to put a little more effort every single day. And we should make sure that each day we are progressing. I want to win MSC very, very, very, very, very bad.
Heading into MSC, Onyx Philippines has had time to adapt.
to grow and to really develop their understanding of the meta, that I just see them like as Batman with prep time.
Coach Wynot always tells us that no matter what, never think that we are in our peak, because it is very important that every single day we improve. Because once you think that you're in the peak, I think you would never learn more and improve more.
And we saw that journey, right? The early start of MPL Philippines doesn't look all that great, but hey, it's not about how you start, it's about how you end. And even though they didn't become champions, but they're still here in MSC, and King Kong did say he wants to win this one very, very, very, very, very, very, very, very badly. Now, here's the thing. If you guys support Onyx Philippines, make sure you guys support it with your diamonds, because right now the MSC support chest is here. For 20 diamonds, you guys can start supporting your teams and get some goodies for yourself as well. As soon as, yeah, there you go. Purchase the MSC support chest. 20 diamonds. It's kind of good deal. It's kind of a good deal. With 20 diamonds, you guys can get a lot.
You can get way more than...
That's Atlas.
That is, yeah.
Yeah, you can get the Atlas skin. Previous MSC skin, yeah.
I played that last night.
You did?
Yep.
I hope we get to see that, though. Like, we saw the Kadita already. I hope we see a lot more coming soon. Like, the number of unique heroes we have this MSC, I feel like we've seen
quite a bit.
How many?
2 days in. I mean, it's only 2 days.
Oh, so far, yeah. But
I mean, with the Leo Mord and etc., I kind of feel like we're stretching it out just
the
a little
Valir,
bit.
the Lunox.
I mean, like, here's the thing. If Super Prince actually goes for that veil, then hey, maybe he is playing with that element. Unless he wants to go lightning and just pick up Eudora.
Oh, lightning's an
Oh.
element?
I mean, it depends on the enemy.
Technically, it is.
Depends on the enemy.
Yeah.
Because some light and dark, and some are like light and dark is not an element. Like it's a weird thing. It really depends on the author.
It can go into a whole debate here.
Okay, yeah.
Some say gravity is an element.
Who's some?
Marvel.
Everybody in his head.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, this time Aurora is first pick, and they're banning out that Arlet, and now Onyx Philippines is second pick.
Wow, this is different.
Yeah.
We actually have Onyx Philippines on the second pick. I'm doing that for you, LaFell. They're going to be second pick over here on the red side, on the right side. And I'm just reinforcing.
Thank you very much.
That's how you learn.
I prefer when you're the one saying it because your voice is nicer.
Yeah, you know, throwing it back to the old teacher days here. Now, for Aurora, they're going to go for these bans. You go for the Arlot, the Wan, Baksha, Uranus still banned out. I don't know what we expect Aurora to take first pick. What do you think here, Brig?
What if they go for the Kalea too?
No, like legit, Kalia is so good. It denies so many things.
Honestly, we haven't seen the Farsa at all, even though I thought it would be like one of the hot commodities between these two teams, knowing their mid laners and their playstyle, but maybe they're just that aggressive that heroes that are too reliant on positioning aren't the go-to option anymore. They ban out the Phoveus though, so yeah, I feel like
personally for me, if I'm going up against TNZ, even I'm like, yeah, no.
No.
I'm a little bit scared. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
So maybe the Jushin here again? What?
Shout out to Mr. Fear.
Shout out to Mr. Fear.
If he's watching right now.
Probably is, right?
Probably is, yeah.
So yeah, maybe the Jushin here, unless they just want to double down on all these tanky heroes that they're taking out.
I wouldn't mind a
Yi
Kalia
Sun-shin.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
it's still
Yi Sun-shin.
open.
They banned the Kimi instead, so they just want to open it up. Right? If you take Yi Sun-shin, we take Kalia. If you take Kalia, we take Yi Sun-shin.
Oh.
+1.
I think this is still Kalea first pick.
I would prefer the Kalia, actually, yeah.
It covers your bases so well.
Never mind.
And never mind all of us.
So like what? Kalia and then pick a priority EXP, unless if they want to eat it, then just pick Kalia and then prio mid?
Maybe Farsa Kalea.
Farsa.
It's so good, but
then
hey.
again, you don't really need to take the Farsa just yet.
Or
unless they're really
Arlot.
worried, yeah. No,
Arlot's
Arlot's banned.
Yeah, because I kind of feel like they want the Lancelot again, but you know, since there's already Yi Sun-shin, you can just wait for Red 3.
Yeah.
This is literally confidence in mechanics, you know, like trust in the Traceless to not get caught in whatever Onyx PH might just get up later.
I called it.
Okay.
I'm an analyst today.
Oh my goodness, how did you see that coming?
Gideon, did you see that?
Oh my goodness, I'm so impressed. I'm impressed.
Locked in, dude. I'll tell you that much. Game 3, I've waited a while.
Yeah.
And now I'm here.
Hey, You've done your warm-up.
Yep.
And now you're all good. Now you're pushing the way. So now Aurora, how do they respond here? Seeing the Farsa, seeing the Kalia, we saw them prioritizing the Selena. Will they do that again in game number 3?
Rosa, 3 for 3 on the Selena.
Wait, what?
Hey, we were just talking about unique heroes.
Hey, we're adding more. And there's the Selena. Now here's the thing. Ruby is good, but is it this early good? Right? Wait, the only reason why they will pick a Ruby here is if there's a surprise later. But the thing is, the Ruby is already a surprise. Oh, and they pick up the landslide.
But, you know.
Could Ruby be flexed?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't even know where this could go because I've seen a couple of
Rubies. Gold Lane Rubies. XP Ruby. Wait.
Rome
Ruby.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the curveball.
Maybe she can go to the talent lounge. Who knows?
Probably.
Hey, you know what?
She's about to play, so probably.
She can go anywhere, man. Rome EXP Gold.
Oh, that's such a surprise. Okay. I mean, who are they stopping at this point? The Kalea?
Cool.
Maybe?
The Ruby?
Yeah.
Kalia, Lancelot, Farsa.
Yeah, Farsa. Pretty much everybody.
Everyone.
Right now.
I mean, if it's about protecting again, then maybe it's a Bruce.
No, I mean like they're so close to each other. They could just taunt and then be like, "Are you offended?"
Yes.
Yeah.
That's usually the way that it works.
They can.
If you guys don't get the joke, her skill is called "I'm offended."
I know.
I know. But
I see the chat too. Sometimes we're like, why are they saying they're offended?
It's the name of
the name of the ultimate from Ruby. She gets offended.
It's the hook.
Yes, it's the hook.
Anyways, Granger ban. That's a good ban. But here's the thing. Like, I think. Wait, they banned the Granger. Is Granger good against the Ruby? Because I'm really entertaining that this Ruby could go gold. But
yeah.
At the same time, in my head, Sigibom is so good, right? You want that carry. That's just in my head. Like, is it worth it to give him the Ruby when he has so much carry potential, like what we saw from the Moskov earlier?
I don't know, man. Like, I'm just really
good question, huh?
Yeah, I think it's more so of like this Ruby being a debut pick, but then also like the flexibility of the hero as well. Especially since you have a YSS in the jungle, and I guess, you know, once these next 2 picks are locked in from Aurora, we'll get a better picture of that. Because also, you know, for if you are going to still pick up an XP lane, like what do you pick up durability-wise? You already have the Fulvius band out that we've seen Lunar play twice now. Glue is picked up over on the other side.
Ooh.
All right.
Oh, it is.
So it is Gold Lane Ruby.
So regardless of whatever Keller decides to go for, I mean, if it's not the marksman, it's the Harry.
Roger.
The perfect lore matchup.
Yeah, the lore.
The lore matchup.
Brigida, I'm talking about the lore because you know now you get. See, Nicer picked it up.
Yeah, little red.
It's a lore.
It's okay. It takes time for me.
But either ways, I kind of feel like for Onyx Philippines, they already have a very solid, very standard kind of draft. They pick up the Beatrix, which is one of the favorites, all right? Because at this point, it's like, hey, I don't know what you're up to. I don't like it. I'm just going to pick up something that I know I can carry with. Now, looking at this here, the Ruby, I kind of feel like is going to get a lot of value in this game, especially if there's a glue around, because she can actually get a lot of spell vamp over everything that happens throughout the team fight. So this is going to be the final match in this series. Who would have thought that game number 1, Onyx Philippines lost, and now both teams are at match point. It's going to be interesting to see who will win this one. I'm going to give it over to Naisu and Brigida.
Thank you once again, Lafel, for joining us through the draft here, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us, we're about to jump into game number 3 in our 3rd match of today here at day number 2 for MSC. Will it be Onyx Philippines to take the win, or will it be Aurora Gaming from Turkey to go ahead and solidify their win in day number 1 for Group B here for them? Once again, I'm Naisu, and this is Brigida to bring you the action. Brigida, which draft here are you really liking? I mean, you're jumping up and down here. Who's it for? Is it Aurora?
I mean, it's been a while since we've seen the YSS, so I'm kind of excited to see how Onyx PH are going to deal with it. Also, of course, the Ruby, which makes a sudden appearance as well, but Brusco, this reminds me of the game number 1 start, but at least now they're not really punished. But this is what you like to see about Onyx Philippines, the way they're keeping the aggression going. But you can say the same for Aurora Gaming.
I feel like that's what you do, especially if you're Kalea. You know, you're easily able to go ahead and heal back up if you do take a couple shots. So, whoa, unlike this Apex 47, yeah, he's going to have to go ahead and get back here, but still, for the most part, even looking at the compositions here, yeah, I think this is going to be the interesting one, is you take a glimpse of the gold lane, is how will this play for Sigiboom? Because we've seen his mechanics and his positioning is usually really good. Now it changes when you throw a hero like the Ruby in his hands. It's going to be a little bit different. You can see he's going with a whole lot of this, though. He is going to be running that, you know, the Festival of Blood. He's got the Brave Smite, so he can go ahead and heal up a lot, like LaFell mentioned earlier on, especially when Kirk is utilizing that glue.
Yeah, also with the thrill. So this is the kind of Ruby which has a bit, or maybe not even a bit, of damage to it whenever it goes for those I'm offended plays or those brief stuns you latch onto the opponents to make things a bit more difficult. Oh, okay. Cool steal from TNZ, denying King Kong of that, but they will be getting their level 4s nonetheless, so this is going to be interesting. The way they're able to manage and deal with the first objective of the game. There's a lot of action going in all parts of the map, but who's going to get to set things first?
All right, they're going to position Brusco, again, not level 4, neither is Apex 47, so both junglers will just get the busted ace. TNZ going to go for a... I thought he was going to go for a cheeky steal there, too. So, buff secured for King Kong. There's the fight.
Flicker from Kirk, followed by Brusco. They're really going after TNZ, but Super Friends, he gets caught, however. King Kong secures the turtle and just decides to walk away. So far, Onyx, they've been very decisive in wanting to take down TNZ, but it seems like they lacked the damage, or they weren't able to accomplish it just yet.
Wow, okay, so a couple things happened there. They were able to get the turtle as King Kong did the work.
Yeah.
They traded, of course, for a kill, so Aurora gets that kill. It was Sigiboom to catch him out for Super Friends. So, Brusco...
could still walk away.
Okay. Brusco's going to be fine. But also, meanwhile, all that, as Kelro's going to be the next focus here, okay, nice Mountain Shocker. I think Kelro's going to be fine. He did go ahead and rush into the Sea Halberd. So he grabbed that. He's going to clear out this wave here. And he also got a whole bunch of gold in his pockets. Rosa! Goodbye, Super Prince! It's been a minute since we've seen the Farsa.
He literally just landed and used the feathered airstrike. Doesn't want to have or allow Rosa to have the best possible game for the Selena once more, but I'm really liking how Keller is managing the gold lane. I mean, it has been a surprise to see the Ruby go up against this hero, but even when they already decided to rotate, even when TNZ decided to rotate, he knew that it was just important to keep the waves out of the turret. There's the AOG already committed by Apex 47. But they're being very particular about it. They don't want to engage in a fight that Aurora decides to set up for themselves.
Yeah, Aurora's got a couple options to go ahead and start fights up if they want to. And information advantage as well, especially with the Mountain Shocker once it's used. So they can play to that advantage if they want to. The Turtle's about 10 seconds away here as Onyx Philippines tries to get in positioning. We'll see if they go for it. Apex 47 won't land that Unbreakable. Not going to get the taunt off from Brusco.
He decides to flicker. He actually tries to go for TNZ, but on the other hand, Lunar as well surprises everyone. The Primal Wrath won't last long. Gets bursted down by Kellera and the rest of the members of Onyx. So it's a 1-for-1 trade so far. It's the EXP and the Roamer that gets traded.
It's going to be a tough one if they want to contest this. Super Prince doesn't have a Feathered Airstrike just yet, and he's quite low.
Yeah.
They might force it, but right now, Aurora will go ahead and secure themselves the turtle. So a good decision from them and good timing too. So now they go and get back into position. Kelra might have to be careful here. What we're seeing a lot is this Ruby being kind of a nuisance to deal with, especially with the Lancelot, for example, King Kong. Apex is here though.
Okay, they have to protect their gold lane, but the Abyssal Arrow and the AOG nearly lands, but it misses by just a bit. They'll have to let go of their tier 1 turret down bottom. And we're starting to see the idea that Aurora Gaming actually has. It's pressure, constant pressure on the gold lane. It forces reactions out of Onyx Philippines. They'll try to get a kill, however, onto Lunar, and they have enough damage to do that.
Good decision. I didn't think they'd go for it, but anyway, Apex 47 is going to get dragged back.
Yeah, there's the grab. Just one more hit. Will they be able to do it? Kirk delivers the final blow, and now Onyx PH, they're somehow ahead. They secure the lead against Aurora Gaming, although it's somehow just 1,000 gold for now.
A whole lot of just trading going on, at least, you know, even in terms of around the map, those objectives. But Kelra's been having a pretty good time on this Beatrix, you know, sitting on 2 kills now. He's got a very minor lead against Sigiboom, and they can go ahead and play around the fact that Brusco has been doing the same thing. You know, every single time the Tsunami Slam is available, especially when the Flicker is there, he's going and being decisive enough to make those plays happen. And Kelra, all he has to do is, you know, set up. And, yeah, you can see the burst potential from this composition is something that Aurora Gaming's gonna have to watch out for.
This kind of reminds you of the Beatrix and the Navaria, except that it's not a Star Shutter, it's the feathered airstrike that can be used to actually complement or vice versa, whichever they want to use first. So Aurora Gaming, if that was something Onyx wasn't able to get their hands on previously, now they have so much range, they have so much access, King Kong being one of them too. They can literally play with the angles when they're ever or whenever there's a team fight. And there you go, immediately taking down Rosa. There's the counter. I'm offended, nearly catching 2, but still they survive and walk away from all the threats. Kirk too, doing a lot just to zone out the other members of Aurora Gaming. The feathered airstrike, cooldown's over. So now they somehow gain control in the Turtle Pit, but Lunar...
Lunar pops the Primal's Wrath. Now he's going to be in trouble. Kirk's going to go ahead and bring him on back. King Kong just around the corner, though. Is he going to commit to this? Goes in with Thorn Rose. They have enough damage to pop off Kelra, too. Boom, another shot, a double for Kelra.
Imagine that. He just had to wait for a bit to join back the fight again. That's King Kong looking for the targets, and he still doesn't want to stop. Phantom Execution doesn't land on Rosa, but there's the feathered airstrike. Still, though, he somehow makes it out alive. A clean flicker or a clean dodge coming in from Rosa to get out of that. But Onyx Philippines clearly in the lead right now. If it was just 1K earlier, now it's already 5K.
It's crazy how fast that ballooned up, you know, just in a matter of a minute or so. You get yourself a nice lead at this point. You can see some of the items here now falling into place, especially, and Onyx Philippines, very interesting. Now you've got that ultimate accessible to you even more for Brusco, and that's going to be great because this is what we've seen all day from him, is that Tsunami Slam.
And Kelra, look at the first item. He actually went for the Sea Halberd, going up against Sigiboom on the Ruby in the gold lane. So they're really looking for ways to answer and deal with Aurora Gaming, even from the very beginning of this game. So now they have to keep the pressure going. They have to limit the ways that Aurora are able to move around the map. And I feel like that responsibility is mostly going to fall on Kirk's shoulders right now. He's the one who has to be the threat, who has to be the disruptor for Aurora Gaming. Look at the damage coming in from Kelra as well. Brave enough to stand in front of both Sigiboom and Rosa in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Kelra relying specifically on just how, you know, mechanically gifted as a player as he is, he can go ahead and be confident enough to just rely on a flicker even if he has to against someone like a Ruby who could do the exact same thing, you know, flicker forward, I'm offended, pull you on in. But it's funny because every time we see a Beatrix pop up, it's kind of like, you remember that time when Beatrix was just so dominant, you know, she even had her own figurine back for the World Championship. And it's like, man, you kind of remember just how good it is to have multiple options in terms of, you know, all the guns she has available to go ahead and for the right situation. But even so, it's just the counter hasn't been able to be caught because of the fact that you just have such good zoning from this lineup here. There's already, Brusco!
Brusco, he decides to go for Sigiboom, but there's a Winter Crown. Could potentially save him from this pickup, and he has a lot of sustain to deal with it. But Kelra decides to go for Apex 47 first. There's the Revitalize, which buys him a lot more time. But on the other sides of the map, King Kong was able to work on other members too, but at the expense of his very own life. That doesn't look too good for Onyx PH.
I gotta say though, Sigiboom bought a ton of time. So even without King Kong, Onyx Philippines is gonna just go for this Lord here. I'm not sure if Aurora Gaming is gonna do anything. Rosa might give them the information, but they just make the decision. It's better off that we just give it up. We don't deal with it. The Lord is secured here for Onyx Philippines. So that fight that broke out, you know, it was just really kind of split up even. And yeah, it was King Kong that went down, but nonetheless, again, Kelra well protected here with Brusco. Sigiboom buys some time. You can see King Kong was going for Lunar, but Tienzi was there to go ahead and help him out. So again, a great play from both sides, but ultimately objective going in the hands of Onyx Philippines will now allow them to march towards the base here. And we'll see if Aurora Gaming has enough to go ahead and defend. That's an I'm offended thrown on out. Not going to find a mark here. The Lord is going up top side, so expect Onyx Philippines to at least get to these base turrets.
Yep. They're trying to sink the waves as well, making the most out of this objective that they were already able to take for themselves. Feathered Airstrike already committed, and so will be that split early. Oh, no, it's okay. They don't really mind that. So now they get to expose all the inhibitor turrets for now from Aurora Gaming. That's a lot of damage coming in from King Kong, but at least a successful defense for now.
And they deal with that Lord. The waves are still going to be pushing in. I don't think you can roll. Never mind. Brusco.
Another flicker into the Bandit's rage, but the Primal Wrath will be able to keep him safe, and it might not be looking too good for Onyx PH. Super Prince and Brusco get punished for that attempt.
As I was about to say, Brigitte, I don't think you can really get more of that. Brusco's like, nope. Hold my drink. I got this. And then 2 go down for Onyx Philippines. So this is actually going to buy some time here and some space now for Aurora Gaming. Off of that, they'll get the tier 1 in mid now, make their way towards this tier 2, and this is a good chance for them to get some space back in their favor here. The wave is going to be cleared out, though, in the mid lane, so Onyx Philippines, against it all, will still hold on to the majority of the tournaments. Gotta keep track of that King Kong damage.
Ooh, is King Kong gonna go for it? That's 5 members of Aurora Gaming, though.
I think I thought they were going to delay them a little bit further, but yeah, nonetheless, they don't lose too much, so they only lose that mid-turret tier 1.
I think Brusco just has to pick his targets really well. He went for Lunar earlier, and although, yes, Lunar does just have the flicker, or maybe doesn't have the flicker earlier, this is an Edith who could Primal Wrath his way to at least stay a little longer in the fights and throw out a bit more damage as well. So it's still going to be a threat if you're not able to burst him down right before he's able to do or use the Primal Wrath. But then even then, during that moment, I feel like he was the most accessible target for Brusco. But if so, maybe, you know, be a little more careful with the timings if you're not so sure of whoever you want to target after all. So now everyone, or both teams, they seem to be looking for an angle to do something right before this objective. Brusco has the flicker, so that's one thing Aurora Gaming has to be mindful of.
So this is where we see Onyx Philippines get in position. Lord is up to go ahead and try to start this up. Maybe not fully commit to it just yet to see if Aurora Gaming will actually force a fight. You see, they do back off. So now Aurora is going to juggle this in between. Sigiboom has the flicker available. They might force it anyway.
Already forced to use the Feathered Airstrike. There's a conceal as well from Onyx Philippines. Brusco seems to be waiting for the target, but King Kong! He gets caught by Aurora Gaming. The layers, the chain crowd control. Keller's the only one who will try to make things happen, and he actually does! It's a double kill for him, and he actually gets the Lord away from Aurora!
Oh my goodness, they might have just saved that from being way more devastating. Kelra somehow makes it through, but Rosa will pick up another kill. A big team fight for Aurora.
It's a 3-4-3 trade so far, but I feel like we have to see that once again, even not now, maybe later, but the way Kelra was just able to play around and deny that Lord. So it was looking bad for Onyx when they got the jump onto King Kong. But even when Kelra was low, he flickered in right there. He just decided to risk it all. Got the kill onto Tienzi and the kill on the Lord. Unbelievable decision making from Kelra.
Great arrow to start that fight, but also even greater decision from Kelra. A huge risk, but like you mentioned, Brigitte, it gets you the objective. And ultimately, that's what they wanted here. And so Tienzi picking up a little defensiveness, gets the win of nature. They got to deal with this Lord. Onyx Philippines in full force will go ahead and get ready to march towards this base. They're going to hold it as long as they can.
Oh, they try to take down Kurt, but he is too tanky for this. Already forced out the Feathered Airstrike though, but it'll be enough to take down that inhibitor turret up top. So they can or potentially will work on the remaining base turrets one by one. Onyx PH have to be careful with this. You see the late game already starting to come in, despite what happened for Aurora Gaming and their lineup.
Okay, this should hold on to this mid turret. I don't think they push any further. There is considerable damage, though, on the bottom base turret, but Aurora Gaming holds on to 2, so they're going to find themselves again in a position to go ahead and face off against Onyx Philippines, even for the next objective here. So despite it all, I feel like they're really confident in the fact that, hey, we can actually go toe-to-toe, we can win some of these fights, even if it means just playing around these arrows from Rosa. Rosa's been so good now. 3 games in a row on the Selena.
It's like he has a target lock on Super Friends. He's making things so hard for Super Friends, honestly. But that's the thing, like, Aurora Gaming, they've been making a lot of decisions which really extend the game and allow us to reach this point. Like, for how many times have we been seeing games which exceed the 15-minute mark? I think this has been, if not the longest series, actually one of the longest series we've been seeing so far here in the group stage of MSC. So it's been a very close fight between Aurora Gaming and Onyx Philippines, but both have to be careful in setting up for this next and possibly last objective, depending on how things will go, because it's going to be very crucial. We're approaching the 18-minute mark.
And I know the thing about this whole... whoa! Hey, okay, Apex.
Okay.
I guess he went for it. He's like, hey, that's Kelra.
That could have been a combo because like there was an Abyssal Arrow, there was an AOG, but yeah, there was a flicker from Kelra. They already lost major resources though, but they're still able to set up for this upcoming Lord fight.
Okay, now Kelra's got to be even more careful with this. And that's why Rosa, keep an eye on Rosa. Rosa's going to stay in that position. Again, that off angle. Super Friend will chase him down.
Whoa.
So Super Friend is like, hey, no more of that. Get out of this this back line, because Kelra's got to deal with that, and not having the flicker. They might be just the plan. Like, let's just delay this as much as possible. As the Lord has evolved now too, post the 18-minute mark, you can see the positioning here from Onyx. But Rosa's on point. Has all the information that he needs to go ahead and keep Onyx Philippines in check. So it's quite astonishing how Aurora Gaming has found themselves in this position where they were down quite a bit of thousands of gold minutes ago, 5+ minutes ago or so. And yes, they have one base turret down, but they're actually the ones with considerable control right now around this Lord. And they're going to be the ones to go ahead and start things up.
Maybe that was what Aurora Gaming wanted. Just take away the flicker from Kelra, you know? So we might have a better chance at being able to take him out whenever the fight breaks out and not allow him to save the game once again for Onyx Philippines. But
it's going to be up again soon. 30 seconds. And Onyx, like I said,
they just bought enough time.
Just wait longer, right? Or wait faster, like Lethal said. And they did exactly that. So buff secured for King Kong 2. Once again, Kelra will have it about 15 seconds. Aurora Gaming might know this too, and they might want to just force a situation here. So Brusco, Conceal was used. They're going to force the fight. Anyway, Apex 47 takes some damage, but still, no one wants to commit to this Lord. It is going to be more difficult to take too, because it's evolved. So Brusco even picks up an immortality for himself. And we'll have just this face-off for now.
I guess this is what they call the Lord Dance.
The Lord Dance.
It's been such a long dance between both of these teams. Lord currently at half HP.
This is the new dance. This is the 2025 version.
And all the while things were happening, a turret in the bottom lane was taken down by the minions. They've been getting pretty impatient as well with how things have been going. But will this finally be the start of the fight? They try to go for the onward or shadow combo onto Kirk, but it won't land. There's the better strike. Oh, TNC's very low on HP. Fortunately, there's not the Renner's apathy from Kelra to finish off the kill just yet, but will they still try to regroup? Oh, they go for Kelra! But King Kong still secures the Lord nonetheless, and I am offended connects onto 2 members of Onyx Philippines though, and it's Brusco and Super Friends trying to run away, but Aurora, they're gonna chase after them! They're not letting him go! They pop the immortality, and it's only Super Friends who's able to return to the base!
Oh no! It's a disaster for the Super Fam! Super Friends tries, but Aurora Gaming made it happen, and Sigiboom did it too on the Ruby. What a game 3 for Aurora Gaming!
In a split second, that single decision that mattered the most they're able to switch things up and turn things around. This could potentially be the first successful upset we've seen here in MSC.
It is, and at this point, I think it's safe to say this MSC is kind of scary.
It's scary.
You got to be a little bit afraid, because here's the thing. Right now, you know what? Power rankings, tier lists, throw them out the window, man. Everyone's here to show up because we have not even seen like a stomp yet. I mean, like, sure, you've seen games like, okay, I think this team is gonna win, but it's never that convincing. It's never that one-sided. Like throughout this game, Aurora, they showed a lot. Mechanics, macro, patience, timing, and what I heard was communication, because they're the loudest in that final Lord dance. And I don't speak their language, but I know what they were saying.
Yeah.
We're not going for the Lord. We gotta go for those kills, because the entire time they were prepping that bottom lane to push in. They were just buying the time for the minions to do work, and then just reminded each other, we're not going for Lord, we're going for kills.
You know what they did?
What they did?
They mastered the basics.
They mastered the basics. There you go.
What they did.
I can't believe it. Like they seemed like they were just after Kelra at that point. That one play which happened in the bottom lane, okay, it wasn't successful, so we wait a bit more, and we thought it was Onyx buying some time, but no. Before they actually decided to commit to the Lord fight, it was the AOG, it was the flicker from Lunar. They just wanted to get rid of Kelra.
Yeah, and now, like, I gotta say, this is too insane. This is too crazy, too scary. I'm actually gonna be throwing over to Eterna to start the interview.
One of our biggest upsets here at the MSC group stages with a 2-1 victory. Congratulations, APEC 47 from Aurora, Turkey. How do you feel right now?
Anladım şimdi. İyi hissediyorum. İyi hazırlandık. Güzel bir galibiyet aldık.
I'm feeling really well. We prepared really good and we got a good win here.
Amazing, amazing. Everyone is shocked right now. I'm still shaking from that match result because it's been a while since we've seen your region do well on the international stage, right? I mean, flashbacks to M6 under S2G and Ulfetnar, you guys didn't do as well. Now, was that one of the reasons why we're looking at a little bit of a merge here now for Aurora?
Global sahnede böyle bir başarı yakaladığınızdan beri bayağı bir zaman geçti ve M6'da da iki farklı takım altında oynarken yine bu başarıları yakalayamadınız belki de. Bu yüzden mi iki takımı birleştirmeye karar verdiniz?
Biraz evet. Çünkü 3 sene beraber olan bir kadroydu. Çok iyi başarılar geldi diyemeyiz. O yüzden bir değişikliğe gitmek istedik. Bu kadroda iyi gidiyor.
Yeah, I would say so. That was one of the reasons for the merger. We have been playing for many years together, but we didn't get this kind of success, and that's now we're feeling really good as this team.
So what were the challenges adapting together? Because technically you were from a different team as well, and then, you know, Sigiboom came in too as your brother. What was like the biggest challenge, you would say, before we headed over to MSC group stages?
MSC'nin grup aşamasına gelmeden önce sizin için peki bu iki takımın bir araya gelmesinde nasıl zorluklarla karşılaştınız? Özellikle sen vardın, sonra Sigiboom'da kardeşin katıldı. Bu sizin için nasıl zorluklar getirdi?
Ya aslında çok zorluk getirdi diyemem. Zaten bir tanesi kardeşim olduğu için çok yakından tanıyorum. Lunar'ı da uzun süredir tanıdığım için çok zorlandık diyemeyiz. Bizim için hemen çok hızlı bir şekilde adapte olabildik.
I would say it wasn't really difficult for us because I already know Gunnar for a long while, and one of them is my brother, so it was fairly easy for us and we didn't face many challenges.
So on the topic of your brother, you were the one to bring Sigiboom over, right? How has his growth been over the years?
Ve şimdi az önce kardeşinden bahsettik. Yani Sigiboom'un bu takıma katılması senin için nasıldı ve onun aslında kendi gelişimini sen nasıl izledin, nasıl gördün?
Ya ben Sigiboom gelişmesini çok görmedim. Bir anda turnuvaya girdiğinde gördüm. Ya kardeşimle aynı takımda oynamak hep istiyordum. Böyle oldu.
To be honest, I wasn't even expecting this kind of growth and I didn't see it before. But when he joined our team, then that was when I saw the growth in him, and I was also really surprised, and yeah.
That's really sweet. That's really sweet. What about Master the Basics? So he came on as your coaching staff. What was his impact on the team?
Peki Master the Basic koçunuz katıldığında onun sizin takıma etkisi nasıl oldu?
Ya bence Nicky'nin gerçekten çok hakkını veriyor. Master the Basic gerçekten. Çok basit bir şekilde öğretip çok iyi şeyler öğretti bize. 25 günlük kısa bir sürede Malezya'da çok iyi bir bootcamp süreci geçirdik. Ve bunu da sahneye yansıtabildik. Harika.
Okay, so he lives up to his name. He really is mastering the basics, and he taught us a lot of basic things in a short amount of time, in 25 days after Malaysia. And yeah, this is where we stand now.
Okay, we're clearly seeing, you know, the impact of it. Amazing stuff. Now, to close things out real quickly, Sutsujin earlier on said they're going to be facing Onyx PH, not your team. They said that they were the stronger team compared to Aurora. Now, what do you have to say to Sutsujin from RRQ?
RRQ'dan Sutsujin daha önce onunla röportaj yapıldığında Onyx'le karşılaşacağını söylemiş. Onların daha güçlü takım olduğunu söylemiş. Şu anda sen ona ne söylemek istersin?
Sutsujin güzel bir sürprize karşılaştı diyebiliriz. Başarılar diliyorum.
Okay, it's gonna be a big surprise for him, and we wish him good luck.
Okay, that's making me a little nervous there. But once again, thank you so much, Apex 47. Congratulations. Rest well, because we're going to throw it over back to our casters.
Maybe Malaysia is a good place to boot camp. Yeah. GG did it there, made it all the way to the grand finals, and now looking at Aurora, hey.
25 days?
The next matchup, too. Didn't they boot camp
in
Malaysia?
Yes, they did. All right, you know what?
Maybe that's the place to be.
Maybe that's the place to be.
I love Malaysia.
Something about the food.
Something about the food.
Anyways, talking about this game, let's talk about this Ruby. Because, hey, it worked out very well. And even we were still questioning, like, he's such a mechanical player. Why do you want him on a fighter? But it worked out.
Because you know him as the Turkish trigger man, right? And then he holds a ruby.
Now he's the scythe man.
He's the scythe man.
It's a different kind of Sigibum.
I just realized.
What?
You don't bring a scythe to a gunfight. Literally has all the guns, and you win with a scythe.
Hey, that's Aura. Hey, you know what? That was an amazing match. If you guys can't tell, we're pretty excited with that because, dude, right now, MS, this is day 2, guys. This is like, what else could happen?
Man,
what else could happen?
Especially with the next matchup.
From Yaguai going up against Team Spirit.
You mean Monster on the Peak?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one.
DFYG.
DFYG
That's
is
what it
Monster
stands for, right?
Yeah. Now, looking at the matchup coming up next as well. Oh, now I don't know. Now I don't know because I think I'm not going to say anything because I did say Onyx Philippines was the favorites for that one.
Let's not say anything.
I was on the same boat.
Let's look at the MVP of the match for this one. The MVP, it could go to anyone, and it goes over to Sigibum using that Ruby. The KDA doesn't speak about what he did in the game, but my God, he did a lot in that game.
That's Aura.
That's Aura. That's
picture is
Aurora.
Hey,
oh
you know
my
what?
gosh.
I'm so surprised because it took a while, like, to see the value of the Ruby, I feel like, but especially in that last team fight, and like Brigitte was mentioning, it was so great to see how it actually played a part. And then even when they try to disengage, because they have a Ruby, you can't run away.
And that was amazing. But after this, I wonder what kind of surprises we're going to see. After this, it's going to be Team Spirit going up against Tianfeng Yaoguai. We're going for a break, but after this, it's going to be the final series of the day. Isn't it crazy that we're here on the table getting paid to talk? Where I kind of feel like one of these days the team will be like, don't. Welcome to the MSC. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Brigida as well as Naisu, where I'm going to be careful with my words to say who's the favorites for this matchup. But hey, I know which team Mirko likes, so I'm tempted.
You don't want to curse them.
I mean, I don't want to
Is
curse
the
them.
curse stronger than the Mirko curse?
Well, we're about to see because this is going to be Tianfeng Yaguai going up against Team Spirit. So the question is, Brigida, who do you think is going to be the favorites?
I actually don't want to say anything, Joe, but I know who had their boot camp in Malaysia.
Isn't she the Brigida Bless?
Oh, yeah. No. Because I was on the same boat as him when he said, oh, yeah, I feel like Onyx are the more favorite teams. And then
We came here by boat, by the way.
I didn't.
Yeah, you know, our trip was a bit different, you know? Like shooting for MSC, and then we just had to go back by boat. It was the Yisun Chin boat. Yeah. Yisun Chin, he was there. He was like, hey, yo, guys, you like the boat?
on my boat.
Yeah, and then I'm like, hey, I didn't know turtles have boats. But here's the thing. This is going to be an intense matchup. Yes, one of them did have a boot camp in Malaysia. I wonder, what if Team Spirit secretly had a boot camp there as well? Just maybe like for a week. I don't know.
Wait, well, I watched one of their videos about their boot camp experience. It seemed like they had a great time, and they were actually mentioning that they had not only enjoyed the food, but also just the experience boot camping.
Yeah, and now for you guys at home, just a reminder, because right now the MSC Pass is still live. There's 20% discount right now, so make sure you guys grab it while it's still live. Because here's the thing, I understand, enjoying the game is all amazing, but you guys are playing a game, and you guys want to get that skin. Heck, you guys might even get that Atlas skin. Now, jumping back into this one, they had fun with their own boot camp, so Team Spirit is in good spirits.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right now we're looking at a team arriving onto the stage, and well, actually they're already here. I mean, like,
I was gonna say.
I mean, like, you know. Either way, we gotta make it dramatic and nice. Come on, like, yeah. See,
here they are.
Yeah. We gotta manage this a bit better. Maybe just not show the camera, you know.
But like, oh, okay.
This is them coming here, like just a few minutes ago.
It was at what time? It's not that hot anymore to do right now. So
I guess there's not much to talk about here.
It's not that.
As they're covered, by the way, as they have the hoods on and they're shielding themselves from the sun. It's not that hot, bro.
It's not that hot, bro.
No, I mean it's already like, what time is it? 5 o'clock?
According to mine, it's like 10 something.
That's in
Malaysia.
Yeah.
And the Philippines.
That's true.
Yeah, we share a time zone. We share a time zone here. But this matchup, I'm looking back. Let's talk about Team Spirit first. You know, because I'm looking at them. They're all setting up. Actually, both of them look pretty okay. Look, they look fine. Let's talk about Team Spirit.
I'll say this about Team Spirit: they are back with a vengeance. Let's take a look at this because the lineup that they have here is familiar faces, familiar names for all of us.
I think the most significant change, I guess, for Team Spirit heading into MSC would be that they are no longer with the same coach they had back in M6. So that probably helped them overcome some of the challenges they probably think could have been dealt with better back then, because I feel like M6 was a great way to identify the things that have to be addressed or somehow fixed, you know. And so now all those language barriers, they're probably not much of a concern anymore for them, so that probably has something to do with how they're going to perform today.
I know Bomba's a favorite here, Kid Bomba, of course, but also I'm gonna have my eyes on Hiko, man, because the Hiko mania and the Hiko hype all started. I think wasn't he the first one to get the Savage?
Yeah.
Back in M6.
Hiko mania.
Was it Beatrix? Yeah.
Yep, and he's also I think he's still the youngest. He's one of the youngest.
One of the
I think he was 17, or is he still 17? Right.
Hey,
18?
I don't keep track on their ages.
Same.
Kind of weird.
Yeah.
You know.
That's true.
But
he's pretty young.
He's pretty young. He definitely has that mechanics and he has that confidence, because even during interviews, they speak their mind, right?
Yeah.
They just let people know how they really feel. And I gotta say, Hiko, we're talking about the new guy, but there's a lot of veterans coming in from Team Spirit as well. And one of the things that they are known is that in terms of the roamer position, quite a lot of crazy picks. Even using the Diggy when the Diggy wasn't really meta, but hey, they made it look good.
I could not forget that that Diggy. I think it was.
Yeah.
It was in the Philippines
That was
even when we like five.
Yeah.
When we first saw them actually use those heroes. So Sao and the way he's constantly just able to introduce new playstyles, new heroes too, is something of course that we definitely look forward to. But hey, what if he sticks with that, since we are yet to see roamers who actually go for utility picks, you know?
I mean, right now we got to look at Tianfeng Yaoguai, their opponents coming in all the way from China. But again, they have some veterancy here. We saw KLVJ early on, Super Ken. I'm not so sure who he is. I think he's
Mirko's favorite.
I think he's kind of okay, but who knows? I mean, if Mirko wants, I can definitely say that Tianfeng Yaoguai are the favorites. I mean, Super Ken, one of the best players I've ever seen.
He's doing it. Bring it up.
I mean, he has his very own Mirkers, right?
Hey, he has Super in his name.
That's true.
All the other Kens doesn't.
That's true. And we actually got to see the other Ken play earlier today. But for the FYG, I think one of the main things is we always keep our eyes on, the teams that compete here, because the improvements that they've made over the course of the past international experience, and maybe this is going to be a crucial one because of the fact that, you have Super Ken here now, of course, Kill VJ once again competing, and even for Long and Zed, like these guys have all gained a lot of experience over the past year.
Yeah, we got our eyes on Long, I think, for a couple of times. He's been performing. He's been a standout too in his own way. His Moskov in the previous games that they played. But yeah, I agree. I think a lot of us will be looking on or at Super Ken. He is probably one of the players you could consider to be one of the longest, the players who've been here the longest time, I mean, in the competitive scene. But internationally, I think there are a lot of people excited to see him and his debut, because I think it's his first time that we'll actually be seeing Super Ken in the international stage. So I'm sure he's excited about this as well.
I mean, personally for me, I'm also looking at Zed going from a jungler now being a roamer. That's going to be quite a change, especially in mindset. Speaking of which, we would like to say thank you guys, because right now we are nominated for 3 different awards at the Esports Awards. Make sure you guys go to esportsawards.com/vote, because we are Publisher of the Decade, Game of the Decade, as well as Live Event of the Decade, which was the M5 World Championship. So we've been nominated for 3 different things. Thank you very much, guys. You guys have been amazing. Make sure you guys vote for all 3.
Man,
so let's vote who's going to win this one.
Wait, for the teams?
Oh, yeah. Monster on the peak.
Yeah, Monster on the peak. I'm going to have to go with Team Spirit for this.
Okay.
I mean, I hope the FYG has, well, maybe they'll prove me wrong. Maybe, I don't have any curse, so like that's fine.
Yeah,
I can just throw it out there.
Just to let you guys know, this is not about being smart. This is about to see like what's up with us. So now you got to be the tiebreaker.
Okay, because like even before we got into MSC, I think during our podcast one time, I did say that I won't put DFYG too high up there, so I'll be going with Team Spirit.
Okay. So if Tianfeng Yaoguai wins, I'm not in trouble.
No one's in trouble. I mean, no. It's only day 2, man. It's the only Group
Not
B's
from the
first
teams.
games.
It's just from. That's the thing. Which one is Mirko really going for? Because he's got his boy Super Ken, but
he always cheers for Team Spirit.
Exactly,
too.
right?
Like, I mean, he's always the one being like, "Yeah, Super Ken's my boy."
But Hiko though.
But yeah, Hiko.
He has a lot
of boys.
Yes.
He has a lot of goats too. So
yeah, he has too many of everything. So now speaking of too many of everything, Lung, you guys were touching on Lung just a little bit. The thing that we remember back at M6 was that hero pool, because it was just the Bruno and the Moskov.
Yeah.
Right? Not much of anything else. To be fair, in this current meta, there's not too many gold lane picks. I mean, I say that as we saw like Ruby and etc. But we do have to see in terms in terms of the picks for Tianfeng Yaoguai, how expansive really is it when it comes to the drafts? Because I'm just worried that their hero pool is much limited compared to other teams, especially Team Spirit.
Yep. it has been very limited. Their hero pool, the heroes they've decided to show, especially even in the recent qualifiers, have been very, very limited. So if they're able to prepare for newer picks, for other picks, then that's something Team Spirit probably wouldn't be able to fully account for, because in the previous qualifiers, I think at most, it's actually Long who's had the most number of heroes used. He's used a total of 6, because the rest of the members of Tianfeng Yaoguai have only used like less than 5. So this is going to be an interesting approach to the draft, especially today where we've seen a lot of unique picks come into play.
Yeah, you always got to remember too, for I would say both the teams. Wait, do we have information on the FYG? Where did they boot camp? They boot camp at all?
I don't think we have the information.
I'm not sure if they went specifically anywhere to boot camp, but nonetheless, like I said, they've got a ton of experience between these 5 guys, especially at this point. Team Spirit as well. I think hearing some of their interviews earlier on, and especially the one about their boot camp time in Malaysia, they've spent a lot of time in preparation for this, and obviously they had back-to-back 4th place finishes, I think it was, in the previous internationals. So definitely want to come out here starting on the right foot in this first series for them. They do pick up the Jushin though, first pick. So this has been a hero that has typically been either banned out or picked up by quite a few teams so far.
I like the adjustment that Kalia gets banned, because I feel like as the tournament moves on, Lancelot will be that question mark. Should we ban the Lancelot or not? Because again, it's been looking pretty good. Jushin though, like we've been seeing for the past 2 days, everyone's opinion about Jushin, like previous tournaments, not so great. But now, hey, a resurgence, and now Zetian comes in with the Padang. That's China and Malaysia.
Together as one.
Together as one.
These are especially for the Zetian, I believe, for Yuan. It's a new introduction for Tianfeng Yaoguai, but we were talking about the Lancelot, and I feel like Team Spirit, they're definitely catching up. It has to be prioritized at this point. Even despite the passive, I feel, right? If you just get to at least hit the Zetian or put her within range of the Thorned Rose, that's going to be a lot. So at least they have the Badang to somehow deny them still of the other potential dive heroes that they might be picking up, because so far it's only the Lancelot on the Phoveus, but...
Okay.
Wow. Super Ken, okay.
Hey, what about today? More Fannies coming up.
I would say that people are excited to see this, right? Generally, because now you have the Fanny versus the Lancelot matchup. You get to go ahead and see that. And, we've been kind of building this up into the fact that, yeah, we're going to get, for a lot of people that are watching this, is going to be the first time they get to see actually Super Ken play here internationally for the FYG. And I haven't been a huge fan of the Zetian pick. Like, honestly, I know it does provide some of that vision. She's got a great kind of pushback passive that she has too, so you got that, a little bit of defensiveness to it. But I feel like, I don't know what her win rate is exactly, but I just feel like she struggles in some sense. And maybe this is just one of those things where it's like, okay, this is just one of the better options we have against the Jushin pick that we see from Team Spirit. So I would love to see how they build up this lineup even more, because they've already got quite a bit of damage, of course, now that you have the Fanny, but you also have to protect it. Maybe the what is their gold lane option here for DFYG? Maybe it's the Moskov once again.
Yeah, can be the Moskov, unless Team Spirit decide to ban out one of the gold laners that are still up there. But if not the Moskov though, I think Long has adjusted pretty well to the meta. He's been playing a couple of Granger games as well. Still, of course, the Bruno is still one of his most known picks, so that might be an option. But I'm still leaning towards the idea that, yeah, it might be the Moskov maybe picking up. So there you go.
Let's go, Long.
It still has to be the safe option. Team Spirit, though.
I mean, I kind of feel like a Granger would still be okay here, no?
Yeah.
Right, just have a lot of burst damage and then try to control the map, because the Fanny isn't going to be the greatest around the turtle. So I kind of feel like, get a draft that's good around turtle, around Lord, and then just play for your win condition, So I feel like, burst is good. Ranger, Bruno, etc.
Yeah, maybe, let's see, because the Wanwan's banned out, so they actually go to Harith instead. It's a whole lot of magic damage, of course, that they're going to go with, but also they're covered really from the front. They have great initiation too here for Team Spirit. And the last pick for DFYG is going to be that Esmeralda.
I mean, how could we forget? I think this was KLVJ's most used pick, especially in the qualifiers, and it does so well against the lineup of Team Spirit right now.
Yeah, but right now, if we're looking at the draft here and we're hearing the cheers coming in from especially Team Spirit, it looks like they're very happy with that draft. And I gotta say, it's a very easy to execute draft compared to Tianfeng Yaguai. So I want to see how they're able to pilot it. So now I'm going to throw it over to you guys for the first game of the final series of the day.
Thank you so much, LaFell, for breaking it down with us through the draft. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the English stream here for MSC 2025 at EWC. This is the final match for Group B today. Once again, I'm Naisu, joined here with Brigadier to bring you the game number 1 in this best of 3. We take a look once again at the junglers here. It's going to be an assassin matchup for One Shot and Super Ken. We see this Lancelot a whole lot. Brigida, how do you think this will fare against a Fanny from Super Ken?
I mean, the most recent Fanny we've seen hasn't been that successful earlier today, not unless a lot of the conditions are met. I mean, even at the jungling speed, apparently you could already see how One Shot is clearly up ahead of Super Ken in terms of speed, but it seems like they'll be able to look for a way to force a skirmish against each other here in the middle lane. None of them will be committing too much, however. And that Litho Wanderer, it looked like a heavily contested objective.
Yeah, this might be one of the more action-packed matches I feel like we've seen in a bit. The way this first minutes even go. And Sunset Lover takes some damage. Good trading up top too between the two gold laners. So you'll see some rotating happening here. And Zed might be a little, proactive on this Badang to be able to go ahead and set things up even early on.
Yeah.
Even with a flicker alone, like, you could still be a threat at this point in the game. You don't need to be that level 4 exactly just yet. Oh,
KLVJ on the Esmeralda will actually be the first blood in this game. Even though we were expecting a slightly more comfortable game from him, that early rotation coming in from One Shot seemed like a great punish against this Esmeralda.
And KLVJ even used the Purify there. Still going down early in the game. So the Turtle's going to be up here shortly as both teams try to get a possession for this. So One Shot already starts it up. Sawo staying up at the front alongside Kid Bomba. And they're just going to go ahead and go 1v2.
They're standing right in front of Super Ken and there's not much he can do!
What?
Kid Bomba actually tries to chase after him, but then the damage won't be enough. One Shot using the Phantom Execution takes down Zed and they transition into the purple buff. This is going to be massive if they deny it immediately for Super Ken, but at least T1 was there. They're going to calm down for now.
Yeah, it was so close. If Kid Bomba, I feel like, would have got that, we probably already started the dance moves here. But, going on, the aggression from them at this point in the game gets them a pretty good start. Nothing too crazy. FYG is going to be okay. They just have to go ahead and adjust from this. And that's always the case with a Fanny in tow. He even flickers forward for that, but it's just unfortunate, Yeah. You can't hit him too far. I don't even know what Phoveus holds. Is it like a piece of an obsolescence or something? Like,
yeah.
You could see it right there too. He thought he could get it.
It was so close. But Hiko needs a few more shots just to take down Zed. And I feel like I also wanted to mention Zed in that moment because it doesn't feel like Team Spirit acknowledges the Badang that much. It's like they bypass the entire presence of the Badang and just go straight after Super Ken, which I feel like for Team Spirit is clearly one of the more important things to deal with at this point in time, because if they deny the Fanny in as early as the first 5 minutes, then it's going to be a lot more easier for them to pull off their lineup. And that's not to mention the fact that they've been sort of winning the side lanes, even with very minimal rotations coming in.
Yeah, you can see this too. Taking a look at the emblems, nothing too crazy. A little bit of common emblem though for Sunset Lover on this Jushin to go ahead and work around with. Some hybrids too being built over here for DFYG. And I think that's the main thing for Super Ken really is he going to be able to actually utilize the Fanny? Because if you're just kind of pressured enough, you almost find yourself in this position where it's like, all right, I'm just going to be getting my buffs, and yeah, he's got to deal with Kid Bomba all day.
All day.
And hope that you can find something on the map.
Oh, Kid Bomba gets out of that fist break, fist crack combo. Fury of the Phoenix already committed, but Kid Bomba again finding Super Ken. Literally does not want him to be able to land those cables as efficiently. Team Spirit are just doing such a great job sustaining everyone, but then it changes when Long goes in. But Team Spirit, they respect that too. They just disengage.
Okay, Super Ken has the information. This turtle's just gonna be taken by one shot, so another objective for Team Spirit. So all of that, you know, no one goes down, but ultimately Team Spirit's like, okay, we stalled them enough to go ahead and secure ourselves the turtle, and that's, you know, job well enough done at this point in the game. So they hold on to a very minor lead. DFYG still not too far behind, nothing too crazy. And as long as we've seen this before, I mean, the last time we got to see even Lung play this Mozkov last MSC 2024, he actually had some pretty impressive plays. He has good positioning, so I'm just wondering, you know, as he still brings the Mozkov forward for this game one, like how much has his mechanics and the micro positioning for him improved in a year's time?
Yeah, they probably are waiting for Long once again to be able to join. Typical situation you see whenever there's a Mozkov and you're kind of behind in terms of the early to mid portions of the game. But I feel like even when Long gets to join, there are just so many ways that Team Spirit are gonna be able to deal with him. Like, you know how AoE is a huge, or is gonna like be such a huge problem for these kinds of compositions who really want to be able to find that right positioning. There's the threat of the AOG, Sunset Lover, who's just gonna look for the stacks on the Lantern Flare, and is kind of one of the tankier mid lanes who can just go in whenever he wants to. But speaking of one shot, he'll be the target this time around for Super Ken, and Zed lacks the damage though, but this might be
this is a response.
A fight. This might be something Team Spirit will try to go for. That first casualty is actually going to be Long, and Hiko still doesn't use the Zaman Force. Oh, there you go. Finally takes down Zed as well. And Team Spirit might be able to convert it this time around.
Yeah, it looks like they might even get themselves the third turtle. One shot's going to go grab the buff. Super Ken has no option but to just push one of the side lanes here for now. But you saw how Team Spirit, they just literally walked down to the bottom lane because DFYG was not able to convert anything with the amount of time they spent down there. And they just collapsed down under the tier 1 turret to capitalize on it. So interesting takes there. I think still for Team Spirit, you can see Brute Force picked up now for one shot, so he's got a little more of that defensiveness to help him out with this, because so far we haven't seen this like big team fight by either team break out just yet. And DFYG definitely needs time for that.
Because honestly, I feel like the way Team Spirit is playing right now is they have their eyes set on something, and when they get that something, they don't overstay anymore. Or like they just get out immediately and divert their attention to other things. And that's the difference for DFYG. They try too hard, but He1 is the first to fall. Look at the damage coming in from Hiko and the Zaman for Zed will have to walk away. And even just as Super Ken wanted to take his purple buff, there's trouble once more. Kid Bomba denies that from him. And look at Fun Shot, 5-0 on the Lancelot right now.
And how many times we're going to see the Lancelots just get games like this where they get all the kills, they don't die, and he just picked up the Brute Force, like I mentioned. So, you know, very tough position to be in. And you were just mentioning this, Brigid. I think a big part of this is the fact that Team Spirit is just playing very clean. I mean, they're disciplined. They're going in for the right opportunities. They get what they take, and they don't push for too much more. Unless maybe for Kid Bomba to an extent, but he's allowed to be able to do that on the Phoveus, and that's okay. So what you're seeing is for DFYG is just how do we contain this, because so far we haven't been able to utilize the fact that we have a Fanny. We also have to start considering the fact that we're not going to be able to just let Super Ken get the purple buff. I mean, the whole game he's had to deal with Team Spirit in his jungle. So how do you control so many of those things falling apart here around the map?
That's such a problem. Honestly, it's DFYG who's being contained for majority of this game. Another Zaman Force and a massive threat as one shot is just right in front of the other members. AOG committed by Sawo, but could this be a counter engage for DFYG? KLDJ goes in, but he won't be able to tank the damage. Super Ken trying to fly over the members of Team Spirit, but you don't see the damage just yet coming in from this Fanny.
Yeah, it's too bad. I mean, they're going to try to hold on to this tier 2, but they're just cut off.
What? The Zaman Force? Hiko has it again. After being able to previously use it, probably the talisman. Super Ken, just as we mentioned, the damage, he finally finds a pickup onto Hiko. And they'll probably be very happy with that. That's actually the first kill they're able to get in this game.
Yeah, 9.5 minutes in, your first kill, and it goes in the hands of Super Ken. I mean, at least they got something out of that, because right now Team Spirit has been in complete control. And, you know, you're wondering, you know, the damage, where is it going to be from DFYG? Lung needs plenty of time on the Moskov. He has to go ahead and build up, and you're thinking that, you know, Super Ken is going to be able to be the guy to do that. Well, maybe if he gets a couple more of those kills in his pocket, then he can build up from there. Because you can already see, right, the disparity between him and One Shot is quite apparent. He does have the War Axe. He does have the Blade of Hepsies here to help him out a little bit more. And that's why that burst is there. But unfortunately, I think they just have to watch this objective being taken. Zed's around the corner. They're just zoned off of it.
Sunset Lover is so brave. He's the one going right in. Super Ken gets to just a phantom execution, but Zed, he's being chased, and the Thorn Rose will finally take him out. That's one member down for DFYG. Wow. E1, Super Ken, KLVJ are just around the area. They have no idea that Super Ken is actually there, but Hiko finally spots him, tries to take him down, and Super Ken once again, for the second time around, gets a kill onto Hiko, but on the other hand, One Shot also finds Ye1. A 2-for-1 trade so far, and no one secures nor commits to the Lord.
I'm actually surprised that DFYG stalled them out that long. Yeah. They couldn't get the Lord. They end up trading a couple kills. Super Ken will get his purple buff, so he's fine. But that was actually a good way to go ahead and stall them out. And they're still going to keep Lung there. Lung is still pushing in that lane, but he might have to join this. I don't know if they're going to be able to contest, though.
That's a flicker already used by Zed. They tried to go for Sunset Lover, but One Shot, he just found KLVJ, and now they're going to go after the members of DFYG one by one. Long already makes an appearance as well, but One Shot, all the while the other members were zoning them out. He just works on the objective.
Okay, objective secured. Team Spirit going to be able to make it happen that time, but DFYG finds a little bit of hope in this game. They need to buy themselves time. That's the name of the game right now, especially with the way things have gone.
Are they actually gonna fight this again? Super Ken. Okay, that was clearly another attempt to take down Hiko, but I feel like Sawa also learned a thing or two from the previous pickoffs. He's sticking by Hiko's side. They definitely need to make use of that unbreakable. They definitely need to protect their gold laner a lot more. And so DFYG, let's see how they defend this incoming siege from Team Spirit for now. Oh, Super Ken, it goes in. He actually gets caught once again by Kid Bomba, but is able to survive nonetheless. No more Holy Shields for DFYG. And there goes the AOG from Sawo as well. They'll be working on the turret for now, but Super Ken gets caught there by Kid Bomba. They successfully take down that inhibitor turret. Look at the damage coming in from Yi1 as well, but the Nomad stun coming in from Zed. Will there be enough damage, however? It seems like no, but it's a successful defense from now for Jianfeng Yaoguai.
Oh, that's too bad. They didn't have enough firepower to actually capitalize on that. They lost Zed, but they do stay in the game. They hold on. They lose the mid-turn.
Oh, they stay in the game somehow, but they forced out a flicker from He1. It seems like Team Spirit, for the first time in this game, actually stay a bit more longer than we expected.
I guess they want more base turrets here. They're going to push in the bottom. There's the Spear of Destruction.
Oh, but the Dark Wave, it knocks up 2 members. And it somehow forces Team Spirit to finally walk away. Impressive still from Jianfeng Yaoguai, but now Team Spirit, it seems like they've settled with just a single inhibitor turret.
Okay, this is still... Oh, Super Ken!
Oh, he finds 2 right there. Oh my goodness, the fights keep going.
No, that was I didn't know if he was gonna get taken out or if he was actually gonna be able to convert a kill there. We'll take a look at the items here just a bit. You're still down a bit, 1,000 gold, a few thousand gold here for Super Ken, but he's doing okay. He's building back up. He got himself a brute force as well, so he's fine. I think even for kill, VJ still has some ground to cover, but at least he's a little more tanky. He has an Oracle now picked up too, Enchanted Talisman. Got the anti-Cuirass. And also, for Lung, Lung's done a phenomenal job at just farming up.
Yeah, he's actually up ahead by a bit. Crimson Beacon in
position.
By Sunset Lover. Will Zed be able to find the right targets, though? Knocks them back for just a moment, just briefly, before One Shot gets the kill. 9-0-2 on this Lancelot. Could this be another deathless double-digit kill Lancelot game?
well on his way right now. Zed, though, is just a punching bag right now. He's trying to find things. He's trying to find windows where he can set things up, but a lot of times it's like he gets cut off from the rest of the team, and they can't really follow up the way they want. His Dominant Force is going to be expended already, and so they might go ahead and go for their attention. Super Ken's on the other side of the map, so I think he gives himself the information. Do you want to 1v1 this?
One shot, he tried to look for Super Ken, but he fails to find him. He stole away the purple buff, actually.
I think he got it. One shot got it.
Oh, but he has. Okay, so maybe that was his purple buff, because prior to that, I'm not entirely sure if he had his own. But Sao blocking the way, won't even get to see KLBJ, uses the AOG on the other side of this area just to ensure the other members of DFYG won't catch up. Super Ken, Sunset Lover gets to spot him though. They'll try to take him down before they proceed with this objective, while Long just works on the other side of the map. Phantom Execution finds Super Ken, and Kid Bomba once again blocking his path. Will Zed still try to make things happen? It seems like no more, as Team Spirit secure the Lord.
Oh, Zed just on the run. He's going to have to go back to base. They're going to make a beeline for it after grabbing everything they needed. He's also going to take the orange buff here, so one shot will be orange buffed up, and the Lord making its way down the mid. Super Ken still 15 seconds away from being up, so this is going to be a four-man defense against the full force of Team Spirit. Can they do it?
Kid Bomba and Sao go in at the exact same time. Legendary for one shot. And look at Hiko just dancing around everyone with the Salmon Force as Team Spirit finally secure game number 1.
And there you have it, a strong start for Team Spirit, a dominant win, a dominant lead that they had, almost 10,000 up to that point. A great showcase here that we saw for this best of 3.
Yeah, I gotta say, Team Spirit looks a little bit too strong right now. You know what? I'm with you guys now.
Yeah?
I'm on a Team Spirit.
Now you're Team Spirit?
Wait, wait.
There's no way. There's no. The gap is too big.
Well.
But I gotta say, now we need stats on this Lancelot, man. Because I feel like multiple different players have amazing KDA, amazing damage. I mean, like, with one skill, you're able to turn anyone half HP. We even saw in Lancelot full combo destroying a Hilda. Dude, at this point, it's like, guys,
something's wrong. Or is it right?
I'd rather let go of the Boxia and bat out this Lancelot, man, because that's not fair.
Hey, remember when I said this at the beginning of our shift here? I was like, is it going to be time that teams start to ban out the Lancelot?
Maybe they should hear us when we're not on air.
I think they should.
But how?
Maybe that's day 3.
Check out his vlog.
I don't know.
Shout out to Nice's vlog. Make sure you guys check it out. But yeah, I feel bad for talking about Super Ken, so I'm gonna lay off that for now. But in this game, it really doesn't look like a good Fanny game, and the changes, like the nerf on the energy, really impacted him. I mean, like, yeah, we see him getting some kills onto the Harif, but it was a little bit too late, you know?
Yeah, they probably felt a little more confident to pick it up because they already had the Badang or along the lines of that maybe, but it still wasn't enough because, like, as we've previously talked about, they almost didn't care about Zed.
Can I just say, this is also very interesting seeing the Zetian with the Thrill, because usually when you look at mid, they usually pick up the Rupture, right? Making sure that you have those penetrations so that in the early game, you get more damage.
Yeah, more damage. So what would be the point of the Thrill?
Exactly. So
at the end?
The only reason you would pick up something like a Thrill is that if you're going for a very heavy burst build with a Holy Crystal, so that you have a lot of magic damage to convert for Holy Crystal more value, right? But I kind of feel like I think Zetian can be played that way, but I kind of feel like as a team, maybe it's just better to make sure that the early game, early to mid, you're able to get enough advantage so that Lung feels more comfortable joining the team fight.
Yeah, because I feel like Brigitte pointed that out in the game too. It's like, you know, when Super Ken was obviously just dealing with so much pressure in his jungle, and then Lung was just trying to like pop off on the side lanes, trying to get turrets. It's like, who is going to be that person to provide that damage in a lot of those team fights when they actually broke out? Because that was a big problem that I feel like DFYG just couldn't solve.
We did see Long majority of the time working on turrets though, so probably even if he could have probably dealt with them a number of times. We weren't able to witness it as much. He did get full build though. I believe there was a time when we saw the last item check, he was ahead of Hiko in terms of farm, but I feel like for Team Spirit, it didn't really matter because their execution relies purely on the team fights, and when they constantly forced these fights against DFYG, who were either incomplete or were just unprepared, then it was a clear win for them even before the fight started. I mean, these are not so good KDAs for frontliners. They were absolutely not able to accomplish or do anything to set up for their team.
I gotta say, I agree with you there, because to break it down very simply, the FYG, they couldn't do their jobs.
Yeah.
The frontline couldn't do their jobs. The damage dealer couldn't do their jobs. The Fanny, able to take down Hiko like once or twice. That's his job, but he's not able to do it constantly. And when we're looking at a draft, it makes sense, right? The Jushin making sure that the frontliners don't do their jobs. And then when you have the Harif really spamming out that Zaman Force just to make sure that there's a lot of distance, making it so that the FYG can't even start a fight, even if they wanted to. So the FYG, they were choked out of opportunities. Like before the fight even started, there was a lot of denial coming in from Team Spirit.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think from the very start, it was like they were just struggling to be able to utilize the composition they brought, because even when you look at the key players here broken down, again, One Shot had all the time in the world to do what he wanted to. Hiko too, at some point, it almost felt like he was like jumping in with his Zaman Force very aggressively, because he's just like, hey, I want in on the action, you know, like. He was hungry for those kills, but again, it was just in a situation where DFYG struggled to even get space to work with, buffs, resources, and I think a big glaring issue was overall the team composition that they had.
Yeah, even for KLVJ, who tanked so much of the damage, their source of crowd control couldn't convert all those time or all this time that was bought by KLVJ into something for his team, because if he does put himself out there right in front of let's say Team Spirit or a couple of members from Team Spirit, then that's all he can do, because he'll be forced to run away either way, and the other members would be afraid to engage either way. So the sequence, like how they wanted to do the fights, we didn't see that as well from DFYG.
Because honestly, even Esmeralda, she's conditional tankiness, right? If she's able to stack the shields, then she's tanky. When you compare to like a Phoveus, he was born that way. Like, mama, I'm tanky.
He was born with that weapon too, man.
Yeah, it was a rough birth, but hey, they made it work.
He came out like that.
Yeah, he just came out like that. And it's like, I'm ready to play.
Inferno Pursuit.
Yeah, it took a while for him to get a new skin. Maybe that's one reason, but hey, he's just by existing, the Phoveus is already pretty tanky. And this is where we're seeing in MSC, if you're ready to fight at any time, then your draft just is much smoother, much better. Compared to other teams, like, I need ABC first, and then we're going to be looking good, because that's the FYG. They need this to happen, and then that to happen, and then I need this stack, and then I need this item, and then we're good. But by that time, it's too late.
I always feel like that's the kind of risk when you pick up a Fanny, because you're so worried about securing your buffs, especially early on, because if you get delayed really early, then the rest of the game is actually really difficult.
Yeah, and now Team Spirit is looking pretty good. So we have to see, like, what is the journey? So we're going to see the road to EWC for Team Spirit.
Hello, I'm Kid Bomba from Team Spirit. I play XP lane. Feels great to be back in Riyadh. Our journey was pretty simple, because this time in playoffs we didn't lose a single series. We would really like to face SRG again, just because we felt like we didn't give our maximum in that series. I don't take any discredit from the win from them. They won us fair and square. But we would still like to face them again, just to get even at least.
Team Spirit are incredibly battle-hardened. For 2 or 3 seasons now, they've been tested in their home region. And the last time we saw them in the M6 World Championships, they were able to make it to the top 4 spot.
I think our playstyle has become more synergized. We are connecting our skills way more often and have the same plans in the game already, even before splitting them out. We've been training now in Malaysia for 3 weeks, adapting to the Asian meta. And I think we've been doing a really good job at that. So I have high hopes. Individual player skill. Every player in the team has what it takes to be at the top. And it just comes down to mental and execution at this point. watch us in the tournament, support us, and we're hoping that we will get a better result than top 4 this time, maybe even win the tournament.
Nice to know. So they were boot camping in Malaysia, so they look pretty strong. Anyways, another thing that I really liked was that he was saying, like, we want to face up against SRG because we feel like we didn't give it their all, and he didn't take any credit from SRG. They were just playing better, and then they just want to face back. Like, I really like that kind of mentality. Like, we lost, that's it.
Yeah.
No real like excuse for why we lost, but we want to fight again.
I think a lot of the teams here, man, are in that mindset.
All right, team, we're transitioning to FLAC, but tasks are still going to be on Bullfrog.
Did nobody see my poppycock post? There was no clappy claps on it.
Make sure you track your time on Fireplace. Then ping me on SmackDog.
Guys, we don't need any of those anymore. We have ClickUp.
Where do we chat?
ClickUp.
What about managing projects?
ClickUp.
Docs.
Also ClickUp.
AI.
It's all ClickUp.
Yeah, but how do we get Adam's dog to stop peeing in the office?
Not really sure about that one, but for everything else, we have ClickUp.
No,
Probably not. The headphones are pretty good. Headphones are pretty good.
They're really good.
So is it gonna be
Kalia first off?
I mean, there's a Lancelot, yes, but
You got to be brave.
they took out the Jushin too, either way. So maybe that could be an option, not unless...
Or you want to take the Phoveus first so that it doesn't get taken away.
Yeah, because it answers the Lancelot too.
Yep, there you go.
This is already all the tankiness in the world that you need. Like, these two picks alone. Any teams that get the Phoveus and the Kalea, you have a bunch of tankiness, a bunch of durability, so you can initiate fights if you want to, and whether that's the Phoveus or the Kalea. And that's why it actually works out so well. Pick-off potential, too, because even if the Kalea kind of, like, whiffs it, you also have this, like, hidden passive. It's not actually a hidden passive, but you also force the team to take some purifies.
I kind of want to see like a CC Farsa or CC Granger here, just so that they have some answers for Team Spirit.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if Long would actually be open to picking the Granger here, though. If he seems much comfortable with the Moskov. Although if they want to play it safe, I feel like we've observed it even for yesterday. That might be the way to go. Especially with these two frontliners that have already revealed themselves in the draft so far for Team Spirit, but I think we'll have to wait for a bit more.
I feel like it's fair. It's fair for you to delay the gold lane just a little bit. The only reason is we just don't know their hero pool. But I kind of feel like when you have a Kalia, you do have to worry about mages that can fight instantly. I'm looking at Lunox, I'm looking at Farsa, so at least take one away. If they pick up something like a Zitian here, I'm just not sure how it synergizes well with the Lancelot, because yes, the Lancelot does a lot of damage, but you kind of want to give him space just to farm up a little bit first.
Yeah, it looks like we do have a little bit of a break here in the draft, so you know, once we get this situated for our players, looks like it is on DFYG's side. We'll get back to it, but yeah, that's the thing. I think when you have a Lancelot, there's actually some good options to complement the Lancelot. But it's funny because even having this discussion with some of the other casters out there, it's just like Lancelot's so good, that like you can almost just rely on yourself to an extent. You know what I mean? Like
you can be selfish.
You can be selfish if you want to as a Lancelot. I've never played him. Because I'm not selfish.
No, I mean, I have, but people tell me don't.
That's
same. I feel like they should give me more chances, but at that point, they stop playing with me.
I wouldn't.
We would give you chances.
He didn't hesitate, you did.
No, I was thinking if I should say I or we.
Eh, you hesitated.
If you were selfish, you'd say I.
We.
Right now, looking at the situation, like we're hearing quite a lot coming in from Team Spirit.
I
like
heard clapping.
Clapping. They're loud.
I looked over. Pico was doing hand signals. So they're in high spirits.
There you go.
You said that earlier. I'm not taking credit for it.
I already forgot about it.
That's all right.
I got a lot of trauma.
Okay.
I got to see a therapist.
We can talk about it later.
Yeah.
Do you have a therapist?
I don't.
All right, CC and Kimi. Not gonna lie, I already forgot about Kimi. Not gonna lie.
Isn't it funny? Kimi was all over the highlights yesterday.
Because it's been banned always for like all of the games we've seen today so far. But then the Farsa's still open.
Yep.
If Team Spirit wants to get it.
But still, I kind of feel like it's a good opener for both because it's like they're playing their own game, right?
Yeah.
A lot of burst and tankiness coming in from Team Spirit, and then DFYG picking up that Lancelot burst. CC has a lot of CC and damage towards Forvius. And Kimi also have CC and damage. So kind of the same.
It's kind of like so many heroes have CC and
Yeah,
damage.
it's kind of like most heroes have CC and damage. Crazy.
I don't know what else those abilities would do, but
I mean, look at Zetian. She has
CC
and damage. Yeah, you know what? Hey, I got nuggets of knowledge, man.
that's definitely a valuable one for all our players out there.
You should see what's in my head.
Yep.
A lot of CC and damage.
I'm so curious to see what's in it, honestly. So maybe back to the damage topic, not the CC and damage topic, since I feel like we'll see a lot more difference in terms of that. So far, both I'm liking the damage we're seeing, at least from DFYG and Team Spirit in the first few picks, but I'm wondering what one-shot will decide to go for up against the Lancelot. I mean, if there are other assassins,
Hayabusa?
They took out the Joy, the Hayabusa's there, but it's mostly just the Hayabusa and the Lancelot that we see in the assassins in the jungle.
What if he plays the Fanny too?
We haven't seen the Ling. It's kind of okay going up against the Kimi, but I mean, I think it's okay because you have a Farsa, so you're kind of protected in your own jungle.
They banned the Haya.
So might have to look at the Ling. Is there anything that we're forgetting?
Oh, they took the Moskov.
Oh no! Now what?
Lung. Bruno.
Hey, Bruno, not bad, you know? Bruno's okay.
Bruno is okay.
Or if they don't want all this tankiness nonsense, something like a carry. Yeah. At least something to do with this Phobias, even though they already have a CC, so maybe not.
I mean, I'm okay with the carry. I think I'm gonna be okay with that.
Honestly, I'm okay with Beatrix as well. Just the moment that Farsa opens the feather S-Strike, just drop all of your skills onto her.
Oh, okay,
the Granger.
Yeah, Granger Cho. So honestly, pretty standard draft coming in from DFYG because I kind of feel like the win condition is pretty clear, which is CC and damage.
CC, I was just about to say, CC and damage. I'm worried though because it's a very squishy lineup. It's
all about mindset.
Yeah, you gotta have the mindset that you're tankier than you are because I just feel like, especially once we see this last pick locked in, it's gonna be the jungle pick for TS, and it's an Akai.
Oh,
okay.
An Akai in the jungle.
Hey, you don't have to be tanky if the enemy doesn't have damage. That's what my uncle always says.
That's true.
we met his uncle.
Yeah. He said you don't need tankiness if the enemy doesn't have damage. Very wise man? Yeah.
But Akai's tanky.
Yes, Akai is tanky. And now I'm going to give it over to you guys where, I don't know, for me, Team Spirit, too strong. They might have a sweep here.
Once again, thank you, LaFell, for all of the nuggets of knowledge that you've blessed us with so far through our drafts today. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to the English broadcast. It's me, Naisu, and Brigida to bring you the action for Game 2 right now in our last best-of-3 series. And as you heard it, it's Team Spirit and DFYG going at it. So we'll see if we actually get a 1-to-1 in the series. I think this draft is better, though, I would say, for DFYG, Brigida. But it's a very clear game plan. It's like, we have to end this game early. And I don't know, do you think they can pull that off?
If we see the exact same errors in terms of macro and decision making that we saw in game number 1, I feel like that is going to be a struggle for DFYG. But things are pretty different right now. They got their hands on a lot more of the power picks, on a lot more of the priority heroes that we see in the draft. So, I mean, that's probably also why we're seeing them kind of being a lot more aggressive in the early stages of the game, because this is what they have to capitalize on, and this is probably what they're trying to do, denying one shot of getting a smooth experience in the farming. But
yeah,
I feel like he doesn't mind either way. This is still, again, a very tanky jungler. This is the Akai.
I was gonna say, as an Akai, I don't think you worry too much. If you lose a little bit in the early game, especially against Super Ken here with the Lancelot, it's not that big of a deal. You do have that tankier options here for Team Spirit that they're going to be playing around with too. If you take a look at the emblems, they got the couple of concussive blasts.
Wow.
Still Kid Bomba as well. Yeah, you see all those drills over there for DFYG. And at the same time, I think this is one of the questions is, will you be able to utilize this interaction that should happen from DFYG between the traction pulses? Hopefully Kill VJ can go ahead and zone people out on the CC, which we've seen happen a lot of times. But this isn't a Vengeance CC either. He's actually running the Purify. There's 3 over here for DFYG. And that's exactly what I said about the Kalea from Sao. So
the passive.
Yeah, it's almost a hidden passive that forces that. Oh.
Super Ken, he's able to freely focus on securing the objective, but will he be able to though? He successfully does. One Shot tries and actually uses the heavy spin to deny that from him, but will be unsuccessful. Now Yi1 seems to be the target. Sao and Kid Bomba chasing after him, but that's where the first fight might just end. Tian from Yaoguai have actually gotten a pretty good start.
Yeah, they did it. They got the objective, which is great for them. And I'm surprised too. No first blood converted off of that. Now they did get 2 of the Purifies out in that exchange, and Team Spirit will continue on to go back to the rotation here. One Shot once again is just going to be, you know, part of his option is just to lock down. There's a kick.
Oh, Purify already used by Sunset. Lover gets the Dutch attraction pulse as well, so he will survive. But I'm liking the pressure from DFYG now. It looks like a completely different version of them if you were to compare it to the way they played game number 1. Also probably has something to do with the heroes they have. I mean, I think you have no other choice but to play aggressive if you have the Tro.
Like I said, Brigadier, the game plan here is to end the game quickly if they can. And even if they make it to the late game, like their lineup isn't going to be completely out of position against what Team Spirit brought to the table, but that's where, once again, you're going to have to rely on Lung to go ahead and be able to farm up, pop off on the Grangers like we've seen before, even just yesterday. And that's going to take some work. It's going to take some time.
Tsunami Slam committed on to Zed. There will be no other way for him to escape nor look for the counter way of the dragon. That first blood actually went into One Shot, and I feel like it's not even his priority to be the one getting the kills, but this helps him catch up or even out things in the jungle.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried for Genfeng Yaoguai because if they continue to get picked off like that, whoa, Kid Bomba, he's beefy enough. He's going to be fine. So survives there, but a kick.
Sao?
Perfect kick.
All alone under that turret though. Clearly a great opportunity for DFYG to punish him there, but now they know there's no way of the dragon, but there's also no way for them to catch up and contest that objective for the second time around. DFYG, this will just help them increase the lead that they have.
Yeah, a lot more decisive, I'd say, in this game number 2 for them, and a great start. They get themselves a little bit of lead, but dealing with some pressure.
It does feel like they really want to go for Kid Bomba at this point. Purify forced out of Yi1. Infernal Pursuit still catching up, and he gets the last hit to secure the kill. Dark Way to knock up KLVJ. Sunset Lover, will he be able to land the Curse of the Crow? But the Purify is there, so KLVJ walks out safe.
All right, they're able to respond. Also, the flickers were burned there, so now Hiko's dealing with the pressure. He knows that Zed is around the corner. I'm not sure. Oh, no.
Oh, he probably sensed it, but he tried to defend. Yeah, that's a trade right there. It's a mirrored rotation from both of these teams, but I feel like for Hiko that could not have happened, you know?
Yeah, and he had the flicker too. I'm actually surprised because I thought he at least knew Zed was there or saw him there briefly. Traction pulse going to be used, but nothing to follow up through there. So right now it's Team Spirit, the one trying to kind of get back into this form where it's like, you know, they let go of the tier 1 in the bottom lane. I think they were kind of surprised with that. They did trade it though, so they traded across map, which is fine. But they're still, you know, a bit of ways from this turtles up. Loon?
Oh, the Purify. It almost kept him safe, but then Sunset Lover was there to finish off the job anyway. Super Ken trying to look for the kills, trying to look for the damage. but he just stood right in front of the tankiest member, I assume, of Team Spirit right now. From behind though, Zed, misses the knock-up on the way of, or on the Jeet Kune Do to connect the way of the Dragon. So I feel like now Hiko's a lot more locked in.
Yeah, well, I just, you know, that was a little bit of a mistake there from Zed too. I think, you know, the fact that Hiko didn't even have to use the flicker, so Kid Bomba will get kicked.
Oh, they try to burst him down, but will they be able to do that? Those are 4 members, though they should. And that's a pickup for DFYG. Will they try to contest the objective this time around, though? I feel like they've been very unsuccessful in their attempts to do that. 2 separate fights happening across the map. One shot already used to, already forced to use the heavy spin. So, yet again, and for the last hurdle, Team Spirit will have to let go of that.
That was just a very disconnected, I feel like, from Team Spirit. I mean, there was a whole lot going on everywhere, but just not together.
There were a lot of different targets, but now they have agreed to take down Yi1, but still Yi1, all right. They successfully get to eliminate him from the game, but still, Tianfeng Yaoguai, they've been very consistent in terms of the macro for this game.
Yeah, doing a great job this game, too. So they get that... They get a couple things to work with and space to work with, but, you know, 3 for 3 on the Turtles is great. It's going to put them in a good position for the Lord here in a little bit over than a minute. But for Team Spirit, Hiko's been doing work. He's farming up. We're taking a look at the items here. He is behind, though. So Lung is going to have that advantage. He's got his Sky Piercer, of course. He picked up the Malefic Roar. He got the Hunter Strike earlier on, working on his next item. Meanwhile, for Hiko, he's going to have a difficult time for this next fight. If they do decide to contest it, though, you're going to have to rely on Sawo, I feel like, to go ahead and get that Tsunami Slam on the right target.
They actually get to pin Super Ken and also use the Tsunami Slam onto him to ensure the kill. Sunset Lover no longer has the Feathered Airstrike, though, and Kid Bomba might be the next to fall, but surprisingly gets to walk away. Sawo as well still gets to survive everything, and now Team Spirit will successfully disengage. But Tianfeng Yaoguai, it doesn't change the fact that the control, the map control seems to be leaning to their side. I don't know why, but for some reason, the Moscovs haven't been that activated so far.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because I was thinking the same thing. I was like, you know, Moskov technically is still a constant pick for a lot of teams, but it just seems like, and it's, I don't know, it's just like the Spear Destructions aren't where they need to be. There's a kick from Zed, but not the direction he's looking for. Wow, even a traction pull. So the Lord is up.
Okay.
They go ahead and use those. Super Ken's going to start this Lord here, but that's the thing. You can see even now Hiko's dealing with the pressure from Kill VJ. We'll see how they play this out. TS can go ahead and just kind of focus things down. Hiko will deal some pressure still. And there's quite a few members of DFYG up here towards the top side, so hopefully Hiko doesn't get caught out. He still has a flicker, though, too.
There's 4 members, or 3 members of DFYG. They try, or they will try to look for something, and they find Sunset Lover. SOD will not connect onto Lung, but the other members of Team Spirit have already caught up. They seem to have found the way to look or to deal with Lung, and they finally get to trade out Sunset Lover, but all the while this was happening, look at Super Ken. But going back to the fight happening here up top, it's a double kill for Hiko. A great chance for them to somehow catch up.
Okay, but the whole time, Lord was secured for DFYG. I think they're happy about that, even if they had to lose a couple of bodies here. So for TS, what do? I mean, off this, they can't get any more turrets. They're just going to be forced to go ahead and defend. Maybe the whole plan there was to give a couple kills over to Hiko so he can, you know, build up on this Moskov a little bit faster.
Yeah. Interesting, though, they were able to actually, shrink the lead, as I was saying. From
Hiko-mania!
How did it actually... Okay, this is literally Hiko catching up. Because as I was saying, this was a 4 or 3k gold lead earlier in favor of DFYG, but after Hiko got the double kill, it shrank to 1.5, and with that kill onto Super Ken, it's now less than 500. Even after the Lord.
You know, I know we just kind of slammed into Moscovs out there, but that never gets old. When you see a Spear of Destruction, just even get the killing blow, it's like, yep.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, conceal?
All right, they go for the traction pulse and the way of the dragon, but it's Sawo who gets targeted. Probably not the best option. KLBJ tries to threaten the others using the yo-yo blitz and the curtain call, but now without their major resources, will DFYG still want to go for this? Zed seems to be holding this brush. But yeah, as we were saying earlier, Hiko, at this point, he is literally catching up to Long. And this might be the time, or this might be the point in the game where things kind of change. Because even despite this current situation, in terms of kill score, Team Spirit's the one actually leading.
Yeah, he's done the work. Sawo jumping on with the title strike, but Zed too. He's gonna go for the kick.
Oh, one shot finds Long, but he gets to use the Purify nonetheless. Kid Bomba trying to zone out, or actually gets to kill Zed. And now on the other side of the map as well, they try to go for Super Ken, and they already have enough damage to deal with him. That's a turret also taken down, by the way, by Dian Feng Yao Guai, but still, Team Spirit, this is their chance to equalize things on the map.
Oh, they've equalized them, Brigida. Team Spirit has brought that goal lead that DFYG had for so long out of here. And Hiko, again, aggressively going forward, really relying on the team. We're going to look at the instant replay. This was great to find in the Feathered Airstrike. Kid Bomba leading that charge. You see them go for it. So him in one shot will deal with this. Meanwhile, Hiko's completely fine as he's covered with Sao and Sunset Lover to be able to get Super Ken. So great decision for Team Spirit to fight that. Now still, they're going to put themselves in a position. This Lord is coming up here in just a couple seconds, and they'll rotate up. They're in a much better fighting position, but one of the main things is a lot of these flickers are not available, so they really have to watch out.
Oh, they're not even able to use the Way of the Dragon Traction Pulse combo because Sao, he was the one who looked for the initiation, now trying to regain some of his HP back, but one shot jumping in, doesn't use the heavy spin just yet. Zed trying to look for another target, but multiple members are actually knocked up by the Lord, and it's Zed who falls down first. Super Ken, nonetheless, actually secures the objective, but Hiko goes in! He actually takes down the other remaining members of Yanfeng Yao Guai alongside the Feathered Airstrike, but it's a shutdown from Super Ken instead!
Super Ken! Staying alive through it all after getting the Lord too. That might have just been huge for DFYG. Now Team Spirit back on the retreat. Hiko got a little aggressive there, thinking that he could get it, and that, oh man, that Thorn Rose saving the day there for Super Ken. So they'll clear out this push. Again, they do have a pretty good defense lineup to deal with this Lord. But again, they have to be careful in how they approach those fights, especially around the choke points.
Yep. Again, the KDA honestly doesn't matter at this point. The impact Super Ken has, or actually has in this game, is impressive. That was all the while there was a heavy spin from one shot, by the way, but he was still able to secure that objective, and look at the damage! Dealing with Hiko, of all members of Team Spirit who were close and nearby.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't think Hiko... Yeah, now he gets the Wind of Nature. I was going to say, if he had the Wind of Nature for that, that would have been a completely different fight, but he went the Malefic Gun first before that Wind of Nature. So, nonetheless, Team Spirit's still in a pretty good fighting position. Same with DFYG, and so they didn't convert too much. A conceal can be used.
Oh, KLBJ? Will he survive this? He unfortunately won't, but Super Ken might look for the trades. Already using the heavy spin by one shot just to keep them safe. You have to respect the damage that's coming in from Super Ken at this point, and Team Spirit are probably okay with that single pickoff, but Yanfeng Yao Guai, they actually want more. There's a beautiful knockoff coming in from Sabo though, and they capture Super Ken. Now Hiko finally wants to look for the kills as he was denied of them earlier. Feathered Airstrike also committed, but Zed and Long are the only ones left alive.
Yeah, and that's not going to be enough to go ahead and defend against this push. They might get in the base too. Hiko takes a couple Rhapsody shots. But now the base turret, Lung should be able to clear this out. They might just go ahead and scrap up what they can, the buffs, and pushing the rest of the waves here. So slowly but surely, Team Spirit grabs control of this game, but DFYG still going to be okay. See if they're going. Kid Bomba will get kicked.
Again, not in the angle they wanted. And Kid Boba just spamming the recalls. Oh, another Tsunami Slam onto KLBJ. Sawo gets the flicker out to safety, but gets punished by Long. So it's a 1-for-1 trade so far, but Team Spirit, just with that attempt, got to take down the inhibitor turret in mid.
They got the base turret, that's what they wanted. Lord still a bit away. Not sure if they actually want to try to contest for it without Sawo. Also, the flicker being burned by Hiko is a major battle spell that he needs. So once again, picks up a little more defensiveness, has the Rose Gold now available. So Lord is up here. What are they going to do? How are they going to play this out? Kill VJ as well, a few seconds away from coming up. Again, this Lord will be started up at this point.
Yep.
The Team Spirit gains control. Zed, though.
Oh, they get to poke him. Oh, but Sunset Lover has to cancel that feathered airstrike immediately because there was a threat from DFYG to actually go for the fight. But still, they're able to position themselves around the objective. Zed, not full HP though. Towel tried to look for Super Ken, but the reactions were fast enough. There was the Thorn Rose to actually keep him safe, but the Dark Wave, it landed to kill VJ. He will be the first casualty for this fight, and the Tsunami Slum gets denied from the Purify, but Zed is next. 2 frontliners once more taken out.
Team Spirit again just showing how good they are at the team fighting. So they go and get 2, they make their way for this Lord, they're going to be able to go ahead and take it. Will Super Ken try to pull something of a miracle off, but I think it's going to be too late as Team Spirit will blitz through this Lord take. So now, will we see DFYG? How do they play this defense? How do they get ready for it? Even down at that mid-base turret already. How do they deal with this? I mean, the lineup that they have, like I mentioned for Team Spirit, their defense on the high ground is pretty good. But for DFYG, it's kind of like they have to play into the ultimates that they have available to them. And how do they use this? You know, how do they use that traction pulse? How do they use the combination? And honestly, even down to the fact that the kicks just haven't been on par. Like, they haven't found the right angles that they're looking for. And that's the struggle always with the Cho, especially later game, is you kind of are in this position where it's like, all right, I need to survive enough to get the kick off. And most likely I'm going to die. That's why I have an immortality. And then hopefully that allows me to get in a position where my team has favor. But here's the Lord. It's out in the base. How are they going to play this defense?
Could this be an end angle? There's the feathered airstrike, bringing Long down to half HP. But somehow Zed actually finds the kick, but Hiko, he still gets to survive and keep himself alive, but not for Yi1. He finds the kill onto Yi1, and there's the Tsunami Slam already committed onto Super Ken, as well as the heavy spin. They got to lock him down. They got to pin him down, and Zed will try his best to defend, but they won't be able to anymore as Team Spirit gain access to the base and actually deliver a sweep for this series.
And Team Spirit will do it in high spirits, getting the sweep here against DFYG. Again, a great kind of adjustment that they had to make throughout the game. They were down a little bit, they stayed locked in, and they brought it back for the victory.
I gotta say, they got all their bases covered, but DFYG, there's a lot that they need to fix, because I kind of feel like for every single role, there were definitely mistakes that was very apparent in this game, and they don't exactly have too much time to actually readjust all of those. I mean, I don't know. They only have like, what, a few hours, maybe a day at most. I hope they fix it because, I don't know, personally for me, it was quite obvious.
Yeah, and that could come down again to the, to the draft. But they showed some signs of hope and brilliance throughout the game. It was just seemed like for DFYG, it's like at some point, things just kind of fall apart for them. They don't get in a position where they're actually able to capitalize on the things that they need to.
Yeah, and especially during the late game, because the thing about using a Granger is that you have that Sky Piercer, right?
Yep.
You need to have that instinct to be able to get those kills and not getting punished. So the fact that every single time when Lung puts himself in a position that he can get those kills, but then almost immediately get countered back, get punished, I kind of feel like those kind of things are the things that they need to really improve on, because the mechanics of the hero is not just about pressing buttons, but it's also about timings, positioning, as well as knowing when you should go in front and when you should hide in the map.
Yeah, there were moments where DFYG seemed like they knew what they were doing, but I feel like there were a lot more times wherein they were kind of confused. I mean, I think one of the best examples would be that the Traction Pulse and Way of the Dragon combination wasn't as coordinated for majority of the time. I think Naisu did pointed it out, but yeah, hopefully they get to work on things.
Yeah, and now looks like Eterna is ready with Hiko, so we're going to throw it over to an interview.
Hey everyone, it's
right, Saturna over here with Hiko Mania as he strikes again here at the MSC group stages. Welcome, Hiko.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. So cute. So you are one of the youngest here at the MSC group stages. You're 17, is that right?
Yeah, you're right.
I'm right. Okay, I think you're like top 2, top 3 youngest.
And who is youngest, you know?
Youngest is Boye.
Oh.
Do you know him?
Yeah, it's Romer from Mythic 2.
Yeah. So because you're so young, I want to know what it's like back at home. Are they supportive? Are your parents like okay with this? How's it like back home?
My family very supportive for me. They always text me before and after matches, and I'm very grateful for them to support me.
What did they say today before your match?
Good luck, have fun, and after game, good game, and that's all.
Okay. That's really cute. So they are supportive of your journey here as a pro player. That's amazing to hear. So back at MSC last year, I think you know what I'm about to say, right? 9th to 12th place, Hiko. So considering that now here at MSC, you're 1 game away or 1 match away of coming to the knockouts, that would be the highest you've ever placed at MSC. Do you think your next match will be easy?
I think it will be not easy because this match 2 was not very easy, and we need to try hard to win them. So it will be not easy, but I think we will fight them.
Confidence level, good?
It's okay.
It's okay. Okay, hopefully that confidence level, rises. Because considering from last time we saw you on the M Series stage as well. You have been, changing everyone's mind about you. Everyone is talking about Hiko Mania. And let's talk about your personal growth a bit. How far and what difference is it now here this time around?
Right now I'm feeling more like consistent. I'm talking more with team, and it's helped me a lot because when you communicate with team, you play better for me.
Okay, so you play better as long as the communication is there. Okay, because back at MCC, we were looking at the past matches, and it looks like there was like a global ban system that was in place.
Yeah, I was top 1 Granger in ranking.
Wow.
All Granger players in their league.
Okay, so are we going to be expecting a Granger pick soon?
Maybe, we will know.
Okay. So watch out for Hiko's Granger, okay? And considering that, Homeboys is next up in your upper bracket match, is there a little bit of a revenge match going on? Because, technically you did mention, well, not you, but Kid Bomba mentioned that there is a little bit of revenge that they want to take against SRG. And I know it's a different team, but they're from the same country. Is there a storyline there that we can, talk about?
Every international when I play, I always meet Homeboys or Team Vamos, like they have same organization, and now it's same organization but different roster. So I always meet Homeboys, and now my score versus them is 1-2, and I wanna make 2-2 for me.
2-2 for Hiko. So message to Homeboys for your next upcoming match.
Yes.
Yes?
What's this?
The message. Like, what do you want to say to Homeboys?
Good luck, have fun, and I will beat you.
I will beat you. There it is, Hiko Mania from Team Spirit. Once again, congratulations, and good luck for your next match. We're going to throw it over back to our casters.
So many clip of moments. So, do you have anything to say to your next opponent?
Yes.
Hey, how confident are you? It's okay. It's okay. And I gotta say, hot take saying Vamos and Homeboy, same thing.
Are you offended?
No. It's just kind of saying like Blacklist and Aurora, Same difference. Same difference.
You know what?
Like you guys know what I'm talking about.
I do. I love that he ended it with, "I'll beat you."
Good luck, have fun. I'll beat you.
And the laugh.
Yeah.
He always has to insert the. No.
Try it.
I can't. No, it's just a single syllable.
Okay, try it.
It's a single syllable? Oh.
That's how you do it.
We can't even confirm because he already went away. But that was a very convincing match. It's nice that he said that, game number 2, it wasn't easy. They had to try for that one. Overall, they're still looking pretty good. And Homeboys, I kind of feel like they do have to worry a bit because even though Homeboys won, but did they really?
Why are you asking that?
Oh wait, yeah, I'm the Malaysian. Sorry, my bad.
You want me to repeat it?
tomorrow there's more matches. Tomorrow is going to be very interesting matches because if I'm not mistaken, there might be some eliminations because now we already have the 1-0, the 0-1, and here's the thing. Here at MSC, you win twice, you move forward. You lose twice, you don't move forward. Just backwards.
Backwards.
Why did I have a feeling he'll actually say that?
It's just to keep people on their toes.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, like here's the thing, because the tournament is ramping up. Like you said, it's like testing ground, right?
Yeah, day 1 and day 2, testing ground.
We're seeing the standout heroes, because even in tournaments, like, are you going to be using the green gem? Like, what do you mean? Like, one of the most used heroes in the tournament? I don't know. Maybe he will.
Are you? Yeah, that's actually what I thought too. And you know, that's basically like asking, is Clay going to be picked?
Yeah.
Today.
It's like, I wonder if anyone will have the Lancelot.
Yeah,
Eternal.
Yeah, that's fine. It was a good question.
No, it was. Now, you know what? We love Eterna. And,
Shout out to Eterna.
And honestly, like, even the interview, that was really good. I like that most of the players, they're very comfortable with the microphone now. And I don't know, looking at today's games, we had a big upset in game number 3. Game number 4, I kind of feel like it went as we thought it would be. Personally, for me, I wanted more from Tianfeng Yaoguai, because even Supercan, he has the experience, but it looks like there were parts of the game where his decision-making could be worked on just a little bit.
Yeah, or maybe a bit of adjustment too in the draft. I think it's a given, you know, but like to be as extreme as picking a Fanny into a lineup, that might not be best. So.
Now we got to look at the match MVP for this one. It should be Hiko.
Yep,
and it's Hiko. There you go. I didn't realize he had 12 kills.
I actually didn't realize he had 12 either.
No, because he had a slow start.
He definitely had a slow start. He dealt with a lot of pressure, by the way, too, in the gold lane. You know, so props to Hiko, and I think it's still the same thing. I think a lot of people this MSC are going to be on that Hiko mania hype.
It's because we said the Moscovs haven't been doing that well.
As soon as we said that, Spear Destruction.
Cast or Curse.
Or Bless.
Or Bless.
Whichever.
Now we got to look at the groups now, how it be looking like, because yesterday it was all Group A, today it's all Group B. And now looking at the situation here, this is Group A, nothing has changed. Because nothing happened yet, you know. Team Lucas, they're going up against Onyx ID, Slango Red Giants, OG Sport will be going up against Mythic Seal. And of course, we see the matches, Ultra Legends, CFU, Virtus Pro going up against Corinthians. And the bottom one, this is where the elimination can happen. Because again, you can only afford to lose twice.
At least still a best of 3 though, but it's gonna be very tight for these teams who literally have a single tournament life left. And now we get updates for Group B as well.
So it looks like Homeboys will be going up against Team Spirit. Okay, that's nice to know.
Okay. Homeboys, Team Spirit, RQ, Aurora Gaming, Team Flash, and DFYG, Area 77, and Onyx PH.
I don't think they will, but it's crazy to see Onyx PH in the bottom. Like, I don't think they will, but if they lose, they will get eliminated. Again, I don't think they will, but you know, the storyline's there.
That's almost like
you.
No, you gotta emphasize. I don't think I will.
Oh
yeah, you gotta emphasize.
But come on, what are the chances?
You said that how many times too, and we just get surprised.
Brigitte is wondering how many more days she has with you on the desk.
No, I mean just
that question.
How many more curses am I gonna hear? I did not say that, by the way. Why are you looking at me like that?
I don't know, man.
You know what? Nah, I'm not gonna do it. But either way, looking at the groups, it looks scary for a lot of teams, because I feel like especially for Group B for today, we can definitely see that there are certain teams, they have the right idea when it comes to how you want to approach the game. It's just that the execution, you know, is one of those things where theory is good, but now how do you do it, right? You know how to make a sandwich, but can you make a sandwich?
That's a great question. I know I can.
I can't.
I'll do it for you.
Oh.
You can't make a sandwich?
I can. Did I say I
can't?
can't? I think I can, if I know how.
Okay, you know what? I feel like that's it. We're already talking about sandwiches, so we're going to be ending the show here. Thank you very much for everyone watching, and tomorrow is going to be more amazing matches. My name is Fel. This is Naiso and Brigida, and let's check out the Kadia top plays of the day.
Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
Finance is over.
This is just the beginning.
This video is so blurry.
Yes, easy like. Let's go. Yes, easy like. That when I put it down, don't play around. I put it down,
Wow.
I can do it all. I never stress, I never settle for less. Now I'm gonna take it all. So sensational. Wild creatures, I tame them all. We go places you wanna go. I can tell that you know. I know what you wanna see. Let's go. Doing it so naturally. Gonna be a fantasy. Easy like 1, 2, 3. Yes, easy like. Yes, easy like that. Easy like 1, 2, 3. Yes, easy like that.
Have you been sitting on a smart business idea and need to get it online? GoDaddy makes it fast and easy with user-friendly products and tools to help you on your entrepreneurial journey. Plus, get AI to help build your business for you with the all-new GoDaddy Aero experience. Start for free at godaddy.com.
Well.
Oh, you thought that was third! Oh, that was close. Hero. Have to give position. Cage there. But Kiko's the problem. Trax is down low. Oh, he's going for this. As a tap. Oh, they just get him together in the end. Team Liquid in unison, handling it well enough to push up to 12. Yeah, got a little close up against Chico, but still. The round deficit for Na'Vi now becoming a big point of interest.
Again, the finance is going to be rough. It's got to be clean in the next few rounds if Na'Vi want to close the gap. Patatech was, I mean, Nats one away. Decent progress for Trax, but consideration to make here. Considering Angel and Shao both have their ultimates on the other side. See aggression here from Na'Vi. Rooks have got to be obviously very careful on the retreat, but it's like Liquid immediately going to pivot back over towards A-Link.
Yeah, trying to just take up towards Link, get a player posted.
I love that quick response, actually, on the back of feeling that pressure outside B. They know there's a weaker side towards mid. Unfortunately, don't progress any further.
And how far do you go fact-finding for Alex? Because Trex is down there. Super passive. Again, it's kind of 1-3-1, holding the extremities on both sides, but the fight's here. Trex been focused the whole time. That's a pixel. Oh, man. Not getting the kill is wild. Yeah. Trex gets to live on 49.
Big to note the operator as well, though, in this scenario. So if Liquid want to try and get behind this, will be revealed once more. Flashed once more as well.
Yeah, this is hard to not just keep backpedaling. Alex just wants to be able to play. Let him play the damn game.
30 seconds
Angel
left.
gonna lead the way, it looks like. Gets a fair fight on one, but quickly traded by Camo. And Alex, who's been blind for the last 4 weeks. Desperate to work in, but Kiko navigating around. Oh, God, it's a brutal round. Your heart goes out to him almost.
And there's the pit.
Oh, this is a nice reaction, but no Prowler to really be rewarded off it. So Camo fighting forward now. He's just holding this down. Seized up though, gonna be clear. Hero making a go of this one. Nat's now last man alive. You're on cool under pressure, it will be the man on the screen. The timing not there. Well handled by Na'Vi. The final moments of this round.
Certainly. Should have been closed out by Liquid here. See Na'Vi considering the reposition back towards Heaven because Nats has been so present towards Elbow.
40 seconds left.
You just can't capitalize off this pit. Timing on this crunch brutal towards Elbow.
This is no problem.
Na'Vi will live to fight another day.
It goes here.
Liquid bringing some stingers in. first on to B here, but towards the earlier setup we saw from Hero.
Here.
One surprise.
Comes the layering. Hard to find a comfortable position on the side, but it's enough to stop them at least on entry.
Just pops his ult as well. Maybe hitting the panic button here just to stop them from committing towards this Stinger rush. Clearance in towards mid here. Shao early on was controlling the space, but didn't necessarily have a confirmation.
Camo.
Oh, he nearly got rewarded for it. He still is.
He absolutely is. Camo with a big pickup on 2. Hero's doing so well with Shao though. Great synergy towards the side, making it very uncomfortable for Liquid to solidify this post plant. Camo looking for space. Hero deep on the other side, gets crouch peeked into, leaving Alex and Shao with a mountain to climb. Difficult operator to play with.
Yeah.
And these angles, look how close these corners are. This is so hard to scale up on. Shao with the Guardian, sure, but Nats just creeps off the corner, played in perfectly. Team Liquid closing down map 1 with a 13-7.
Looking very comfortable here on Corrode as well. Able to navigate their way past Na'Vi. Like I said, I don't want to say Na'Vi kind of fumbled here, but it looks very one-dimensional as we saw versus Apex.
Yeah, certainly coming into their own now, Liquid. Let's see how this goes moving forward.
Wait, I did it! 30 votes! Let's get it, 30 votes!
Yeah, flash time in 5 minutes, by the way.
On Phantom as well.
It doesn't count though if it's Phantom. Come here.
Oh, the derby as well! And that's the first time in 5 years as well, and on stage.
Wait, I can't even get one, bro. 1 second, chill.
I wonder if we're gonna be on Valorant EMEA Twitter. Me and Camilo dropping 30 hard bots. Replay team, please make sure that you pause this.
Yo, I can't get 3 in a row.
Okay, it's either bad day or good day, let's see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
틱틱 문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당. 해골로 채운 옷장점 블랙 스타일. 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not. 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot.
Tough guy 혀꼬여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shade 날 주세 와 맛보게 fade 끝이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 저지 can't change 내게 나서 plan B 이제 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne Broken and bruised What's left to
EMEA as we take a look at Camo's performance highlight presented by Herman Miller Gaming. Incredible stuff in this round, and overall a pretty damn positive map for Team Liquid as a whole. We watch the rest of this play out. You know, it's stuff like this that makes me really appreciate how completely great he is at Valorant and how absolutely terrible I am. But luckily, I'm not the person you need to listen to because we've brought on a guest to support the desk, a more established, more handsome coach. Sorry, my name's just now that was probably too far. Pal, welcome. How are you feeling on your off day? You're coming here to watch Valorant. That is a commitment to the game that I can get behind.
Yeah, it's a surprise, but a welcome one to be here. I've got teams to watch later on at the second game of the day, and some ideas perhaps how to play Corrode a little bit better as well for Steel.
I love that you mentioned that. We have the compositions, as you can see in the back. Coming into this one, we had, of course, we had already seen Na'Vi playing last week. You have your own approach to Corrode. So when you see these compositions being what the rest of the region are doing, what do you make, especially if Team Liquid, since it's showing it today?
I like your hesitation as you bring that up. Yeah. I like Liquids. It's obviously very similar to ours. I like the way that they are not really playing into a super heavy defensive comp on this map. I think it makes a lot of sense. You look at Navi's on the other side, and they've gone fairly standard. They've gone for something that, it's bread and butter, Valorant, double initiator, KO plus a recon initiator. They know it's going to work, but how good is it for the map, really?
Listen,
who knows?
Listen. So you're mentioning double initiator. And the person that was sitting on that
double initiator, fantastic. You're only running it on every single map. I think it's the best.
I know what you're doing.
I'm gonna write that down. Yeah.
Get that noted for your.
Are Sheriff's also bad by any chance? I'm just trying to understand if everything Minnie told me was a lie or if it was just the double initiator thing.
Yeah, but more important than the double initiator, I think that is the comfort that we find for the side of Team Liquid. And someone that was very, very comfortable was Nats. Any map that you manage to get Nats on a Viper, he's going to have an insane performance. And it is especially in the high pressure moments because Na'Vi had very good executes towards B with all the fade utility. And it feels like there's nothing that can stop Nats. He's going to be covering all those angles. He's going to be ready to catch players off guard and just move around the side and find all of the value. The way that he was playing in his ultimates, the value that he was spending, again, every single round, but to him, it doesn't matter the map.
Exactly, and this is what Nats has been so good at for so long, especially on this agent, but you can really start to see the value of Viper defensively on this map. It's why it seems to be looking like a fairly defense-sided map this early in the meta, because B is the most easy place just to explode, to pop, to play these fast rounds on attack side, and if you have that Viper with someone as skilled as Nats playing it on the B side, you can lock down that side pretty comfortably.
I like that there's so many people playing smokes that are also just fragging. I'm appreciating that.
But Nats is on a different tier.
Nats is clearly on a different level, which I respect.
It's like he plays like the strongholder, so he's like the Viper, the more sentinel kind of smokes, you know, with the Viper.
So as we look ahead, TL obviously fantastic start. Nats looking super good. What are we looking for as we get ready for map 2? What do we have our eyes on for this? This was obviously Navi's pick, pretty crushing that they do lose as they had more experience. We now know that TL can play it. Seem pretty damn prepped, which is obviously going to affect future series, but now we're looking at Sunset.
I think that there is something very important to take away if Team Liquid is able to win on Sunset. And it's the fact that they are going to be able to prove that they've come into this stage with a good bind, a good Corrode, and a good Sunset. We were having this question of, hey, the new maps, how are the teams going to be doing? Where Team Liquid has definitely done their homework.
Absolutely. I think that's the really, really key thing. You can see that they've been unhappy with their early exit from Masters Toronto earlier in this year, and now they've put the groundwork in to come out into this new map pool to give themselves quite a big veto advantage by A, being willing to play the maps, but also B, now actually looking really strong on them as well.
Yeah, it feels like that is that boogeyman, right? Where it's like, once you prove you can play the 2 new maps that have entered rotation, it's like, oh, well, now our prep is so much harder. Because so many teams in week 1 were just handshaking. You'll ban Corrode, I'll ban Bind, and we'll just play normal little icebox,
the
a little bit
agreement that was brought up, Unfortunately, neither Neil nor I are gentlemen, but it went the way we wanted to.
In Team Liquid, as we look at the agent select here, Kiko going on the Raze, going for the double duelist approach here. Trex being put on the Fade, and I was telling you, Dracos, about how comfortable he is in this kind of roles. I would love to see the Viper, but if it goes for the Cypher, it is Nats, and I think we're going to get a spectacle no matter what.
Absolutely. I think this is the big thing we've all been talking about, really, is just how much is Trex on that Fade solo role. We know how incredibly talented he can be individually, and I think now it's just about, right, how much can sort of Liquid shoehorn that speciality into a lot of the comps that they want to run compared to the rest of their agent pools as well.
The big question for me, one thing we talked about at the start of the day was Team Liquid swapping roles. Sometimes it feels a bit uncertain. Patatek has been all over the place. This time he's on the own. We got Kiko on a duelist. How do you feel about that philosophy of kind of swapping so it's such like diverse characters across maps?
So, I mean, we have a similar approach as well. Keeping everybody consistently in their roles is better because it allows people to do essentially the same job on the attack, on the defense, on every map, no matter the map pool, etc. And it just means that they can learn their role and master it a little bit more easily. However, sometimes just with player comfort, you need to be able to throw things around, mix things up a little bit, and do just what you need to play a good version of the map instead.
I think that also for like the history of Valorant, Patatek has been a flex player. Like he's been around and this is something that he does. We expect him to be filling out the roles and actually doing so very consistently. You could argue there is, even if this composition for Team Liquid does not work, they could also move towards putting Kiko on an Omen, putting Nats on the Viper. Like there are so many things that they can do here. Patatek, and maybe move on to the double initiator if they wanted to, since you like it so much and everybody loves it. But we have already seen what Kiko can do on the smokes, and it is time, I think, Dracos, that you also can see what this guy does on the race, because yes, he's a brilliant smoker, but he's an even better duelist. Like, yes, it's out of this world.
Look, I'm a simple player. I see the dopamine, I see the double blast packs. I remember when people were first cooking that up on Haven, I was like watching the montage, like, do we have this kind of movement in Valorant? I would love to see more of that here. I think the other thing for me, for Navi, we talked already about how the map, the way the map selects shaped out. Bind is 3. You're on Sunset now, you have to win, and the boogeyman waiting over your shoulder is like, even if you win here, you then have to play TL on Bind. It's a terrifying prospect, and I would love to get your follow-up, Pal, but apparently we are ready now to get in the game, so send things over to Pansy and Hypop.
Okay, well, we'd like to hear from Pal too, but, you know.
You want to come up here?
Yeah, come on, mate. Come on. Don't let Mitchell come at you all the time.
You know where we are.
Yeah, he won't turn up. Nah, probably right.
Then he'll spawn in somewhere in a minute.
Right, so looking at this, I feel like I don't see these teams on this map all that often in my mind. For some reason, it's not hitting too freshly, but again, I guess for me...
I was going to say, I'll tell you what is hitting freshly.
Oh.
Navi dropping this to Apex.
Yeah, true.
That's still a fresh wound.
Yeah, I think I was looking at it from the Liquid perspective, but you're right. No, I'm
ever the optimist.
Yeah, look, if I just forget the bad stuff, it means it doesn't exist. But we are now seconds away from map 2. And RV, well, they feel like they banked on map 1 with this in mind.
Yeah, certainly, again, just to have the desk gas him up as well. Kiko, headshot percentage is absolutely disgusting. So I'm excited to see here Camo can get up to. Again, shift of focus, I guess, away from Trex here.
Where are we going?
We're stacking up.
We're stacking up. Okay.
We're on the other side of this, the closest player being towards tiles. Very proactive pistol here. They're almost faking off the Prowler here. Everybody passes, so...
Oh, I like it. Now, looks like... Oh, okay, he gets one.
Still wise to it.
They see the second. So they know there's something a little bit up in middle, but... Oh, Camo!
Another race?
Decimating
Another race?
This could be another race. He's 10 HP, but he's in the... Does he spot Angel? Is he in the top? Let him ace. Oh,
now we know.
Here we go. Okay, Kiko, nice. Kiko, yes.
Stopping
yes.
him enough.
Oh! That could have been. It could have been, but still around nevertheless.
That would have been the 9th.
That would have been.
Yeah.
Look at you on the tosties. Hungry.
Another map to get through first. Yeah, beautiful. Proactive pistol here from Liquid.
What the heck? Is that last one on Alex? Is that control back? Yeah, same. Very nice.
And wise to the possibility it could have been bodies behind the Prowler. I saw it. I saw it.
Yeah.
I saw it.
Comedy genius.
Are there churros in the building? There is somewhere, right?
Probably.
I'll be coming back through to collect the orb. Outside B once more. Can get progress for Angel. Only 3 left to find. Be a big ultimate to potentially bring into round 3.
That's a rough bit of timing on that as well. Now they're still going to leave a player posted here. The pathing is bizarre. Back through tiles now. They're just taking the tour of the map. I think they've seen it before, Mike.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Getting the grips again.
Right. Okay. Top mid. Okay, cool. Caesar's looking quite nice though. Yeah, really well controlled by Trex there.
Yeah.
Looking so calm as well. Follows up, knowing that they're going to be here. Where's the plan, Rixie? Some of these TPs from him, man, have been absolutely nuts.
It's been a good week for utility and ability usage here in the MEA. Angel, find. I think that leaves him 1 away, if I'm not mistaken now. So a chance on the back of...
We'll let Bear know.
Yeah.
We'll let her know. Yeah. She's probably not watching. Nah, dips out. I'm kidding, she's gonna come here and kill me. But I like this from Trex though, right? This
very
composure.
defensive, yeah.
He's always been this kind of like very calm player. You don't see him kind of losing his cool here. But for Trex, that's good to see. I want to see more of that. More of that kind of play style from him. Looking ready to go.
Where'd that hand come from?
I don't know, but it scared me a little bit. It scared me a little bit. There we go. Back underway. This is the bonus. Look at this one. Still got the Guardian there. Phantom. Camo. The Outlaw. How many light shields do we have? Only 1, actually. On Angel. Tootsie seen. And Kiko. Gonna find that. So Alex going down early. That's not a pretty way to do it, but Ruxicon's just taking damage.
Yeah. He's tanking that. Has felt safer inside the smoke and the fragment. Paranoia sent through. Doesn't catch up to Trex, so still a chance, but the pinch is perfect from Angel.
Yeah, Camo allowed to survive for a little bit longer, but it was all a matter of timing, and he heard those steps behind, decided to commit to it, but the plant going to come in now. 3v2. Kiko, HP affected earlier on. Nats with that slow walk back with the Outlaw. Angel playing over towards default. That's a lovely paint shell to push him out of position. Really nicely done, but what's the next step here? It looks like
Almost
Na'Vi
going to trade places. Yeah, Na'Vi is very
stacking
aggressive, but conceding all this space towards site.
And where's the plant? It's not a brilliant plant for them to try and play this off from. Now, I guess the side note is that they still had that dart. Kiko, this one's looking pretty much wrapped up with a bow here. Well handled in the end. I got a bit nervous for Na'Vi. And it was a bonus, so it did cost Na'Vi a good couple of these weapons, but I just get a bit scared when I see them doing stuff. I don't know why Na'Vi makes me so nervous when they do.
Zoom here to find the first step for Kiko. Beautifully done, but maybe Patchtek a little overzealous, committing. Yeah, as soon as Na'Vi kind of trade places with Liquid here, maybe feels a little uncomfortable, but this time around the TP, probably breaking that setup a little better.
Yeah.
Did note, obviously, Angel have his null command here. That's probably why we see Nats where we do.
Makes sense. Or he's AFK, so I do imagine it's that version of it. And Liquid going for an early crunch. It's Alex to try and battle it back, but as it stands, a 3v2.
Now that TP.
Tickety boo.
Not so sure about that one.
Cage triggered.
Hero now going to try and find something towards top mid.
That cage drops. Yeah, okay. Hero does take a second look back towards market. But Na'Vi kind of have to give away the game wherever they go at this point.
That's going to try and group this towards wraparound on B. See Na'Vi waiting for an engagement, and finally comes through from Nats. Hero will fall. Alexi now 57 HP. Try and find the plant at least. Gone. Yeah, they might even just finish the job here. Kiko will find it. 3 on the board, 3 rifles carried across. Yeah, after a really good start here, Liquid.
Yeah, and even just kind of Nats playing quite safe towards top middle, even not, knowing that pressure could come that way. Kiko not overextending. We're seeing a lot of these very composed plays, kind of re-hit as well, worked out relatively well.
a little awkward in terms of the engagement here from Na'Vi outside A.
Last player standing.
See a timeout called here very early on.
Frustrated there. Ruxic, I mean, top of the board, but doesn't seem happy about it so far. Maybe a little bit of frustration showing. As I can imagine they're hoping they at least get Corrode under their belt there. Now coming to Sunset. So it's quite hard to shake off. Do you? How does that make you feel?
Honoured.
Really?
Yes, very. You disagree?
No, it's just...
Okay.
It's not always negative, Mike.
It is.
No. Oh, no, Bea. No, I was speaking to Mike. Bea's here. She's
We're
doing all
casting.
that
We're casting now.
Did you see the sign? Someone had a nice sign for you in the audience. I don't know where, but someone did have a really nice Kukuka sign over here, over that side. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there you go. Just in case you're wondering, Bea's behind us. If we could just turn it up. There you go.
You did say she was
That goes there.
this way.
Okay, well, Na'Vi's buy is not going to be pretty into this round, so whatever the timeout was for won't be this, really. Maybe just an overall kind of check-in.
Yeah, I mean, obviously next round, probably going to see Alexi and Hero close to their ults as well, so... Liquid happy to stand their ground once more outside A here. Kiko, the one to retrieve the orb, so one away from the showstopper now. We have Camo's ultimate as well. Looking for Lexi to be the one to find a pick, potentially.
And I want to note how deep they're sitting in middle as well. Look at how Liquid are holding that top mid. There's 3 players, none of them actively wanting to look down towards you, that lower side.
Yeah.
And rightly so, right?
Liquid,
You know what I mean?
reading Na'Vi's playstyle perfectly. They're happy to concede the space, almost knowing Na'Vi are going to drift around the map and look for someone, something.
Palatech looks confident though, at least on the corner for now, can scale backwards, let Trex take that next layer of contact. Brilliantly handled, goes for a little bit of an extended spray, but the paranoia, the pain shell, it's all there. It's a shutdown. Alex can't escape fast enough. Liquid fully in control.
Showstopper in hand now for Kiko. Like you said from the timeout, probably looking towards this buy round now. Still have no command here for Angel.
One enemy remaining.
Missing one for Hero and Alexi.
Here. White clean.
Rough.
Here.
Like you said, Liquid just don't even want to entertain the possibility of conceding the opener here on the anti-eco. This will best util, play a much deeper position.
Yeah, again, just so cognizant of that ult that sits in the hands of Angel, right? And they haven't felt much pressure towards that B side at all. Look at how they're playing this. It's a 4-1 and he's not even on site. Basically, half of this map currently being controlled by 2 of those trips. That's it. Now, maybe posturing for a retake if they feel like they have to a very deep rotation, giving up top mid to try and maybe control from this crunch point here. But Nats, yeah,
just ahead of the stun.
Yeah, you thought maybe he could have waited a second, but Angel on the trade, they're trying to fight their way forward, and that's the spike here. I don't love that. Now, fortunately enough, Ruxic does at least get to control.
Kiko's got Showstopper.
I'm surprised he didn't pop it earlier on, but maybe biding his time, and Angel, but back down to death. And the spike basically firmly in the hands of Liquid.
Now, Ruxic has the TP, so can retrieve it. See, they grab it now, but certainly doesn't feel very comfortable considering. Trip dealt with on the flank here, so Kiko
Spike planted.
Gonna reconsider his approach. Na'Vi now looking to get aggressive toward Patitech's position.
That could speed up the other 2, right? You get that contact there, the temptation and the want would be then, okay, speed up through market, but they're still being cautious because they only saw 1.
I didn't catch the plant. Is it default or is it over towards stairs?
I think it's on the right side.
Oh, okay.
Right side by Pillar. Hero and Ruxic still focusing towards CT. They've picked their poison, but there's got to be a speed up here from Liquid. They've left this very late in the day, maybe trying to clear as they go, but actually it's fine because apparently Kiko can just knock down the door. The fuse, no problems with that. And again, this patient play from Liquid is spot on.
Yeah, I mean, they actually catch Nats with the null command as well, so a chance here, but he gets this kill just ahead of the stun taking effect. Then here to concede the spike, it's just so overzealous. I mean, the paranoia comes through, the C's lands. Like I said, Kiko is just waiting for the moment to open the showstopper up.
Oh, sure.
You see, once they don't get the bite on.
I would highly recommend Monday.com because it can streamline your operations. Entech Philippines is an environmental services provider to over 10,000 doors in the Philippines.
And what we like the best about Monday